this one. She's crazy. This one. Hey guys, what's up? Get in here, child. Good morning. I have so much to do today, you guys. I'm like, let me do a quick live this morning. And then I go about my day. Haven't seen y'all in a while. So get in here. We have some things to talk about. Oh Lord. I have so much cleaning to do. Puree. I'm back. Hey, Queen. Oh, I missed y'all too. I was so busy. I'm exhausted. Sometimes these topics can be too damn much. But this one, I had to make a video for this one because Black people get on my nerves. Black people get on my nerves. And you saw the girl in the thumbnail. She also got on my nerves yesterday. Like, they just get on my nerves. Like, I'm like, when are Black people going to stop being so damn emotional? So easily triggered, and always falling for the okie doke. Like, this is crazy. This is really, really crazy. Okay, so I don't know if you guys know about the story, though, but allegedly, I mean, whatever, it's not even allegedly, but there's this white woman at a park. There's a white woman at a park, and this guy comes up to her. I guess I'm sure he's a Black guy who comes up to her, and he was like, oh, did you call this kid an N-word, right? And the funny thing is, oh, we want to pay their student loan debt. Well, I talked to Lacey about that one. The student loan thing is so funny. Like, I see both sides. I really do. I really feel like when it comes to these banks also, they have no business giving all this money to young people in college, like who are so financially illiterate. And also, I feel like these banks, they should regulate how much you can borrow based on your major and how much money you can make with your major. Like, if you can only make $50,000 a year with your major, they should not allow you to borrow more than like $25,000. Hey, Lacey. Yeah, Lacey's here. I was like, they should let you borrow more than that, right? Because I'm like, you have to test somebody's ability to repay your money. Hey, Mark. Oh, thank you so much, right? Like, if you have a business loan or you go ask the bank for money, like besides college, like when you go and ask a bank for money, they're going to check if you have the ability to repay back your loan. Hey, Janet, otherwise they're not going to give you the money. You got to have good credit. You got to be able to prove that you can pay it back and things like that. So I'm like, these banks or whatever who are writing these loans, especially people who are underwriting these student loans, right? They're also a bunch of idiots, because if somebody's a psychology major, how much money is she going to make? Okay, so why are you letting her borrow all this money? You know what I mean? Like, even people who go out of state to go to college, like, because they're paying out of state tuition, right? Do you have the GPA for this? What are you majoring in? No, we're not going to sign up for this. Thank you. Go to a local college, go to community school. Like, so I'm like, to me, the banks are at fault also. So I see both sides. Like, I see it being like kind of like shark loans, where these banks are preying on young, gullible, idiotic people, okay, who are going to school for fun and just, okay, I'll sign my name. Who cares, right? They're at freaking 18. Whereas like people who work at these banks and these underwriters, these are grown adults. So they should have more foresight and forethought when it comes to, do I really want to give $100,000 to a young kid out of state freaking studying psychology? So obviously you could afford to lose the money. Nah, okay. Yeah. So it's like, it's ridiculous to me, because under normal circumstances, like, to get a loan, you got to have good debt to income ratio. You got to have, like, pay stubs. You have to have good credit and things like that. Like, but when you're in college, all you got to do is just sign up. Like, don't check your credit. They don't check your major. They don't check your GPA. They don't check for this, this, and that. So obviously you can afford to lose it. You could afford to lose it, because if you really wanted somebody to pay you back your money, you would make sure that they're majoring in a major that they can get a job and afford to pay you back your coins. So obviously you didn't care much about your money. You didn't care much about your money. And I even feel like, listen, people should take it all the way to the Supreme Court. People should take off the Supreme Court. People should be able to sue the people who gave them loans, and even sue the schools that facilitated them getting loans as 18-year-olds that are financially illiterate. Okay, it's America. I even found it quite funny that Trump was sitting there, like, oh, like the girl, the young lady who works for Trump, his press secretary, that, oh, yeah, people got to pay their debt. I'm like, girl, shut up. Trump is the president, okay? This man don't file bankruptcy like 3, 4, 5 times, okay? And I'm like, my thing is, at most, a person that owes money in student loans, including grad school and maybe, you know, some kind of med school, they might owe $250,000. Right? Trump, every time he filed for bankruptcy, how many millions was it for? Okay. How many millions was it for? So it's very rich to work for a man who never paid his bills, right? In order to stay rich and had other people foot the cost. Talk about, oh, yeah, y'all got to pay your bills. Start with you. Go pay your debtors. Okay. And I'm very sure also, let's not act stupid. Trump owes a lot of money. Look at how he's behaving. Look at the stuff he's endorsing. Look at how he's working for Israel. Okay. So it goes to show, because, you know, all the court cases he was going through, who paid for that? Who paid for that? You know what I mean? Because, you know, I'm really starting to believe that Trump is like a lot of rich Americans, where it's all fugazi. Like, it's all smokes and mirrors. I'm like, this man claims to be a billionaire, but he might not even be one. He might not even be one. Right? He might not be one. And I'm like, the court cases, because like the one that happened in New York, he had to put a bond of $175 million. Where did he get that money from? Where did he get the money from? Right? So I feel like this is why he's not really doing the things he wants to do, but he does the thing he has to do, because he borrowed so much money. Like the way the Democrats had him wrapped up with the DOJ, the man was strapped for cash. And I think because his ego is so big, he's a Gemini, his ego is so big and he's lying to people, he can't afford for people to realize that he's not that rich. Because then what does that mean? Like the art of the deal, the books, his persona, and this, and that. Not trying to be offensive, but, you know, to some extent, Trump is a fraud. Not trying to be funny, but yeah, he's a fraud. You know what I mean? He's a fraudulent person. Trump is a fraud. He's a typical American businessman. He is a fraud. So I feel like these Zionists, the Zionists that be, right, they prop them up financially so that the whole mirage of Trump will not collapse before people. You understand me, right? You know what I mean? So it's like, because a lot of people here in America is fake. When you see them on the cover of Forbes magazine, they're like, oh, this person is worth 500 billion. This person is worth 300 trillion. Y'all, it's fugazi. It is not real. America is an illusion. You know what I'm saying? What people do out here is to lie to people. This is how America works. They're a bunch of liars. Okay? They're a bunch of liars. And they understand that all people have to do is to see you on the cover of Forbes and believe whatever they write in there. Right? Because people are so idiotic. People are so imbecilic. Okay? But Trump is a fraud. I will tell you myself, he is a fraud. Because if you're really a billionaire, you're not about to surround yourself with that many Zionists like this. Okay? You're like, nah, because you got too much money. Okay? I don't need you fools. But the way everything is looking to me, it's like, yeah, he went and borrowed money from people. He went and borrowed money from people. And now those people he got to answer to. So that's how he's handling the country the way he's handling the country. Because I'm like, the Trump that I know, even with these tariffs, he wouldn't have done the tariffs that way, because it's hurting a lot of people. It really, really is hurting a lot of people. And Trump doesn't like when people don't like him, right? Trump doesn't like when people don't praise him. So I'm like, why would he do something knowing that his base is going to be upset with him? Hey, Vet, if it's not the fact that he's like, people got him tied up. They got him tied up, you know, because he's a fraud. He's a fraud. Just like so many American businessmen, they are so fraudulent. They are so fraudulent. And that's why many of these white American businessmen, many of them too are involved in drugs. They sell drugs. They're part of the cartel. Do you not find it weird that people are fighting to keep Latinos, illegal Latinos, MS-13 people in America, even if it means staying in prison? What does that tell you? That the prison market for drugs is huge. Like the way they sell these drugs in prison, I wonder how much they make. How much are they making selling so many drugs like that in the prison? Right? So this is why they don't want their colonels, like their soldiers, right? Their drug soldiers to leave those prisons, because then they're not going to make their money. They're not going to make their money. Okay. Because I'm like, when have you ever seen white people like Latinos so much like this? Like, when have you ever seen white people care about Latinos so much? When have you ever seen white people house Latinos? Like, especially the illegal ones, the criminal ones, the MS-13 ones, like, go sit out somewhere, okay? The cartel is running this country as well. It's not just the Zionists, it's the cartel as well. I was like, I have never seen this obsession with keeping illegal Latinos in prison on American soil. For what reason? Then they want to hide it behind due process. Due process my ass, okay? Due process. You're not an American citizen. You're not a legal resident. Nobody owes you due process. We're sending you back where you came from, you dummy, okay? But it's like, no, they're selling drugs in prison. The cartels sell a lot of drugs in prison. They probably sell more drugs in prison than they do on the streets. So they need their soldiers in there to continue to sell the drugs in prison. We are not stupid, y'all. We are just not stupid, okay? We're not falling for this, all right? So it's a lot of foolishness. It really, really, really is. No, you're not all due process, Mark. Absolutely not. Because due process is not cheap. It's not free. You're not all due process. Absolutely not. People can pick your ass up and ship you back where you came from, especially if you're here illegally. No, the Constitution is for U.S. citizens and legal residents. It is not for illegal people. Absolutely not. You're not all due process. You don't belong here. It's like a robber. Like somebody can shoot you. Like you don't belong in their house. But it's not free. Due process is not free. We give due process to citizens and legal residents because they pay taxes. No, we're not created equal. That's a lie. We're not equal. If we were equal, we'll all have the same status. We're not created equal. We're all human beings. We're deserving of respect and stuff. Like, no, it's not for everyone. No, because trials cost money. So the moment that something costs money, who's paying for this? So that's it. I'm not willing to pay for an illegal MS-13 gang member to go to an American trial. He can have his trial back in his country. I don't want to pay for this. I'm not paying for this. I'd rather pay for a fellow American to have health care than to pay for a gang member to go to court. Because what if it takes 6 months? What if it takes a year? And you still have to house them in the prison and you still have to feed them. It costs money. Nothing is free. So why am I going to take taxpayer money to give due process to somebody who had no respect for my laws? No, it does not apply to everyone. No, it does not. It applies to those. It's the U.S. Constitution. It's not the Constitution of the world. No, it's the U.S. Constitution. It applies to the people of the state, of this country, right? American citizens and legal residents. It doesn't apply to everyone. That's not possible. Because if that's the case, then you can go out there and vote also. Oh, you're here. Hey, go vote. No, it's for citizens. The Constitution is not just one bill. It's the whole thing makes up the Constitution, right? So, no, due process is not cheap. Due process, it costs money, right? But if you come here illegally, the due process to kick your ass out, point blank, period. You cannot break the law and then want to use the Constitution. You can't break the Constitution and then want the Constitution to bail you out. That's not how it goes. That's not how it goes. You can't have it all. That's life. You can't have it all, right? The Constitution is clear. When you come here illegally, you are breaking the Constitution. You're committing a felony, right? So even at that point, it should have shipped your ass back. Should have shipped your ass back, right? But this is not the Constitution of the world, of the globe. No, it is the Constitution of the USA. And the Constitution is not just one amendment. It's the entire thing, right? So just because one amendment could say everyone, you also have other places in the Constitution that specify who it is for. So it's the whole thing. It's like when people take the Bible and they want to quote what benefits them, but don't quote the whole thing. It's like, no, quote the whole thing. Oh, the Bible says don't judge. That's not what it says. It says, don't judge unless ye be judged. For in the same manner you judge, so shall you be judged. Quote the whole thing, right? But people can't just nitpick the Constitution like it's just one amendment. No, it is an entire document. And that document, by the time you're done reading it, you understand that it's for U.S. citizens and it's for legal residents. So you're not owed due process. Because due process is not free. It costs money. It costs money. Now, if you want to pay for your own due process, that's where it's at. No problem. Then okay, no problem, right? But it costs money. And it is not fair to tell American people to pay for due process of somebody who didn't even have any regards for our borders, our federal laws, came here illegally. God knows what kind of gang activity he did. And now we owe him due process. No, we owe him to send him back where the F he came from. Nobody owes you due process for shit. You're not a U.S. citizen. There's no such thing as a fair trial. You didn't pay for shit. You did not pay taxes. Hey, Thomas, you didn't pay for tax. Mark, you don't understand that. Mark, the court is not free, Mark. You got to pay for the judge. You got to pay for the building. You got to pay for the electricity. You got to pay for the air conditioning. You got to pay for the lady that sits there that types like this. You got to pay for the bailiff. You got to pay for the officers. There's nothing free, Mark. Nothing is free. So when you're saying, oh, give due process, which is invest money into an illegal, having a trial, Mark, who is paying for it? Are you going to pay for it? Okay, and I feel like people, oh no, but you cannot, have you read the Constitution? Have you read the Constitution? Because it seems like you haven't read the Constitution, right? No, that's not the price. That's the price of trying to be goofy. That's the price of being woke. That is the price of being woke, right? But I don't think you've read the Constitution. So then we're arguing on nonsense, right? Because if you haven't read the Constitution, then it doesn't make sense. Right? If all you see is one amendment where it says the word everyone, and therefore you think the founders meant all kinds of illegals, anybody that shows up in this bitch, right? That's crazy. That's obviously not what they meant. When you read the Constitution also, you got to read the Constitution in good faith and see, according to their understanding, who is the Constitution for. But if you cannot say that the Constitution is for an illegal when for 400 years, the Constitution did not even protect African Americans. That makes no sense to me. So that even also helps you to understand that they definitely did not mean the world. Because if they meant the world, then slavery wouldn't have been a thing. But slavery was a thing, right? There were moments in U.S. history for almost 300 years where the Constitution did not protect African Americans or African people on this land, even though they were born here, right? So now how can you say that the founding fathers even had this vision of giving due process to some goofy ass illegal immigrant? How? When even African Americans born on this soil, they themselves were not protected by the Constitution, right? So it like what? America was built like what, 1700? You don't have the 13, 14, 15 amendment until like what, the 1800s, like almost like 1850 or whatever it is, right? So for 200 plus years, these people are not protected, yet they're born on American soil. They don't remember freaking Africa, okay? They're born here, and the Constitution is not protecting them, even though whatever clause you saw that says everyone, it was there. It was there, and then yet they were not protected. They were not protected. The Constitution existed when Dred Scott went to the Supreme Court and he was told that he was 2/5 of a human being. So to me, it's very, very insulting that Latinos think that they deserve all of this when they didn't even fight the Civil War. They were not enslaved. They just showed up yesterday and they have the audacity to talk about due process. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Like, it's very, very insulting. It is so insulting. Okay, you want to be able to claim this shit, then if there's a new civil war, go fight it. But it's kind of disgusting for so many Latinos to believe that they can ride the oppression, the suffering, the dehumanization, and the disenfranchisement of African Americans for them to have goofy ass due process. They didn't do shit. Okay, now if their people want to start a go give and go for them to have a due process, that's on them. But it's very, very disgusting. Even Anna Navarro with her goofy ass Cuban ass to try to say, oh, that people came here illegally. It's not just the slaves who came here illegally. No, it's not just miscarriage of justice, right? But my point is, what I'm trying to get you to understand is just because it says everyone, it doesn't mean that we owe Latino shit, right? That's it. Because it's just kind of disgusting how so many immigrants think they can come to America legally or illegally and then reap the benefits of constitutional amendments that were fought for, people died for, people were lynched for, and those people were African Americans. It is not for you. And that's the problem I have with immigration, is that people become excessively greedy. They're not even grateful. They're like, oh, well, you have all these rights, so I should have these rights too. We have to know, did your people die in the Civil War? Did your people march? Okay, what have your people done to say, oh, we are entitled to these rights as well? Especially when you're not a U.S. citizen, you don't have a green card, don't even have a freaking visa. It is incredibly insulting. We're not some weird ass banana republic. Okay, So like you come here legally, get the fuck out. That's it. Get the fuck out. But you cannot come here and say, oh, I'm owed due process. We don't owe you shit. We do not owe me. I'm very partial because money is not free. Money is not free. Everything it costs something. Money is not free. Everything costs something. These courthouses, these judges, these bailiffs, they cost something. And they cost us our tax-paying dollars. And I'd rather spend that money towards education than some fucking ass illegal. I don't give a fuck about an illegal. I don't give a fuck about a grown-ass illegal. You're a grown-ass man who made a choice to come into a country that you knew you had no legal documentation to enter. There are consequences to breaking the law. There are consequences. And immigrants have to stop thinking that they're above American law because they suffered some kind of weird oppression or some weird need in their native country. One thing, womp womp, everybody goes through some bullshit. Even American people here, they suffer too. But they don't immigrate illegally into other people's nations. Okay? Because like the entitlement of a lot of immigrants is really nauseating. And it needs to stop. It truly needs to stop. Okay, it needs to stop. It's incredibly this is America, and it definitely is not Germany because Germany he would have got killed. So that's the problem with America too. America is too nice to people who break the law, and that's why when it comes to many immigrants, they get to a point in life where they feel so entitled. They feel so entitled. They haven't done shit. They don't have one family member who died in the Civil War. They haven't even fought any war, World War I, World War II, Vietnam, you name it. The vast majority of immigrants don't even sign up for the military. But yet they want to talk about the Constitution this, Constitution that. How about you go serve? Go serve. Pick a branch in the military and go fucking serve, right? How many immigrants even are willing to die for this nation? Oh, I can count it on my freaking pinky toe, one toe. Right? But then they want to sit here and talk about the Constitution. No. Have you died for this flag? Have you served for this flag? Have you been out there for the flag? No, you have not. We don't owe nobody shit. You make a choice to break the law. We're going to ship your ass right back where you came from. Point blank, period. You are crazy. You are really, really crazy. Mark, you're crazy. We're not paying for this. It's enough wasting money behind some foolishness. So you come here legally, we need to find the cheapest way, like the way Spirit is out here doing the cheap shit. We need to find the cheapest way possible, okay, to ship your ass back. No, we're not protecting FBAs. Absolutely not. Because the vast majority of immigrants who come here to compete with FBAs, not to help them. They don't come here to help them. Even the black immigrants, especially look at Black Hollywood. Look at Black Hollywood. All these black Africans who come here, what is this foolishness? All these black Africans who come here to be in Hollywood, right? What do? Every time they come here is to play drug dealers, is to play nasty stereotypes of African Americans. How many African immigrants, especially in Hollywood, have came to America and they have played a role that is honorable and that showcases African Americans in a positive light? I'll wait. Okay, I'll wait. They leave their goofy ass countries. They even leave their goofy ass adoptive ass England. They come to America to play stereotypical roles that cause a lot of prejudice and harm to many African Americans. And that is not okay. Because would you like somebody to go to your country, go into your movie industry and play stereotypes? You wouldn't like that. It's disrespectful. It is very disrespectful. Nobody needs like Idris Damson. Nobody needs you to leave England to come to America to play a drug dealer. You could have stayed in England. They have drug dealers in England, right? They even have stabbing people in England, right? Why don't you go find a movie and play Nigerian scammer? Like what the heck? But you don't get to come from a foreign country because you have black skin and come over here and then play stereotypical roles and get rich off of a stereotypical role. Meanwhile, you're helping to perpetuate a very, very negative and dangerous stereotypes about African Americans, which causes people severe prejudice. So no, you're not protecting anybody. Not protecting anybody. Telling African Americans that they come after illegal immigrants is not a way to protect them. Okay, there's so many African Americans, especially with Joe Biden and his goofy ass crime bill, who were completely disenfranchised. I don't see people bending over backwards to even restore their ability to vote, right? Why don't they try to restore the ability to vote? There's so many African Americans. There's millions of African Americans who were wrongfully incarcerated, maybe rightfully incarcerated, but the sentencing was so freaking harsh. It was so damn harsh. Why would they bend over backward and give them their due process to restore their right to vote? Let's talk about that part. So fuck a Latino, fucking illegal Latino. Might give a damn. Might give a damn. There's over 40 million African Americans over here, maybe 40 to 42 million African Americans, and so many of them are disenfranchised. So why are they not a priority? When they suffered slavery, they fought in the Civil War. Matter of fact, fuck the Civil War. They even fought against England. They fought in that what's called the Revolutionary War. They fought for that. They fought for the Civil War. They fought when Teddy Roosevelt was trying to steal land from Mexico in the Alamo. They fought for that too. They fought World War I. They fought World War II. They fought Vietnam. They fought Afghanistan, Iraq, you name it. They have done nothing but fight for a goofy ass country that always tries to put goofy ass brand new immigrants above them. This is wrong as hell. It is wrong as hell. So no, if y'all want to do due process, you're going to do due process for African American first. And then maybe if you have some money left over and you feel charitable, you can worry about your criminal ass Latinos. But nobody cares. Like me, I'm not gonna feel no way about nothing. Wow, you're getting deported. Imagine that compared to slavery. What a luxury. What a luxury. They're going to pay for your free flight to send you back to your home country. Wumpty wump wump. And also, you can take yourself out. You don't have to wait for them to snatch you up. You can have enough self-respect that you don't want these people to grab you like an animal. And you can, the same way you cross the border, you can cross the border back. Matter of fact, you can even go to the airport. Because if you tell them that you just want to leave the country, they're going to let you go. You can leave. You don't have to stay here. You don't have to wait to get snatched up and be dehumanized. It is a choice because they want to perform for the cameras. Perform all you want. Marlene, I'm not going to shed a tear because this is not comparable to slavery. It is not comparable to a bunch of black women on this land, African American people seeing their babies being fed to alligators. Okay? No, you get deported on a freaking airplane. And the slaves, they came over here on a freaking boat with shackles, butt naked, after suffering for like 30 or 40 days to cross the Atlantic. Okay? You still get to be deported on a plane. It's a luxury. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. Like, oh my gosh, be gone. Be freaking gone. And everybody knows this. I don't know why we're sitting here pretending, right? That most Latinos, when they go into any predominantly historically Black American neighborhood, they create parallel economies. They don't shop. They don't marry. They keep speaking Spanish so they can be passive aggressive, right? We've seen the Bronx. We have seen what has happened to the Bronx. We have seen what has happened to Brooklyn. We have seen what's happened to Harlem, okay? You can look at many, many cities where Latinos come in droves. And what they do is they destroy the local Black businesses because they don't patronize local Black businesses. They will start their own businesses. They will marry within themselves. They will go to school and speak Spanish. They will start their gangs and start antagonizing Black children, okay? So no, we know how it goes. They're not a friendly people. They're not a friendly people. They're not people who build with other people. And they keep all the money to themselves. And they keep talking Spanish and talk shit about you, okay? This is why I also made sure to speak Spanish. So no, we're not doing this. It is enough. It truly, truly is enough. You study American history, the more and more you allow immigrants to come here, it sets African Americans back. It sets them back. It doesn't put them forward because a lot of people who come here as immigrants do not come here to unify with African Americans. They come here to put them down so they can feel good about themselves. And that is not okay. Now, I'm not saying they don't have something they have to work on. Of course they do. But it's also not nice because they have suffered here. So to me, when you come here as an immigrant, you should have empathy. Like, yo, you know what? They've been suffering for real, for real. Like, I shouldn't have this white colonizer mindset and treat them like they're less than. Even if an African American does something you don't like, you should let them know, hey, fam, when you do X, Y, and Z, it hurts my feelings. So can we not do that? Right? We should have conversations. Okay. But it's like, to me, it's really, really insulting. It is really, really insulting. It is so freaking insulting. People bring their suitcases and then their goofy ass ambition. And some of them are so bold that they break the law. Then they want to talk about the Constitution. The Constitution, what? The what? The what? Can you spell deportation before you even spell Constitution? That is crazy to me. Hey, Diana. Okay. No, it's not okay. Even in prison, Latinos bully Black people. Even in prison. They're so mean. They are truly mean. That's not, no, it doesn't exist. Even if it exists, it's not enforced, right? Even if it exists, it is not enforced. So many things exist, right? Like, okay, many things exist. The money, what are you even talking about? Cooning. Who's a coon? You would want to look like a coon. What the freak? Go somewhere with that. Okay? So make it make sense. Make it make sense. Even if something exists, it doesn't mean that it's been enforced. Right? It hasn't been enforced. So if we're sitting here and say, okay, who deserves due process? The priority should be African Americans. So that way you say, okay, especially with the crime bill, people who were targeted for freaking a tablespoon of sugar, for 5 grams of crack, they take your whole life away. This is ridiculous. This is nothing but a tablespoon of crack. It's a tablespoon of sugar. So if there are people who lost their ability to vote because of some goofy ass crack, these people should get the right to vote back. They should be reinstated. Their right to vote should be reinstated. And this is what you call due process, okay? But I don't see how you can be okay with millions of African Americans being disenfranchised for some goofy-ass laws that were written by some goofy racists like Joe Biden. Meanwhile, his son is a whole crackhead. And oh yeah, their faith is perfectly fine. Even though we know that once you have a felony or you have 2 felonies, the odds of you having another felony is pretty high, because who's going to hire you? Who's going to hire you? So we should help these people to find a way back into the workforce, a legal workforce, that they will not be tempted to go into a life of crime. That should be our priority. It should not be no goofy ass MS-13 illegal immigrant. Okay? Like, what the heck? And the thing is, like, I'm going to fight for you to due process just so you can stay in prison? Are you thinking about what you're asking for, Mark? We're going to fight for you to due process. So what? Because I'm like, either way, that man is from El Salvador. Even if you don't ship him back to El Salvador, you can ship him back anywhere you want to. But we're going to give you due process just so you can stay in an American prison, and taxpayers are going to have to pay for your life until God knows how long you stay in that prison. And how is that fair to American people when you can just go to a prison in your country and your people can pay for that? Your mama chose to raise you as a criminal. Your daddy chose to raise you as a criminal. It's not America that made you a criminal. It's your homeland that made you a criminal. So you got to go back to your homeland. They need to pay for you because they raised you to be a criminal. Okay? They raised you to be a criminal. But people got to stop thinking that if it's not wars, it's prison. Like, American people are just working just to pay taxes for their money to go to some goofy ass wars that don't even benefit America. How does Ukraine benefit me? Whatever Israel is doing by committing a genocide on Gaza, how does that benefit me? Right? Housing millions of illegal immigrants in perpetuity at $30,000 a head. How does that benefit me? Wasting countless of hours in courts when we need these courts to actually try relevant cases to the American people. We got a bunch of criminals out here who have done things that we need to go to court for, because there are many American families who are waiting for justice. We only have but so many courtrooms. We only have but so many courthouses. So we should waste our time for some goofy ass immigrants when we have our own cases that need to be tried and we have families that deserve justice. Like, what? We don't have the money for this. Okay? Just don't have it. Go back to where you came from. Like I said, from coming here on a slave ship half naked with a bunch of chains all over your body to being shipped back on a plane and maybe have a little bit of juice and some snack on the way there. Child, you walked over here. You walked over here. You crossed the desert over here. You walked to the Rio Grande. We are sending you back on an airplane. If anything, you should say thank you. Okay? Because if it was China, they probably feed the dogs. If it was Russia, probably take you out to Siberia in the gulag somewhere and have you freeze to death in the gulags. Okay? People have to learn. Do not come to America illegally. Okay? Do not come here illegally. And when you come here also illegally, stay out the way. Stay out the way. Don't come here illegally and be a criminal. That's crazy. You got to pick a struggle. Okay? If you come here legally and you want to work on the low and not bother people and not be seen, more power to you. Okay? But to come here illegally and then to break the law and then to say, oh, I'm owed due process, you are out your damn mind. Send his ass back to Nayib Bukele so he can handle his ass. Okay? This is insanity. This is absolute insanity. Like, this is crazy. Okay? They sure will put him in forced labor camps. People only know to come over here and do this stuff. People know to come to America or these Western countries to try this foolishness, right? Because you know what? And I get it. When you're from a third world country, it's already hard to respect the law. That's why most third world countries are third world, right? Because people there do not respect the law. Everybody acts like an animal. Everybody's a savage. People don't respect the law. So I understand why for people who come from countries where nobody abides to the law, it's like it's incomprehensible that when you come to America, you are expected to respect the law. And that's why every immigrant is not a good immigrant, no matter how bad his sob story is, because you will have to train this immigrant to become a law-abiding citizen. And even that also takes money. It takes money. It really does take money. It's look, I mean, it takes money. Okay. It takes money. But anyways, you guys, let me focus on my story for the day, because Mark had me go off a deep end. But my thing is, right, I'm here for this white woman who used the N-word. Who used the N-word at the park. So let me tell you this, right? Marlene, I think this whole thing is staged. Okay. Let me just start there before we get to the video. Maybe that's why Demani said I was cooning. Oh, I see what he said that. I get it. I was like, what the heck? What are you talking about? Okay, he saw the title. I get it. Okay. Okay. I see. What is this? Where is he at? Okay. I understand why he said that. I was like, what the heck? What is he talking about? I get that. You read the title. I get it. Let me tell you this, right? For me, Marlene, I really think this thing was staged. I don't know. I just felt like it was staged. It was staged. It was staged. Let me tell you why. So many white people, right? So many racist whites were in their feelings because Carmelo was able to raise, hold on. How's it? Give, send, go. Okay, let me see, right? Oh, damn. All right. You know, so many whites were upset because Carmelo was able to raise 526,000, whatever it was. Because I think it was like 250, right? But you see, right now it has gone up to 500,000. You understand? And so, if you remember, they were putting a lot of pressure on the owners, the founders of Give, Send, Go to get Carmelo's GoFundMe taken down, right? Because these white people, they heard a few pieces there and there what the news said, and somehow they understand the whole story because they were there, right? So we knew that a lot of white people were going to make sure that moving forward, Black people do not have a way of raising money for their defense. Because, you know, when it comes to GoFundMe, right? When it comes to GoFundMe, you're not allowed to raise money for legal fees on GoFundMe. They don't allow that. So the only place where you can go right now to raise money for your legal fees or on Give, Send, Go, whatever it's called, right? So I feel as though, you know, white people, for as much as a lot of white people might want to tell you they're not racist, they don't see color, wonky, womp, don't fall for that. Anytime a white man or white woman tells you they don't see color, oh, they definitely see your color. But one thing we understand is that white people themselves, be they rich, middle class, or really, really poor, understand how their court system actually works. I've said this, I will continue to say it, is that laws are not written for the oppressors, but laws are written for the oppressed, okay? The oppressors write the laws to continue to oppress, control, abuse, subjugate the people that they have oppressed, right? And so in the American court system, we have seen time and time again that when you have money, it does affect the turnout of your trial and even your verdict, right? Because there's nothing like having great legal representation. And if you don't know this, criminal attorneys are extremely, extremely expensive. What we often see when it comes to the American court system is that white people usually will have the money for legal defense, whether it be because they rich, connections, or because they raise money. But we are very, very accustomed to seeing a white man commit all kinds of heinous stuff, a white woman do all kinds of heinous stuff, but somehow they will find the most expensive lawyer possible. And if they don't get off, it really is a slap on the wrist. Okay, I saw a white boy yesterday. I watched 2 days ago, I watched this documentary about this white boy who dismembered his girlfriend. You guys, he killed her and then they cut her into pieces, right? And all he got for that, right? All he got for that was, I don't understand what this is. I keep getting these like weird notifications like for copyright stuff. It's so bizarre. Oh yeah, sorry, right? Yeah, so he dismembered the girlfriend and all he got was 3 years for killing her and cutting her into pieces. 3 years in jail, right? So money talks. right? Money talks for your bail, money talks for your representation, money talks. So what they don't want, I think what they don't understand is like, if there is a process, if there's a system in place for Black people to not be able to raise money for their legal defense, right? America's gonna look different. America's gonna start looking more and more equal. America's gonna have to really live up to the creed, which is that according to the Constitution, all men are created equal, right? Which is what they don't do. They don't want that because they want Black people to continue to be an oppressed class, a poor class, a criminal class, this, and that. So I personally feel as though everybody should have seen this coming and people should have remained calm. It really, really disappoints me that in 2025, Black people are still allowing the N-word to get the best of them. Okay? It really is. Because as long as, it's just like dealing with a bully. Okay? When you're dealing with a bully, the worst thing you can do is to show a bully what triggers you or to show a bully what your weakness is. Because once people know what triggers you or once people know what will make you sad, guess what? They're going to keep doing it. Because now you have shown people which button to press. And that's the worst thing you can do. You understand? We got to get to a point where this N-word business doesn't do anything to Black people. You got to let it roll off of you. Now, if somebody calls you that to your face, it depends how you want to react to it. But honestly, I think you should look at these white folks like they're crazy and go about your business. Go about your business. Because that's you regaining your power back. You understand? When a goofy-ass white person uses the N-word, and not even just that, it's not even the fact that it's a goofy-ass white person, but you can see that this is a broke-ass white person, it's an educated white person, it's a destitute white person. How can you allow some broke-ass white trailer park person to get you to make you feel any type of way? Like me, honestly, I just can't do it. I really cannot do it, okay? You are inconsequential to me. So if you speak, your words are also inconsequential to me. I'm not going to give you any energy, right? But oh my gosh, I can't believe you used that. It's white people. Like, I don't know. I really, really do not get it. It is white people. When people sit here and expect white people to behave and be classy, where? When? Like, have you not read history books? Have you not seen history? Have you not learned anything from history? This is a people that used to feed Black children to alligators. So if now they have contained their barbaric ways to just insult, wow, we should actually be proud. Like, damn, good for you, right? These are people that used to feed Black babies to alligators. These are people that used to put nooses on Black people and burn them alive. They used to just do all kinds of foolishness to Black people. They used to just grate people for the fun of it. So if now they have contained their savagery to just insults, you should be like, wow, they've come a long way, right? Do you know how many times I've had crazy white people come over here and use the N-word? Do you think I flinch? You think I cry? No, I do not. We were here last time and this guy came here, he said, bunch of N-words just sitting here. I said, okay, anything else? Is that all you have? And guess what? He left. Right? Because this is not my word. It's not my word. I'm not going to claim this word. Matter of fact, English is not even my first language. So imagine me getting triggered. Okay? I don't give two shits. I do not care. I don't care. That's all you have is insults. Right? When you think of the capacity of evil that's innate within white people, right? If all a white person does is call you the N-word, when I'm telling you, they've come a long way. These people are pure savages. They are pure savages. So if all they do is call you the N-word, they have come a long way. But to sit here and act as if somebody promised you civility, kindness, respect, and things from white folks, are you crazy? Are you really crazy? Are you really crazy? These people will probably never change. But if they have evolved from killing you, killing your children, destroying your businesses, setting your entire towns in flame, you know what white people are capable of, y'all. You know the evil that is ingrained within white people. So my thing is, you got to take everything in perspective and then say to yourself, right? If these people they've come from being so diabolical. So now all they want to do is insult you and the best thing they have. And you should already know this. White people, and I don't even know why Black people get triggered by these people. Because just like they can't season their food, they can't season their shade. When it comes to white person, if you're black and if you're a black woman, they're going to call you the N-word. They're going to call you welfare queen. They're going to say, oh, you're not married. You don't have a husband. This is it. They recycle the same insults over and over. There's nothing original with these people. Okay. Oh, they'll write things like, oh, ashamed of nothing. Like what? Shocked by everything. Ashamed of nothing. They repeat the same shit. These people are not original. They are so not original. Right? So why are you triggered? You should be laughing at their mental illness. White people are, by far are mentally ill. There's some mentally ill people. Do you think it's normal to wake up and to just hate somebody because of the color of their skin? That makes no sense. So it's like if you saw somebody eating their poop, would you be triggered? No, you feel bad for them. When you go outside and you see all these young people under a bridge doing drugs, doing crack, do you get triggered? No, you feel sorry for them, right? If you saw a person talking to themselves half naked, looking crazy, would you get triggered and they call you a name? If you saw a crazy drunk or you saw some crazy person, you know, I don't know, looking all destitute and they called you a name, would you be triggered? Like, damn, I feel bad for you, right? You should feel bad for white people. You should actually feel bad. Why are you triggered? Why are you allowing these people to get under your skin? Do you not see that they're cursed? Do you not see them? Do you know how hard it is to wake up every day and to choose to be a hateful person? It actually requires work. You have to be committed to this level of hatred. And that's why they want you to react to them, because they want you to come down to their demonic ass frequency. No, I will not do that, because I can see that you're mentally ill. It is not normal to wake up and to just hate people because of the color of their skin. That makes no sense to me. Right? But it doesn't make sense to me because I'm not ill. My mind works perfectly. So you're mentally ill. It doesn't make sense to me that you will go attack children because of how they look. You're mentally ill. And what we should do is explain to black children that a lot of white people are not mentally well. And so you have to stay away from them. And if they say things to you that are unkind, just laugh it off because they probably did not take the medication today. Right? I'm not about to be triggered. I will never, oh my gosh, like, the way I don't feature white people, I will never in my life waste my time, waste my energy, allowing some basic ass white person to trigger me. You understand me? The vast majority of white people I meet do not even have my level of intellect. They're beneath me. So how can somebody that is beneath me trigger me? Like, this doesn't even make no damn sense, right? But they knew black people were going to fall for that. Because what these white people truly want is to take down gifts and go. They don't want anybody to raise money on that website. Like, you got to always look at the big picture. You always got to look at the big picture. You even have to ask yourself, why this now? Why is this happening right now after Carmelo? Right? This is what they do. You even saw with Austin Metcalf, his father, intentionally going to that press conference where he was not invited, trying to start some shit, right? When are we going to understand that white people are instigators? When are we going to understand as a collective that white people are a bunch of bullies? They bully people and they bully you so that you can do something and they can do something worse to you. You should know white people are not just bullies. They're not just mentally ill. They're sore losers. They don't like to lose, right? White people cannot stand fairness. They want to have a specific advantage. And when they start to see that other people are benefiting from what they're benefiting on, they lose their shit. But let them lose their shit. But you cannot see a child, because they're quite petulant, if you ask me. You cannot see a child throw a tantrum and engage with a child. When it comes to white people, you have to look at these people like children, and you got to be the parent, right? If a child says something silly, you lock him in the room, you go about your business. This is how you have to treat these people. But every time a white person says the N-word, black people react to it. And have you not noticed the number of white people you've made rich? From Tommy Lauren to this girl to that girl. Every time you give your black rage, you make somebody white rich. You make basic trailer park rich. You make all kinds of goofy ass white people rich because you allow these people to get under your skin. And then you get so mad. You share. You are responsible for giving exposure to a bunch of trailer park goofy assholes. When are you going to stop doing this? Right? Somebody said the N-word. One thing, a white person said the N-word. White people even insult their own parents. These people ain't got no damn manners. How many times have you seen a white girl call her mother a bitch? How many times have you seen a white child call his daddy an asshole? These people ain't got no damn respect. So why are you acting brand new? Like, why are you so surprised? They're not civilized. They are not civilized. You think they got to be so rich because it's a civilized people? They're a bunch of savages. So when they act savagely, why are you shocked? You should laugh it off. That's all you got. That's all they have is the N-word. If it's not the N-word, it's you're from they're going to maybe call you ratchet. If it's not ratchet, they're going to call you a single baby mama. They're going to call you a welfare queen. They're going to say, oh, you ain't got no daddy. That's it. They use the same recycled insult every single time. There's nothing original about these people. There's nothing seasoned about these people. There's nothing seasoned about their insults. You got to stop reacting to foolishness. And my thing is, the thing that also triggers me about this N-word and black people responding to it every single time, is it on your birth certificate? Is it on your birth certificate? Why do you respond to things that are not on your birth certificate? Is it your name? Why do you respond to it? Why does it even trigger you? This is ridiculous. Do you see yourself as an N-word? Why do you respond to this foolishness? Why are you responding to it? Okay? Ignore these idiots. You know exactly what your mother called you. You know exactly what's on your birth certificate. Why are you responding to that goofy ass word and allowing these goofy ass degenerates from Europe who came here with freaking worms out their booty holes, right, to get you out of order? You are crazy. You are truly crazy. Me, Marlene, bring 100,000 white people. Bring 1 million white people. Let these people say the N-word. Child, they're going to get tired. I'm not going to get tired. They can say the N-word as much as they want. I'm like, ooh, child. They must, who they talk about? Okay? Because I don't identify with that word. I do not identify with that stuff. You are crazy. You are crazy. You're going to let somebody from a trailer that can't even afford a full meal. These people eat everything out of cans. You're going to let somebody who don't even wash their hands when they leave the bathroom trigger you? Are you crazy? You're going to let people who can't even clean their houses trigger you? You're going to let people who can't even raise their children trigger you? You're going to let people who raise mass shooters trigger you? Are you okay? Are you seriously okay? You know how the Bible says that when you see an imbecile, you see a fool, you got to ignore him, because if you start arguing with the fool, people from afar going to start thinking that you're also a fool. That's exactly what I'm thinking. That's exactly what I'm thinking. When are we going to start living a life where we ignore this foolishness? Okay? Our ancestors, when these goofy ass white people call the N-word, they didn't have a choice but to take it because they were enslaved. And knowing how barbaric white people are, they're not just going to kill you. They might let you live and kill your child. So there are certain concessions that these people had to make to survive because white people are diabolical, right? But in 2025, you should know damn well that the N-word is not your portion. In 2025, you should be so acclimated with your birth certificate that can nobody call you the N-word and trigger you. Are you crazy? It is not your word. It is not your word. Did you come up with it? Then why are you mad? Like something that white people came up with, they call you that and you respond to it. Like what? When they say that, you should act like they're speaking Mandarin. You should act like they're speaking Korean, okay? I have no idea what you just said, but I hope you feel better. Gotta go. I don't deal with crazy. I don't deal with trailer parks, okay? I don't deal with the rejects of Great Britain, okay? I don't deal with the children of potato famine. I don't deal with you goofy people. You are crazy. You are truly crazy. You are truly crazy. Imagine being a blind person. You make $100,000, but you're going to let some goofy-ass white person that's living on welfare trigger you over the N-word. Like, seriously? Seriously? And I'm like, do you not see how you are bringing yourself down? When you see a basic-ass white person who can't even afford your lifestyle, and you let that person get to you, Do you not see how subconsciously you're saying they're more powerful than you? They have more worth than you? Because why would the words of a basic ass person like this trigger you? Do you not know who you are? Okay, and at least if it's a white billionaire saying that, I can see why you mad. Okay, because you're looking up, but you're gonna look down to be offended. Are you actually okay? It could never be me, y'all. It could never be me. It could never be me. What? It could never be me. Okay, it could never. Like seriously, they've made so many goofy ass white girls famous. Tommy Lauren. There was one girl here on YouTube too, right? She was like a comedian. She's like, oh, I hate black people or whatever she said. They made her famous. Every time you bring your rage behind something, you're about to make this white person famous. And you should not do that because that's just too easy. That's just, you got to understand, there's currency in black rage. There is currency. Yeah, there is currency in black outrage. When are black people going to learn to not be enraged? Like, woo, share. Who they talking about? But we got to stop acting like the N-word is our patrimony. It's an heirloom. No, it the fuck it ain't. No, the fuck it ain't. There is not a single ethnic language in Africa that has the N-word. It is not our language, okay? It is not a word for us. It is a word for them. So let them talk their funny-ass English. What does that have to do with you? What does that have to do with you? Why do you have to react to it? You understand? And this is how you'll see basic-ass white people cause black people to lose their jobs, cause black people to get arrested. You have to understand, in this day and age, there are too many successful black people. And these whites, they're triggered. They are jealous. They are very, very triggered. So they're desperately trying to get you to act out of character. And the only thing they have, because a lot of them are afraid of going to prison, a lot of them are afraid to go to jail, the only thing they have left is to call you the N-word. Anytime a white person wants some kind of relevancy, they use the N-word. And it never fails that black people get triggered. Y'all, we got bigger problems, y'all. We got bigger issues to worry about. And the N-word, to me, being offended at the N-word, it really is not a priority, y'all. Our kids are failing in math. We got all kinds of issues, right? We need money. There's the tariff. Black people got too many problems to worry about some goofy-ass white person with a third-grade education using the N-word, okay? I don't have time for this. I do not have time for this. I don't even care, okay? Because Marlene, I don't put my hope in white people. I don't expect humanity out of white people. I expect exactly for a white person to be a white person because 400 years of documented abuse, it don't lie. You gotta be a fool to really believe that these people can change. 400 years of you being proven that they hate your guts. Why would they change? You think when all these white people see black people presidents, black people first lady, black people buying Mercedes, black people buying mansions, black people going to Harvard, black people Supreme Court, black people in the Congress, you don't think it triggers them? You don't think they get triggered to see the loss of control, the loss of power, the loss of money, the loss of jobs? You know what I mean? They're scared. They're scared. They're losing. You know what I mean? It's a defeated people. They're defeated. Population shrinking. Their influence is shrinking. Their money is shrinking. You know, like even here, Indians make more than white people. Japanese, they make more than white people on average. Filipinos make more than white folks on average. They're going all the way to the bottom. So why would that even trigger you? They're a bunch of nobodies. They're a bunch of nobodies. And you can never allow a nobody to get somebody like you to be triggered. They ain't shit. They ain't never gonna be shit. Will never be shit. Was never shit. So why are you triggered? It's like imagine a wicked person being wicked. They're doing exactly what they're called to do. Be wicked. Why are you triggered? Why do you entertain these people? Why do you give them energy? It really, like me, I'm even more mad at black people than the white person, the N-word, because I expect that from a white person. I never expect kindness from white folks. And even when they start being kind, I start getting nervous. Like did you poison my food? Okay, right? But me, Marlene, I expect more from black people, that we got to stop falling for this. Because by now, in 2025, we should all take a step back and be like, you know what? We've made too many of these goofy-ass whites rich. We've done too much, okay? Tommy Lauren. I mean, it's so many of them, right? We make them rich because they use the N-word. Oh, whatever. Who the fuck cares? And the day these whites realize that black people no longer care about the N-word, You're going to disarm these people. You're going to disarm these people because they're bullies. And what you do to a bully, you ignore the bully. You don't respond. You don't react. Like, this had nothing to do with me. It is not on my birth certificate. So I'm like, if somebody calls you the N-word, what will you answer? Is it your name? Right? Is it your name? Do you not know your name? Right? My name is Marlene. You call me the N-word, you ain't talking to me. Right? This right here, Damani. His name is Damani. It's not the N-word. So why would you respond? Why are you responding to insults? Why? Like, it has nothing to do with you. Okay? Oh, child, they don't really run those companies. Indians are coming in hot. Indians are coming in hot. YouTube, Indian, Alphabet, Indian. It's a lot of Fortune 500 companies that have Indian CEOs. You know what I mean? So it's a lot of Indian. Now, the world of banking still has a lot of white people to it. But as far as like tech is concerned, and certain banking, also tech, banking, but you'll see, especially tech, but you see a lot of Indians, right? Because a lot of white people are not smart. They've never really been smart. They thought they were smart, or I mean, maybe not. I think they knew they were dumb. That's why they made sure they made it a law that others couldn't read, right? Because it's a people who doesn't like competition. They're a sore loser. You even see it with China. See how they're treating China. See how they talk about the Chinese. And do you see the Chinese get upset now? They roast their asses. The Chinese lit their asses up. They're like, oh, why would you call us that? Nah, they drag these people. Okay? You go on X, you go on TikTok, you go on Instagram, you go on YouTube, wherever you go. Chinese got smoke for these white folks, right? They're not about to cry. They will never cry. Did you see President Ping out here run to America? No. Yesterday, he was with Vladimir Putin. He was with Vladimir Putin. Oh, business as usual, man. Fuck these white boys, right? Do you see President Ping out here crying behind Donald Trump or chasing behind Donald Trump? No, because he knows who he is. He knows who he is. And we got to stop giving energy to dirty whites. Stop giving them your energy. You, like, in real life, and that's the thing, is like, in real life, you will never even meet these people. And all these goofy ass white people who say the N-word, they always say it behind a computer. They always say it behind a phone. They never actually pull up. They never actually pull up and say it. Because everybody gets it behind a phone, right? Everybody's big, bold, and racist behind a phone, right? But in your day-to-day life, how many times have you lived your life in America and a white man or a white woman felt emboldened enough to walk up to you and call you the N-word to your face? They ain't got it. They're a bunch of cowards. They're a bunch of cowards. That's why they build drones to go kill people, because they're afraid of face-to-face contact. They're afraid of putting in that work. So they create machines and robots to go kill other people, right? You will never see a white person walk up to your face in this place called America and call you the N-word. And if they do, hey, Lena, don't even react. Call the police and file a lawsuit for a hate crime. And then you sue their homeowner's insurance. You got to get these white folks where it hurts, y'all. Okay? White person calls you the N-word, you record it, you call the police, you ask them, you say you want to press charges for a hate crime. Y'all, it's a hate crime. And then you sue their asses civilly, and then you sue their homeowners insurance. You can sue people, and you can sue their homeowners insurance. Okay? You will get the payment, and they're going to lose coverage. This is how you have to teach white folks. Y'all need to learn. Y'all need to learn. Okay? Y'all got to stop moving with rage. Y'all got to start using your brain. We're no longer slaves, okay? We are no longer slaves, all right? We are no longer slaves. We're not slaves to these people, okay? We are no longer slaves, right? Because what a slave does, it's really goofy, Elena. It's getting on my nerve. It's getting on my nerve, right? What a slave does, a slave, he uses his muscles, he uses his emotions, his muscle. But the plantation owner, he uses his mind, right? That's how he got all these people here working for him, working for free, because he's using his mind. And it's time for us as Black people to stop behaving like slaves. We are free. And it's time for us to behave like plantation owners, right? What is the strategy? An emotion, rage is not a strategy. It shows that you are hurt. That word, it hurts you. And that really does trigger me. Because why does that word hurt you? Who taught you to internalize that word? It's not on your birth certificate. It has nothing to do with you. Okay? Have you not been able to achieve your dreams? Have you not been able to achieve your goals? Or have you not been able to live where you want to live? Drive the car that you want to drive? So why is it that when a white person uses that word, you go back to being a slave? Like they have so much power over you that they could just make you feel small, right? Why do you allow this word to impact you? Why do you allow this word to trigger you? And why do you even allow this word to make you small? Because you react to it because it hurts you. Why does it hurt you? Is it yours? You work for this word? Like, what the heck? Is it your patrimony? Your granddaddy left you the word? Like, what is this? Okay? This word has nothing to do with you. And we got to turn that page on that word and leave it with the slavery. Like, oh, whatever. But me, Marlene, I said this word has nothing to do with me. Okay? Marlene, I repeat. Hold on, y'all. I don't understand what this is. Hey, Burl, what's up? I'm getting all these like copyright stuff, and it's like for 1 second, 2 seconds. It's like, are people taking advantage? It's like, are people taking advantage? It's very bizarre. Okay. Yeah. Always making people rich for saying foolishness. This is crazy to me, Elena. It really triggered me. It really triggered me. And my thing is, let me tell you this, right? If this white woman raised $600,000, why do you care? Why does it trigger you? They enslave black people. Like sometimes I feel like, is it the public school system that just renders people stupid? I don't know, right? But imagine being triggered at a white woman raising $600,000, right? When white people have made trillions enslaving black people. Okay, listen, this is inconsequential, right? Here it is, right? I don't know where her campaign is. Where's her campaign, actually? I don't even know where it is, child, but whatever, right? But my thing is, it's like, imagine being upset. Yeah, I keep getting these claims. It's some weird. I feel like there are companies who just claim people's videos because they want to make the money. But see, I don't monetize my videos, so you're wasting your time because I don't monetize my videos. I don't monetize my videos, Tram. Okay, but it's like, to me, right? Imagine being upset at sick. There's this one black girl on TikTok, on Instagram. She's on here. I saved her thing. Hold on, let me show you real quick, right? This black girl is so clownish to me. She is so clownish. Like, you know, this obsession that so many black women have with being an activist. Oh, I'm a black woman and I'm standing up for girls. Shut up. You're acting a fool. Okay. And trust and believe, you're not going to get the same level of fame. So calm down, somewhere, right? But I saw this black girl yesterday doing the very most because she went above and beyond to find like the website, who's hosting the website, so that people could report the website, people could report the payment processor. But I'm like, sis, if you black people successfully take down Give, Send, Go, whatever it's called, right? You hear me, right? If you take it down, then how exactly would other black people raise money? Right? But they don't think because they're too busy being emotional. Hold on. I saw it yesterday somewhere. Hold on. No. Where is it? Hold on, you guys. Give me a second. Her name is like Kiana or something. Okay. So what do I do with this? Share. Let me see if I can drop it on my thingy. Okay. I'm gonna show you, right? Yeah, she's like, oh, you gotta tag me because as a black woman, I expose all of this. I'm like, girl, here we go again with the ethnic narcissism, right? Because my thing is, right, if you take down this website, or if you take down this website's ability to process payment, tomorrow, when we need to raise money for Black people who need to pay for their legal fees, we're not going to be able to. Because if you say, because, everything's about precedent. If you say, oh, this white girl can't raise the money, and then you successfully take her campaign down, that's exactly what the white folks need to say. Well, since you took her down, you also got to take Carmelo's down, right? This is how white people are. And this is why I say sometimes, and I say it many times, I wish that more Black people would truly invest the time to learn more about psychology, reverse psychology, and also philosophy, and maybe politics, right? Because then it can help you to think like a white person. Okay, it can help you to think like a white person. Because with white people, when something happens, when you see a white person do something and it's like it's giving rage bait, etc., 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 right? You need to ask yourself, what reaction is this white person expecting from me, right? Because once you understand what they want, how they want you to react, right? Then you do the complete opposite, because you can't be predictable, right? The problem with Black people are extremely predictable because it's an emotional people. It is not a strategic people, right? It's a people that continues to behave as if they're just labor. They're just slaves. They don't behave as CEOs. They don't behave as visionaries. They don't behave as people who see the bigger picture. They continue to behave like slaves, workers, menial job people, right? You got to think like a CEO. You got to think like a president. You got to think like a shrewd politician. Even Malcolm X told Black people, when you deal with white folks, you are dealing with a fox. That white people, they're evil and they're very cunning. It's a cunning species. They're cunning and they're shrewd. So when you start messing with white folks, you got to say to yourself, what's the setup here? What exactly is the trap? What is this really about? Right? Because I'm sure, because I'm Black, they are expecting me to have rage, right? It's a cunning people. It is a shrewd people. You see how they enslaved the world and got away with it? You have to fear these people, You see how they came here to America and they took all this land from these native people? Now they have them living on reservation. You need to be this is what you have to fear from these people. They are very shrewd and they're very, very cunning. You understand? We all know that they did not appreciate the fact that Carmelo raised all this money. And they even said that the bail amount should have taken all his GoFundMe, like his fundraiser money, right? Because they know when you're able to raise money for your legal representation, you're going to have a better trial. So the goal is to, moving forward, we don't want to ever see a Black person raise money. Because when they raise money and they're able to get away with killing Black people, killing other people, they don't have an issue with that. But what white people do not want, what the vast majority of whites do not want, is to see an America where a Black person can kill a white person and get away with it. You saw how it was so bad with OJ, right? But my baby Lo, do we even know if the child was really there? Do we even know if it's real? Because we'll get into that. But Marlene, when I heard that Black man speak, I knew he was not African-American. I said, this man sounds Somalian, right? And then today, when I listened again, it took place in Minnesota, right? The vast majority of Black people in Minnesota are Somalians, Somali. They don't do Somali, whatever, right? But not to be offensive, but my recent experiences with a lot of Somali people has been one of fraud. It has been one of fraud. It hasn't even just been the fraud. It has also been the fact that many of them are bigots. They're xenophobes, right? If you ever deal with Somali people, they're always quick to say, oh, we're not Black. We're not Africans. We're Arabs. Wumpty wump wump. Even if you look back, the white boy who was doing his little goofy ass thingy, his white supremacy march for Austin Metcalf, right? Remember? Right? Remember he had a Black man with him? What's his name? Hold on. Let me see if I can find him. Okay. Do you remember this right here? Remember this, right?
Americans. Fight.
See, you see that Black guy up here, right? You see that big Black guy up there? He's also Somali. So Somalis, they're with the foolishness. They are with the foolishness, especially Minnesota. Many of them are out there on fraud. They committed all kinds of illegal immigration fraud to get here. Even Ilhan Omar, allegedly, she married her brother so that her brother could come here, and because she had the green card. Like, look at the girl, the bottle, the brick lady. What's her name? I forgot her name. What's her name again, y'all? What's brick lady's name? What is her name? Rhoda. Okay, right? Rhoda also is Somali. So it's like they be on some foolishness. Okay? They truly be on some foolishness. Okay? And then when they investigated Rhoda, they saw that she had committed fraud multiple times. But I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be mean and trying to be stereotypical, right? But my thing is, a lot of Somalis are into foolishness. They are really into foolishness. So I was like, Marlene, I don't put it past these white folks, especially someone like Charlie Kirk and these kind of people, to fabricate a scene. And because they have the vehicle to make things go viral. Remember last time too, when it came to the whole Carmelo Anthony situation, it was Matt Walsh who really made it viral. Because when Matt Walsh posted about it, it got 19 million views. So then everybody started to be interested. You know what I'm saying? So do you think it's impossible? I'm asking you a question, right? If something is happening in Minnesota, and my thing is, what are the odds? You got to think. What are the odds that you're going to have a racist in Minnesota? Right? That's the state of Tim Walz, the guy that what's his name, that Kamala Harris was trying to hire as a senator, right? Minnesota usually votes blue. Minnesota is incredibly blue, right? You gotta think. Location matters, right? And it's like there's an anomaly here. If this had happened in Texas or like some weird ass racist state, I could kind of see that. But Minnesota though, the state of Tim Walz, the state that's full of Somalis, like, you know, the state that it's very, very bizarre. Because even when the video starts, the man said, hey, you call this boy an N-word. We never even heard her call the boy the N-word. How do we know it's not a setup? And then she walks around, she's like, yeah. How do we know that these people were not hired? Right? And it wouldn't be, once again, I will not be surprised that the white supremacists went and hired an African immigrant who thinks he's not African, he's Arab, whatever, to partake in this foolishness. I have seen so many Somalis commit all kinds of crimes and fraud. I'm not even trying to be mean, y'all. I'm just being honest. Okay? I'm just being honest. Right? They're truly into a lot of foolishness. And many of them are hateful. Many Somalis are xenophobic. They're bigots. I'm not gonna call them racist because they don't have any institutional power, but bigotry, hatred for Black people and things like that, it really is engraved in them. So I don't put it past one of them to be bought by a white man to stage all of this. And then once we have the content, we have the right people to give the content to start the conversation going. And once it lands on these Black blogs, then we just have the Black people do the rest of the work. Yo, these people are incredibly strategic. Okay? There's a reason why white people have so much power and they get away with it, right? Because all you need is to give it enough life that the Black bloggers pick it up. Because once you get the Black pages to pick it up, they're going to do the rest of the work. And you see right now, Black people are doing the work for these people. Being triggered, sharing, being emotional, being reactionary. And what that does, it keeps the money going up. Would we even be surprised? Because, you know, y'all, let me tell you something. White people, and I've learned this with the whole Trump thing, they have many types of networks. They don't do all their conversations on social media like the rest of us, okay? We Black people, we discuss everything on the World Wide Web. We discuss our issues, even our strategies, where everybody can hear you and see what you're up to, right? When it comes to white people, many of them do stuff in Discord, right? Many of them do stuff in Telegram. So you don't even know if the fundraising efforts were already orchestrated to cause rage, you guys. They have ways of tapping into networks. You have to fear white people, okay? White people, they're like the iceberg. Whatever you see, there's way more foolishness at the bottom. Okay? So it's very possible that they all orchestrated this. You might even be surprised that if you could even look at the money to see that maybe these are bots that made the payments. You know? Because think about this, right? Do you know that when Beyonce goes on tour, when when Taylor Swift goes on tour, you think these resellers are sitting there buying all these tickets? No, you have seen bots buy concert tickets. So my thing is, If bots can buy concert tickets, who's to say bots can't give money? Y'all got to start thinking, man. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got to stop thinking. You have to act like you actually went to school. And this is why sometimes when Black people want to boast about how educated they are, I don't believe it. Because if you went to school and you still can't think outside the box, your education, it failed you. This don't even make no damn sense, right? You cannot believe everything you see. You have to calm down. Stop being so damn emotional. Like the day Black people stop being emotional, we are truly going to experience what it is to be equal to white people. You got to calm down, you know. You really got to calm down. You have to calm down. You seriously have to calm down. Let me show you something. Hold on. Let me show you something. Even bots. I know bots can even buy sneakers. You see? You see this? Right? So my thing is, if bots can buy tickets, they can buy ticket concerts. That's why the stuff sells out so quickly, because they're using algorithms to buy it. It's not an actual human sitting there trying to buy the damn tickets, right? Bots can also buy drops. Like if there's any drop, especially with hype culture, like tennis shoes, these people have these algorithms set up to snatch everything up. That's why it goes so fast. You'll be like, oh, I had the thing in my cart and I was putting my cart and it got sold out. Yeah, because you're competing against a machine. You dumb. Okay? The days that people actually sitting there and buying stuff, the days are gone. So that $600,000 you see, it could be from one person. It could be from one person, different bots. You guys, you have to fear AI. You truly have to fear AI, because the entire goal, it might not even be to make this lady rich, because you, like, Black people always fall for the hokey doke. You always fall for low-hanging fruits. Your main issue is, oh, why is she getting money? And you're not seeing the bigger picture. The bigger picture is they do not want Black people to use this platform to raise money for legal funds. I'm telling you, I don't know how to explain this. With white people, there's always a bigger motive. There's always a bigger motive. If you think, and my thing is, even the 600,000, you should know. Let's even assume that it's actually humans, like it's actually white people who gave this lady $600,000, right? Let's even assume. You should still not be triggered, because 600,000 is not going to change her life. If you have never worked for money and somebody just gives you 600,000, you already know she's going to go waste that money, right? You know damn well she's not about to go buy a house. You know damn well she's not about to go pay her debt. She's about to do all kinds of foolishness, and most likely she's about to go into drugs. We have seen lottery winners win the mega ball, whatever it's called, 100 million, 200 million, and these people end up worse. They end up broke. They end up bankrupt. Sometimes they commit suicide, right? You have seen this. So I don't understand my people. Like, this is crazy, right? You have seen lottery winners win 100 million and the people lost all the damn money, right? Because when you haven't worked for something and somebody just gives you money, it is not going to last. The problem that I have with Black people is that not only are you emotional, you are so fucking impatient, right? Let these people raise the money. Sit back and trust God. She ain't gonna go far with this money. She's not gonna go far with this money. She's not gonna go far with this money. Why do you act like 600,000 is such an incredible amount? It is not. It is not. When you compare everything white people have made off of us as Black people, it probably is like 100 trillion. From the slavery, the free labor, the arts, the creativity, the music, put everything white people have stolen from the Black diaspora. There's no way it's not over 100 trillion. These people have robbed us blind. They have robbed, like, the kind of money white people owe us, you can't even put that, like, you can't come up with the number. These are people who fed Black babies to alligators. So once again, 600,000 compared to what white people owe Black people, please, it's pennies on the dollar. It should not trigger you. She is not going to go far with this money. She's not going to go far with this money. Exactly. She's not going to go far with this money. Why are you so triggered? And why are you so impatient? And the thing about Black people too, because y'all so obsessed with voodoo and hoodoo lately, and you're so against Christianity lately, that's the problem too, you know? You don't have faith. Because it seems like somebody is winning doing evil, you lose your mind. Somebody can win the battle, but they're not going to win the war. You have to trust God. People laugh now. Have you never heard the term people say, oh, laugh now, cry later? Let the goofy whites, let them laugh. But where is it going to go? How many times have we seen white people scam other white people? Right? You understand? They went crazy for Tommy Lauren, then they dropped her ass. They went crazy for Candace, then they dropped her ass. They are always getting scammed. The same way. You don't think about it too. When you really think about it, Black people fall for it, and goofy ass whites, they fall for it too. Black people give the rage, whites give the money. But every single time, white people get scammed and they get disappointed. We have seen white people on the GoFund on TikTok. Oh, I'm trying to raise money for a homeless man. Come to find out, it was all a setup. They were all in it together. White people went and gave $500,000. White people want to get scammed. Let them get scammed, y'all. Let them. It is their money. If they want to, yeah, this is what they do. Like, when are y'all going to learn how this shit works? Even YouTube, you got to get to a point where you understand even how YouTube works and how grifting works, that you are no longer triggered. They're doing this for the algorithm, right? You have to stop being so triggered. Give it a few days, give it a few weeks, give it a few months. You're going to hear how this girl, when they did this, and that, and they discovered this, and that. Let these white people pick up their shame. Let these white folks pick up their L. You are in a rush. Let God act. Have you not noticed that God always lets evil people win in the first act? Right? Y'all so impatient. You act like life is only 24 hours. Or you behave as if life is only 30 days. Life is a long-ass time. Life is a long-ass time. Right? That's why I always say, fall back and let the stuff come out. When you see white people do all this foolishness, just sit back. Sit back. They want to give her money because she's a racist? Let them. Who are they hurting? Who are they hurting? They're hurting themselves. If a white person sees a white person use the N-word and they want to give that person money, that's an indictment on their heads. That's a curse on their household. White people are so foolish people, you know. White people also, a lot of white people, especially white men, they're not circumcised. So not to be offensive, but, you know, it's not a covenant people. They don't have a covenant. It's a wandering people. They have no God. That's why they do all this foolishness. They don't have a God. So when they do stuff like this and they put their money into foolishness, they're not even understanding that they are contributing to their own curses. They are cursing themselves. You cannot sow into wickedness and think you'll prosper. Why are you triggered? This, like, I don't know. I really, and it's so crazy to me because you'll have so many Black people, you know, be on their like 10 toes, like against Christianity. Oh, it's the white man's religion. It's the white man's. But when it comes to the N-word, they never say, oh, it's the white man's word. No, now they want to completely, you know, internalize the goofy shit, right? And not even just that. You don't just internalize it, right? But you also don't go into, oh, I'm African, I'm a spiritualist, I believe in voodoo and hoodoo. Okay, cool. Since you believe in African spirituality, then you should fully understand that this world, it's already organized. There's already order. There's karma. Everything out here is already set up, right? But the problem is you believe that people who do evil, they get away with it because you don't see their punishment happening fast enough. That's the problem. Mind your business. But the way this world was set up, everything is ordered already. Karma is ordered. Mother Nature always has the last say so, right? God always has the last say so. It doesn't matter how long it lasts. But when you take your money and you put your money, when you take your money and you put your money into something evil, you've hurt yourself. You've hurt yourself. You have hurt yourself. That's for you and your house. That's for you and your children. That's for you and your grandchildren. So it's on your head. I have nothing to do with this, right? But to me, if white people want to give this goofy ass lady $600,000, let them be. To me, the way I see this issue, to me, is comparable to freedom of speech, right? It's that when you decide to live in a society where everybody can express themselves, you also have to understand that things are going to be said that you don't like, right? It's the downside of having freedom of speech. Because once you censor one person, then you got to censor everybody. And we don't want that, right? So sometimes if we want to have freedom of speech, we have to understand that there are people who will say things that we don't like, but they still have the right to say it. Just like, and I have the right to enforce consequences. I have the right also to remove myself, right? Is it maybe pleasant to see, if it's not staged, but even if it's real, right? To see a white woman call a 5-year-old black boy the N-word? No. But do these things happen? Yes. Right? Is she raising money? Yes. Would I want her to raise money? Honestly, I'm indifferent because it's not my money, right? But what I do want is I do want give, send, go, whatever. I still want that to stay, right? I still want that to stay because if there's ever a case like Carmelo, I want to be able to donate money to that black person that they can raise the money. I don't want their payment processors down. I don't want their websites down. I don't want their website to disappear, right? So sometimes for the greater good, you have to be inconvenienced. Same thing with freedom of speech, right? In order for us to have a society where people can speak their minds, there are going to be inconveniences of people saying things you don't want to hear. And that's why we have the block button, we have the mute button, we have the unsubscribe button, right? There are ways also for you to make sure that you don't hear that. But the most important thing is this website needs to stay up so that when we also see black people needing help for their legal fees, we can donate. If the website goes down, where are we going to go? Because GoFundMe does not allow you to raise money for legal defense. Even though you are presumed innocent or guilty, they just don't want that on their website. So GoFundMe is a no-no. Right now, the only website where you can raise money for legal defense, right, is Give, Send, Go. You understand? So that's gotta be your mindset, right? With every right and every privilege, especially right, because these are rights that we give people, there will be inconveniences. But just because there's an inconvenience, we don't say, well, take away the First Amendment. You are crazy, right? Just because, to me, this is inconvenience, we don't say, oh my gosh, take away the complete website. No, we create, if the boy is actually real, if we verify it's a real deal and it's not some goofy ass Somali running a scam yet again, right? You also create your page and you make sure to give more to the black baby. That's it. That's it. That's it. We have to learn. I'm going to say it again. We truly have to learn to move like bosses. Like we like to scream, I'm a boss, but we're not bosses, we're workers. Okay? We truly are workers. When you are a boss, you don't even get upset. You plan. You call your lawyers, you sit down with your lawyers, you plan your merger, you plan your hostile takeover, you plan. You have to strategize, right? And what we lack as black people is like self-control, right? Patience. And we have to learn to shift from being an emotional people to being a cogent people. We also have to shift from seeing the obvious to asking ourselves, what is hidden that I need to see? Right? Because there's something bigger going on than just you trying to give this goofy ass woman the 600,000, right? The thing is, you want this website down. And because you don't want to do it, because if you do it, you'll be called a racist. You need black people to work actively to take down this website. Because them as white people, I promise you, they will find another way to raise money. They will find a way to get payment processors. Because we have to understand, when it comes to banks and processing money and things like that, we as black people, we just don't have the infrastructure, right? We don't have the infrastructure. The vast majority of white people have the infrastructure to take credit card payments, right? Because it's a lot that goes into being able to process credit cards. You understand? We don't have that. We just don't have it. Even black billionaires, whatever, they'd rather spend their money at the Met Gala and fashion and things like that. We just don't have it. And we don't have rich black people who care enough to do things like that. So when the white people actually do it, we kind of have to use their infrastructures because that's the only thing that's out there. But if tomorrow something happens and money needs to be raised for a young black man or young black women to have money for a criminal defense attorney, where are we going to raise the money? Okay. Where are we going to raise the money? You understand? And this is how this is why you have to learn to take your pain in stride, if I can call it even a pain. I don't know why you be in pain. It's not your money. Okay. But my thing is, you have to say to yourself, this is no different than freedom of speech. Is that I don't like this, but the platform has to stay. And the payment processors have to stay. Hey, boo-boo, right? But this young woman here, like, she takes so much pride because she said that she's finding all this information. People got to go report it, you know. But, and also her too, right? This young lady too, when I see her, I think she's another narcissist. She's a young woman who wants attention. She's not strategic. She doesn't understand business. She doesn't understand politics. She doesn't understand psychology. And it's quite obvious she doesn't understand white people. She's doing exactly what they want her to do. You are doing exactly what they want you to do. They want you to be responsible for taking this thing down. Just like with DEI, right? You see all these black people out here trying to boycott Target. We got to go boycott Target. Once again, being emotional and not being strategic, and also not talking business. You understand? When you are, I swear, and this is where you see, and I don't even say this offensively, because you know it's me, right? I'm not even saying this offensively. But this is why sometimes I have to tell this up to a friend, because she was like, oh, Marlene, you know, because she's African American. And she was like, oh, Marlene, you know, we built this country. And I said to her, let me tell you how I see it, right? You provided the labor that built this country, but you were never involved in the blueprint, like the thinking phase, you know what I mean? Like the business planning phase. You were not involved in that. And it shows, right? To build is one thing, but to be the architect is a different thing. You understand? It's a lot of Mexicans who you'll see on the work site building houses, building, you know, helping to build the building up. You know what I mean? Because they're good at doing that kind of stuff. But you don't see a lot of Mexicans being architects. Okay? You don't see a lot of Mexicans owning these development companies, do you? Okay, good. Right? Being a labor is one thing. Okay? But providing the labor force is one thing, because you can provide the labor force and be blind. Right? And you see this, and we see the same. And please understand, you know I love you, right? Okay, we're like this. Don't get offended, because you know the enslaved were also African, so it's my people too. But understand where I'm coming from, right? Once again, don't be emotional. Understand where I'm coming from. You see how people worked at Amazon, right? You see how people work at Amazon. Listen to me. You see how these Amazon workers, they worked at Amazon, but the whole time, were they aware that Amazon was working on robots? Right? Were they aware that Amazon was working on this, and that? No. So you come to the warehouse, you do your job, and you might say to yourself, oh, this job will last forever, right? Meanwhile, these people are over there thinking about, it took her 30 minutes to do X, Y, and Z. What kind of robot can do this in 15 minutes? So at first, nobody saw it coming. But then within 10 years of Amazon, you start seeing little robots. Then they say, oh, they're just here to help you. Just here to help you. You say, okay, cool. It does make my job easier. Cool. Another 2 years. Now you got bigger robots. Like, what the heck? Right? So you're helping them to build a business. But you're not part of the meetings with the CEOs. You're not part of the meeting with the shareholders. You're not in the meetings with the people who are truly laying out the vision for the company. You're just a laborer, and you're working blind. The same thing we're seeing with UPS. I don't know if you guys saw this, but UPS is about to cut off 20,000 jobs, right? And if you remember, when UPS settled, because remember, like, what was it, like last Christmas or so, like maybe a Christmas, 2 Christmas ago, right? Remember, they were on a strike, right? And because we're going to the election, Biden, Kamala, and the UPS, they finessed them real quick because it was not a good look going to the election. So they agreed to give the UPS people like 160,000. Remember, like, it was like crazy numbers to be a driver, remember? And I remember thinking, like, this right here ain't gonna last, because they don't want to pay you that. But they're gonna give you that because it's the holiday season and they just need you to keep working. But the whole time they had a plan. So now last week or so, UPS came out and said, we're gonna have to lay off 20,000 workers because, yeah, they said they're gonna have to lay off. Have y'all seen it? Because I haven't been outside in a minute, but y'all should have seen, because everybody's making videos about this. Okay. UPS laying off 20,000 workers. All right. So I don't know if you guys saw this, right? But they always knew this. You know what I mean? And that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying to be offensive, right? We're talking business, right? It's that when you work, you can work and you can be a great worker, but you can still be blind. Because these CEOs, the CFO, whatever, they're not going to tell you, oh, we're working on your replacement. We're working on a robot to replace you. We're working on X, Y, and Z to save costs. You're blind, right? They might even give you an award. They might even give you like employee of the month. The whole time they're planning how they're going to lay your ass off in the next 2 days. You know what I'm saying? Like, sorry, you guys. The stuff is crazy. The stuff is crazy. So what happens is what's my conclusion? My conclusion is that when all you do is work for the system, but you're never involved in a C-suite type of meeting and planning for the corporation, setting a vision for the corporation, you will never, not that you will never, but it's hard for you to go from a worker to a CEO type of person, like to go from the habits of a worker to the habits of a CEO. Right? Because what happened is that the enslaved Africans, yes, they provided the labor force. It was built with their body. But at the same time, they were not involved in the strategic planning of how is this going to work? How is this like? Because even if, let me show you something, right? Let me show you another picture. Right? Let me show you something else. Hold on. So you can get my mind. You can go what I'm trying to say. Right? If I can get it on a map. I can get a good picture of it. Let me see. Okay. Let's look at this river, right? Okay. All right. So here is the Mississippi River, right? Let me get out of here, right? So you see, you have this river, and these, you have, New Orleans, Baton Rouge, Memphis, look, this river is St. Louis. Look at all these big cities, right? You understand? And so the thing is, right? And then you have the Gulf of Mexico, I guess not the Gulf of America, right? But the thing is, you think about the industries that were involved at the time, especially in the South. Like if you take places like New Orleans, or you take even places like Tennessee, is that you're helping to work the sugar fields. You're helping to do there's a little bit of cotton, yeah, I guess so, but it's mostly like sugar field, the rum and things like that. So you're helping these white people grow their sugar fields. You're helping them to take the sugar cane, break the sugar cane, distill the sugar cane, get the liquor out the sugar cane, right? And maybe you're getting some stuff from the West Indies because, Haiti ain't too far, Cuba ain't too far, the West Indies ain't too far, y'all, right? But you don't see all of that. You only see what you're responsible for. Like if you're a slave in Louisiana, let's say you work the sugar canes, right? All you know is just to do sugar canes because they're not going to put you on game on, okay, once this is how this distillation works. This is how much it costs for packaging. This is how much it costs for the branding. This is how much it costs to ship it. Here are the ship. This is how you do it by the ton. Wonky, womp, 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 womp. Hopefully you get what I'm trying to say, right? All you see is what you know. Like all you know is what you do. But meanwhile, the business, there are more, how they call it? There are more verticals to the business. You only see one vertical, right? Which is the labor that you're providing. But you don't know where this white man is taking this liquor to, right? You don't know how much he's paying for the boat. You don't even know who owns the boat company, right? You don't even know how to negotiate for a deal, because all you know is your vertical. Hopefully you understand me. Do I make sense, you guys? Am I making sense? Right? So when all you do is just one thing, just like Harry Ford and the T, what's it called? The T line, whatever it was called, right? Like every worker was just stationed in one post. And all you do is the same thing over and over and over again. But if that's all you do, how will you ever acquire the mindset of a CEO? Because the CEO, he sees all the verticals and he knows how all the verticals work together, how much he's paying for each one and how that goes into his cost of goods and then how much he can sell it for and who he can sell it for. Does that make sense, you guys? Hopefully you understand me, right? Hopefully you get what I'm trying to say, right? Right? You see, like think about this, right? But like these workers here too, right? They don't know where these tires are coming from. They don't know where the metal is coming from. Even people who paint, they don't even know where the paint is coming from. It's like your job is just to paint. Nobody ever teaches you this is the kind of paint we get. This is how we're mixing acrylic. We're mixing acrylic with this, or we buy it at this amount. We buy that. You know what I mean? It's a lot that goes into running a business, right? But the worker, what happens is that when you work for a corporation, you work for any enterprise, the CEO or the plantation owner, he only wants you to know one thing. So that way you can't replicate his business model. Do you get me? Yeah. So let's talk about visibility, right? The manager, when it comes to where the business is going, in the next 5 years, right? The manager will know more about the 5-year plan than the actual worker. So the manager has more visibility, right? And then the VP or even like the regional manager, they know even more. Then the vice president, he knows way more until you get all the way up to the CEO and the whole C-suite. Now they know all the plan. But they just make sure to give everybody enough information for them to just get the day going or the next 6 months going. But there are many plans that they keep next to their vest that you will never know. You know, sometimes people wake up that day and they find out they're about to be fired because you're not included. And that's the point I'm trying to make. It's like, yes, enslaved Africans provided the labor, but they were never actually involved in the mind, the thinking process of it. Do you understand me? Right? Don't get offended, right? Because it should make sense what I'm saying without you getting offended. They were never involved in how do you use your mind to not just be a physical worker, but to be a strategic thinker. And I think today, you fast forward today, this is what's affecting us as Black people, is that we continue to move with what is physical, like our flesh, our emotions, our sexual drive, you name it. But as soon as it comes to, okay, we have to start being strategic, you see that it's not as easy for us, but it's very easy for white people because they have practiced this strategic stuff a lot longer than us, which is why I say Black people need to learn more about psychology, politics, and philosophy, because when you start to study this stuff, it like your brain starts to open up and then you start to understand how white people think. It doesn't matter if they fell upwards. That's not, we're not saying if they're successful or not. The question here is not, is a CEO successful? Is he not successful? We're not talking about that. What we're talking about is visibility, right? Visibility into like the vision of the company, the cost of the company, the goods, like the cost, the sales, the profits, and this, and that. Who knows more? The CEO, the shareholder, the C-suite will know more. By the time you get down to the workers are always the last to find out. That's what I'm saying. They're always the last to find out. And many, many times too, it's really hard for most workers to be able to replicate the business model because they were never included in what it takes to have this business model. They don't know. They wait, they go today, they find out. And you see that too with places like exactly people, right? So of course you have people who fail. That's what I'm saying. Because just because you have visibility does not mean you're successful also. But I'm just saying, who knows more? Just like it's just the same thing as being a child, right? Your parents make all your decisions for you. So you don't really know what it is to be independent because your parents make all the decisions, right? They tell you when to sleep. They tell you where to sleep, when to eat, what to eat. Like they do all the grocery shopping. They buy your clothes. So that's why I'm saying a worker, there's a lot of stuff a worker doesn't know. They know the day of. And many times you can work for a company and the whole time they're studying you to see how they can go build a model that can do what you're doing for less, faster, and cheaper because they use this as experiment. But I'm like, it's my best example will be Amazon because everybody that has worked in an Amazon warehouse was being studied, how many steps they take. One thing, Amazon, they take all these, they measure everything. And then they use these metrics to go create robots. But today you have way more robots in the Amazon warehouse than you did like what in the 90s, like in 2000, whatever, right? But the goal was always to replace people with robots. But they're not going to tell you that because they want you to believe that your job is going to be here forever. But it's not. There's robots. The robots are coming. Right? And that's why many times too, what happens is when people get laid off, they have such a hard time. They get depressed, they get sad, they have a hard time pivoting because they were never taught to move like an entrepreneur, to move like a CEO. Okay, cool. Lost my job, got to pivot. Right? But it's like a lot of entrepreneurs, they have failed so many times that if this doesn't work, I'll go try something else. This don't work, I'll go try something else. But most workers, they are so consumed. They've done one thing for so long that they feel like this is all I can do. That's all I'm ever going to do. If I can't do this, my life is over. It's like, no, you have to pivot, right? You have to go learn a new trade. And maybe that will only last you 10 to 15 years. Then you have to go learn something new. You know what I mean? That is going to be a thing. It is going to be a thing because experience, strategic thinking, strategic planning, and this political malfeasance. Okay, white people have done that for not America is just 400 years, but they were doing this in Rome. Like that's why I say people got to study Stoicism, like Marcus Aurelius, all these people, Epicus, whatever his name is, but they were doing this for a very, very long time, right? This is the same crap that Machiavelli even talks about in his book. In his books, the stuff is real, but we don't make it our business we don't study ourselves, and we also don't study white people. So we keep falling for the hokey doke, right? Because this is what they do. White people are incredible at playing mind games. You got to give them credit for that, okay? They will get you to crash out. If you're not careful, they will do that to you because it's the people that knows a lot about psychology. There is a reason why white people spend so much money and so many centuries dedicated to understanding the mind, right? White people have spent way more money understanding the mind than to train the actual human body because they didn't have to. They could just go get the slaves to be the physical labor, right? But if you notice, if you study European history, you study white people and their history, white people have never prioritized being the most athletic, being the strongest, no, but they've always prioritized being the most cunning, okay, being the biggest cheat, being the biggest, the best politicians, the most conniving and things like that, right? They love to write contracts. They write these long ass contracts, page after page after page. This is what they enjoy doing because they understand the mind is a terrible thing to waste, huh? But they spend more time training the mind than they do training the body because they understand a man with the powerful mind can even subjugate the most powerful men, like physically strong. And we have seen that with slavery, right? You had the big ass black men who were completely subjugated by puny, tiny white boys. And it's, how they say like that the elephant is scared of the mice. Hold on. Right? You ever seen these kinds of images? The elephants are scared of mice, right? And it's kind of like that because that is a massive animal. And how can a massive creature like this be scared of something so small? Just step on it. What the heck? Just step on it, right? But I'm like, this is what it is when you compare black people to white people, is that black people truly have a lot of advantages. But they don't even realize it because they were never encouraged to use the mind. They were just encouraged to use the body. But the white man, even though he's really small, he's very tiny, he's very puny, doesn't have good health, but he's able to use his mind and convince the elephant that you're actually smaller than me and you actually need me. You see, right? And I'm like, no, we have to get to a place where the elephant understands. I don't have to be scared of this mice. I could just step on it. Get a murder scene, okay? Right? That's what I want. That's why I'm doing this video, right? You cannot continue to live like this. Okay? You got to use your mind. You have to force yourself to use your mind. And you have to study what they study. Politics, philosophy, the law, okay? Yes, and all kind of other foolishness they have going on. But with them, the real ability is the mind. It is the mind. It's not their bodies. Right? And we always lean in with our bodies. Oh, we love music. We love fashion. We love the culture. But notice how even people talk about the culture, it's always things that black people do with their bodies. It's never what they do with their minds. And that right there is problematic because your body doesn't matter. If you don't have the right intellect to maneuver your body, you can go to prison, right? You can waste your life. You can give your energy to things that are truthfully not fruitful. Where are you going to go with that? Right? So my thing is, you always have to ask yourself, what is the bigger picture here? What do they truly want? Right? When you're dealing with white people, you should never look at what's so obvious. If it's really, really obvious, that's not the thing. Right? Because another thing with these people too, it's like magic. How people do like a magic trick? They'll capture your attention on something specific. Meanwhile, the action is going over here, somewhere, right? Your job is to understand where the action is really taking place. When a white person wants to direct your attention over here, it probably should go over there, okay? When a white person wants to bring your attention over there, it probably should be over here because they're good at that. They're master at distracting. They know how to distract people. And you even see it with Trump also. Trump is really good at that too. Okay? He'll distract you with these illegal immigrants. Oh, we're catching rapists, we're catching pedophiles, like the sensational stuff to kind of not get you to look at the fact that he's not doing a lot of things he said he would do, right? But this is who they are. And you have to understand that. And therefore, you're not going to get triggered. The more you understand white people, the less and less you're going to get triggered and the smarter you're going to become, right? The goal is to understand them. It's not to react to them. You have to understand their motivation. What are you truly after? What are you truly after? And I'm going to say it again. They want this website. White people want this website down. They want this website to stop taking money, because if there's ever another Carmelo, they don't want any Black person to ever raise this kind of money again. Okay? They don't want any, exactly. But the thing is also, Retro, if you notice carefully with Chinese people, with Asian people also are really big into philosophy, right? Confucianism, and also their religion too. Buddhism, which requires a lot of meditation, right? Once again, it's your mind, because you can only achieve nirvana through your mind. If it's also Taoism, also with the Tao as well, you can only achieve the I guess like the nirvana, whatever it's called, through your mind also. But Asian people have religions that focus around meditation, stillness, being calm, right? And really, really thinking hard about what you're about to do, right? Whereas like if you take a lot of Black people, even whether they're Christians or not Christians, right? But even the way Black people practice Christianity is always emotional. People are screaming, they're crying, they're running around the church, they're being so chaotic, they're doing the very, very most. We just don't know how to be still. And that's a big problem, right? And that's why also when it comes to Asian people, they're not able to do to Asian people what they can do to Black people, because Asian people are very calm. They are very calm. And also think about Asian people too. They will never let you know how they feel. You will never know. It's just that one day you'll just see what they did, and then you'll be like, oh crap, I guess you're not fucking with me, huh? That's about it, right? They will never let you know how they feel. But what they will do, what Asian people will do, right, is to put you in front of the facts. Like once they have a plan, they hear you, they hear your insults, they hear whatever you say, they're not going to react to you. They all go sit down, meditate really, really hard, and find a way to F you over. And when they F you over too, they don't even gloat. They don't gloat. They don't brag about it. They just do what they have to do and they go about their business. Okay? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, but when you are, when you're always emotional, it can be really hard for you, because you need to learn to be still. You have to be still, because when you're still, you will start to slowly see what's going on, right? Because your initial reaction sometimes can actually be wrong. Your initial reaction to a problem, your initial appreciation of a problem can completely be wrong, because it's most likely coming from an emotional place, right? So that's why you got to take a step back and be like, okay, what is really going on here? Why is this happening now? Why is this happening in Minnesota? A blue state for the most part, a state that has Tim Walz as a governor, like what is going on, right? A state that's full of Somalian, like Somalis, okay, whatever. What is going on? Then you'll start to be like, something really bizarre is going on here, right? Something bizarre is going on here. And like I said, when you can have robots buying tickets, okay? When you can have robot buying tickets, look at this. This is just crazy. Okay? They have these bots. Okay? You see? They have these bots. They have a bunch of robots. They have a bunch of robots. They have a bunch of algorithms. They have a bunch of bots that can just go in there and buy tickets. They have bots that can even buy merch. Anytime if there's a hot drop, a brand is dropping something and it's limited edition, the bots are buying it. So that's why the stuff goes so fast, because it's not humans buying the stuff. So I'm saying the lady and her GoFundMe, it is very possible that these donations are coming from bots in order to trigger you. That you can be so triggered that, we got to take this website down. We got to go attack the payment processor. We got to go do this and that. You're falling for the bait. Because if this thing disappears and tomorrow you need to raise money for legal defense, where are you going to go? Which platform are you going to use? See, you take down a platform like that if you have an alternative. There you go, right? If you have an alternative. So it's like when it comes to give, send, go, whatever it's called, right? And being able to raise money for your legal fees on there, what is the alternative? What's the other website, right? So if you don't have an alternative and you are fighting to take down the only site that allows all people, Black, white, women, men, you name it, right, to raise money for their legal defense, you fight for that to be taken down. When Black people historically are the ones to not have the money to get criminal defense attorneys, are most likely to get a public defender, do you think that's smart? Do you truly, truly think that's smart? And I know this young lady, she wants to be seen as a warrior, as a great researcher and things like that. But to me, Marlene, right? To me, Marlene, she's falling for the hokey doke. She's falling for the hokey doke. And they got her good because she's emotional. And she thinks she's doing something. She really thinks she's doing something noble. And she really believes she's doing something honorable. But I'm telling you, she's not looking at the big picture. Does she have a replacement? Because to destroy something, you must make sure you have something else to replace it. Right? And this is the idiocy of a lot of people that we see, for example, in most African countries who start these civil wars, right? It's very easy to destroy a bridge. It's easy to destroy a home, destruction, bombing, killing, no problem. Do you have money to replace it? Right? If you bomb this bridge, do you have money to build a new one? Right? Right? Yeah, of course, because they don't want to think. They don't want to think because thinking is hard. People don't want to think. They want to be emotional. They don't want to think. People don't want to think, right? People don't want to think. People just want to give me what's easy. And that's what I'm saying. Being emotional is easy. Having a rage outburst is easy. But you also have to ask yourself, if I take this website down, do I have an alternative? And if the answer is no, leave it alone. Right? Because the greater good that you get from this website is way bigger than this minor inconvenience. $600,000 is not life-changing money. It is not life-changing money. In fact, I'm sure you pay taxes on that too, huh? It's not life-changing money. Right? It's not sufficient cause to want this entire website down, to want them to lose their payment processor. Because I repeat, do you have an alternative? Do you have another website? So I would even say, to me, anything is possible, right? But people just have to challenge themselves to want to use their minds. And it's like, and I've come to realize that it's something that people don't want to do. Some people don't want to think. They want other people to think for them, right? And once again, you continue to be the laborer. You continue to be the labor force, and you don't always want to labor. You want to get to a place where you become the thinker, okay? You want to get to a place where you're the one that has the blueprint, and then other people work for you, that the blueprint might actually come to life. You understand? But it's like, I just feel like sometimes people just get accustomed to being told what to do, and they don't want to think for themselves, because it's a lot of work to have to think for yourself. And sometimes also you can make mistakes. And I think sometimes also people are afraid of making mistakes. Well, what if I think of a plan and then I have the wrong solution? Well, you have the wrong solution. Think again, right? But even these white folks, there are many things they did and they failed, but they kept doing it until they got it right. So you cannot be afraid to think, fail, think and fail. That's the whole process of becoming a cogent person, right? Just because you use your mind does not mean you get it right. But the more you do it, and even if you get it wrong, and then you learn from what you got wrong, you will eventually become a better problem solver, right? But I'm like, if more people focused on, I need to know how to think. I got to think about this. I got to think my way through this. I need to think, use my mind, not my feelings, not my physical body, whatever. People will become so much better at regulating their emotions. And not just that, people become so much better at not falling for the rage bait. Because all this right here is nothing but rage bait. This whole thing could be staged, y'all. This whole thing could be staged. because they know white people see a white woman use the N-word and people are raising, and then people are going to want to raise money for her. And it's the same thing that caused Zimmerman to raise $1 million. It's the same thing that caused Daniel Penny to raise $3 million, right? If you don't give it your energy, you don't give it your rage, then these white people are not motivated to give. They're giving you to spite you. They're giving it to hurt you, right? So as long as you show that you're hurt or that this can trigger you, they will have enough motivation to keep giving the money. If you don't react to things, they're not going to give the money, right? And this is how you take your power back from a bully, right? Because these are a bunch of bullies. You understand? Right? And you should never let anybody make you feel as though they can trigger you. Even your own children should not trigger you, right? If you're married, your wife should not trigger you. If you're married, your husband should not trigger you, right? You should get to a place in life where things really don't trigger you. It should take a whole lot to trigger you. And the N-word for me, it just ain't it. To me, it really, when I consider all the heinous things that white people have done, the N-word for me, it really is not a big deal. It truly is not. So I'm like, okay. She said what? Oh, okay, to a 5-year-old? Okay, but that's how she was raised though. So I cannot expect someone who's a barbarian to act civilized. You know what I mean? She's not a civilized human being. And it's, so she did what she's supposed to do. It's like you can't get mad at water for being wet. Like you just can't get mad at evil people for being evil, right? You cannot be mad at despicable people for being despicable. This is who they are. Now the question is, who are you? Are you the type to respond every time a ratchet person, a basic person does something crazy? You're not gonna get shit done. Okay, you're not gonna get shit done because this is nothing more than a distraction. But to me, Marlene, I am really against people calling and trying to have the website taken down, their payment processors taken down, because they don't just process payments for her. They process a lot of payments for a lot of people who need to raise money with their legal fees. Just like the father who killed the police officer because they killed his son, right? He might want to raise money tomorrow, right? He might want to raise money for his legal defense. But my thing is, if the website is no longer available, you're not going to be able to raise money for him. And then tomorrow is going to be something else, right? We live in America, right? It's always something. It's always something. So today it's for them. Let them take a W, whatever it is. Sure, whatever. But then tomorrow, when you need to raise money, you need this infrastructure to be up and running, right? You need them to be able to process the payments because it's not going to stop, right? So one person should not be the reason why this whole website has to go down. When the Carmelo situation thing happened, they wanted Carmelo's GoFundMe to be taken down. And imagine if they had been successful, because initially his bail was set at $1 million. So if you paid 10% for bail, where was his family supposed to get that money from, right? Then the bail went down to $250. Yeah, for me, I even feel like that's still high. I think like 100 something would have been okay. But they sold the bail at $250,000, which means you still have to bring $25,000. I think that's excessive, right? But what, that's my personal opinion, right? But imagine if nobody was able to raise money for him. How would his family have received all this money? Right? So my thing is, I encourage all Black people to always look at the bigger picture. And before you decide to take something down, you need to ask yourself, do I need this thing right now? Does it benefit me? And if it goes down, do I have an alternative? And if the question is, yes, it benefits me, yes, I'll need this in the future, and no, I don't have an alternative, then you should not be fighting just because of an inconvenience for this entire website and their payment processor to just be down. Because I promise you, by Wednesday, you might be like, oh, damn, we need this website again, right? Because you're going to see something in the news, or you're going to see something on X that triggers you. And you're like, oh, I'm sorry, I want to give money, but then you can't. Because you're the same one who called for the website to be taken down. And now the website is taken down. You have to calm down. Like you truly, truly have to calm down. And that's the problem with cancel culture. People see something, they get triggered. Oh, cancel. And nobody says, okay, what about tomorrow? What about 2 days from now? What about 100 days from now? It's the same thing with these goofy ass Target boycotts, right? And once again, when you see who's leading the whole Target stuff is Jamal Bryant. He never had a business in his life. He's not a CEO person. Okay. He's some goofy ass activist or some goofy ass preacher. He's never had a business. He lives off of donations, right? If people were actually intelligent, intelligent, yeah. If a lot of Black people were actually intelligent and less emotional when it came to this whole DI stuff for Target, you wouldn't even be upset. Well, okay, if it's not DI, call it something else. And you would actually go to the CEO of Target. You would even go to the shareholders of Target and say, okay, as a Black people, this is how much we spend in Target, right? We understand that you want to scale back this, and that. No problem. We respect it. However, we're coming to you as a block. This is how much we spend in your store. And if you promise to prioritize Black-owned businesses, we promise to increase our spending at Target by 2x, 3x. But you see, a lot of Black people too, because they've never been business owners, they've never been involved in the C-suite, they don't care to read any business books, they don't know how to talk to business people. They talk to business people like they in church. We saw the same thing with that guy, Dominique, the guy who's representing Carmelo and his family, right? He was just rambling and rambling and rambling. And when you see his style of talking, it is very, very familiar to what you will find in most Black churches out here. People just talk for hours. Don't know when to shut up. Okay? Gotta get to the point. When you talk to business people, they talk a specific way. All they care about is numbers. You want to talk about your feelings, Black representation. How does that help them? Right? When you want to have successful negotiations with people, especially business people, when you want to get things out of business people, you need to tell the business person how much money they stand to make. Because one thing that is very true about business people, it's a greedy people. But once again, this also comes down to a lot of Black people not understanding psychology. They don't understand psychology, don't understand business, don't understand politics, don't understand the law, right? Greed is a real thing. Greed motivates people. And there's nothing more that motivates a business person, than how greedy he can be. So when you're talking to Target, I'm upset that you're doing this, but I do see that DI and D did not really benefit Black people. However, moving forward, here are the terms that we would like to have with Target. As a Black people, collectively across all Targets, let's say Target has like 3,000 doors. So across all your 3,000 doors, we have noticed that Black people collectively spend about $3 billion, right? Now, what we have done as a Black collective is that we have gotten the guarantee from our people, from our Black people, that if you agree to doing this, and that we will raise our current spending from $3 billion to $9 billion over the next 5 years. That's how you talk to business people. Right? But the problem with Black people, the thing about Black people, they think they know everything, but yet they know nothing. And that's why every time they end up looking stupid. Same thing with politics, right? It amazes me how many times I see Black people here in America tell me, oh, the Democratic Party didn't do this. Democratic Party didn't do that. And I'm like, I'm not even from here. I'm not even born here. You're born here. You're from here, right? When are you going to realize that politicians only move when there's money? Right? White people, these goofy ass politicians, even your own Black politicians, will never do anything for you unless you give them money, right? There are a bunch of issues in America, right? Politicians can't fix them all. So what they will prioritize are issues that are funded, right? Where is your super PAC, right? Where is the Black super PAC? Oh no, slavery happened, won't. Okay, because you still believe that people will do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. That's not how the world of politics works. Okay, these politicians, they're like paid influencers, right? You scratch their paw. When you scratch their paw, all of a sudden your issue becomes a priority. It takes money. We are in America. We are in a capitalist society. Greed is everything out here. Greed is the real religion out here. Okay, it's greed. Greed. You have to understand what motivates people. Once you understand what motivates people and you start talking in a way that motivates people, they're going to do exactly what you need them to do, right? There you go. But we'd rather have the Met Gala and the Black dandyism than the people put their money and say, you know what, let's have a Black super PAC. And then that super PAC is going to put money behind this person, that person, that person. No, even the Black caucus, they're for sale. And because they're not really receiving money from Black people, now the Black caucus in DC has aligned itself with the LGBTQ caucus. There you go. Right? We have to stop being silly. There you go. Gotta stop being silly. You got to grow up and you have to understand business and you have to learn how to talk like a business person. Right? And when you're in a room full of business people, talk numbers. Don't talk about God. Don't talk about your faith. Don't talk about no one cares. You say there's about right now, you have 3,000 doors in the year 2023 or 2025, or maybe like from 2021 to 2024, Black people have spent like X amount of billions at Target. If you promise to increase your level of Black representation by, let's say, 15%, then we also will raise how much we spend at your store from 5 billion to 15 billion over the next 5 years. Boom, boom. And then also what you do on the other side, that Black people also have to start buying more shares out of Target. Yeah, it's a real thing. Oh, we're going to boycott Target. We're going to stop shopping at Target. But I'm like, you're so damn silly, because you're not, once again, Black people don't see the big picture, right? You boycott Target because you're upset that they're not using, or they're getting rid of DEI, or they're getting rid of a few Black businesses in their stores. One, right? Are you thinking about the jobs? Not just the local jobs at Target, but even the corporate jobs at Target. Are you even thinking about what happens if your local Target shuts down? Where are you going to go? And if you close, that's where these people, there's something else. You close, let's say you are successful. It takes someplace like Buckhead. Let's say you have a Target at Buckhead, right? And you say, oh, we're going to close. We're going to boycott. Let's say you're actually successful, chasing up behind Jamal Bryant, who has never ran a business in his life. He lives off of donations, right? So you don't let clergy or people like that get involved in business. They have no idea what the fuck they're doing, okay? So you let this man bamboozle you, right? Because you think, oh, I like how he talks and the foolishness he says. Cool. You close the Target. And you say, well, it doesn't matter, because if I close Target, I'll go to Walmart. But do you not understand that you have helped Walmart, right? Because now that Walmart has no competition, they can probably treat you worse. But you see, the problem that I have with Black people, yet again, is that Black people just live for the moment. It's like petulant children, very immature. I want what I want. Destroy. Yes, you want that today. But once you destroy Target, and then Walmart is the only option on the block, do you think that's going to help you? Or do you think that helps Target? That helps Walmart? Because once Walmart is the only big box store on the block, they can treat you any way they see fit. They can raise prices. They can close all the counters, only leave 2 counters open. Then you got these crazy ass lines, and they know you're going to put it up because you closed Target. We love to do the work of other people, right? Because when you boycott Target like this, you're helping Walmart. Not only are you helping their stocks, you're helping them be more successful. You're helping them to say, oh, we don't even have to invest in hiring more people, because if we're the only ones on the block, if we give poor customer service, they're going to put up with it. If we have 100 registers, but we only open 2 registers, oh, well, they're going to wait. If we want to chase them down the store because we think they're stealing, they're going to put up with that. Once again, people don't think about the big picture, y'all. People do not think about the big picture, because it's an emotional people, and emotional people are liability. Like, seriously, emotional people are a liability. That's why the vast majority of Black people are liability to themselves and to other people, because you are emotional. And emotional people will always get bamboozled. Emotional people will always get tricked. Emotional people will always get played out their money. We saw the same thing with Shadur. Emotional, right? Let me tell you how I feel. Let me tell you why I'm not going to play. Let me tell you this. I'm not going over here. I'm not going with everybody else. I'm going to stay in my house. I'm going to do this. What happened? Round 5, pick 144. There you go. Okay. It's an emotional people. You have to know how to talk to business people. And if you tell a businessman, I'm spending this amount of money with you right now, but if you give me this, and this, over the next 5 years, I will quintuple how much I spent with you. So if right now I'm giving you $5 billion, I promise you in the next 5 years, I'll give you $20 billion. How much do you want to bet they're going to roll the red carpet for you? Because that's what they want. They want money. They want to hear how they're going to make more money, right? You tell somebody, oh, I'm going to boycott your business. I'm going to do this to your business. Moving forward, they will say, we will never do anything with Black people. Because the day you tell them no, they want to destroy the business. That's not good for business. And then everybody starts to get scared. Do you want to have a business model where you are so dependent on a Black consumer base? Probably not. Because if a preacher says something, or if they see a video on TikTok, they're more likely to be quick to destroy your business than to gain more understanding. So if you were a Target right now, do you see a future where you would try to have more Black businesses? Hell no. Hell the fuck no. Okay? Because you see, Walmart did not go that far, and therefore they don't have this backlash. But the Target had a bigger exposure to Black people, and therefore they're facing more of the backlash, even though everybody is canceling their DEI stuff, right? But the vast majority of the people, they didn't go that hard to work with Black people. And now that they're saying, well, this is not profitable, and maybe it's not profitable, right? Look at the backlash they're facing. So moving forward, and even other companies will say, you know what? These people here, they're liability because they don't understand business. And it's anybody that is a so-called activist can rile them up to cause them to cause all this destruction. But I'm like, imagine even in Buckhead, if you lose a Target, what does that do? What does that do for the community? What does that even do for property value? Because, when you live in a neighborhood, if you buy a house somewhere and you have a Starbucks, you have a Walmart, you have a Costco, all these big box stores like that being next to you, it helps your property value to go up, right? But once you start closing these big names, these big corporations, the foot traffic, it affects property value. You're not thinking. You are truly not thinking. And that's why I say this is the problem. This is the curse of being a labor force and never having been involved in the strategic thinking of how to actually build this goofy ass corporation called America. You have to think. And you have to also know how to talk to business people, because yes, you are upset today, but it doesn't mean that in the next 5 years, you can't come out on top. It's the world of business. Some days you gain some and some days you lose some, right? But you cannot allow non-business people to lead a movement when it comes to talking to corporations. Why would you want Jamal Bryant to represent you at Target? Does he even have an MBA? What business does he have? Can he even count? Can he even keep a steady account of how many children he has fathered and how many abortions he has paid for? Like, it is utterly ridiculous. It is so ridiculous, right? But you talk to anyone that has an MBA, they will tell you, if you want Target to do X, Y, and Z, you need to promise them that you will spend more money. Because the DEI stuff, DEI involves everyone, Black people, trans people, you name it, right? Whatever. As a Black people, as a singular group, you can go and negotiate for yourselves as Black people what you want, what you need. But you also got to say, for doing X, Y, and Z, I promise to, maybe 2X or 3X my spending over the next 4 to 5 years, right? And this is how we're going to do it. And so we work together for the next 5 years so that we can indeed, double, triple X, 4X, or 5X our spending at all these targets. And then once we get to the 5-year mark, we'll see how we want to move forward, right? This is how you talk to business people. You understand me, right? Even yesterday, I was on Threads, right? And this young lady, she was trying to boast. Once again, she's Black. Trying to boast about how much money she secured for her talent. She was like, "Oh, I secured $10,000 deal for her content creators." And when you read that, the company said, "Oh, we agreed to these terms, $10,000, and we're going to pay you 60 days net after content is posted." And I said to her, first of all, why even brag without even having the money hit your account first? You see, Black people, extremely emotional. You are talking to a company. They say they've agreed. They haven't signed the contract. Right? Now, when it comes to $10,000, I've seen a lot. There are many companies who will run away with the bag. Like, they'll get the content, but they're not going to pay you. They're not going to pay you. Right? Some will pay you, some will not pay you. If Neiman Marcus is not paying people, if Nordstrom is not paying people, it's like if Macy's is not paying people, if these big ass, even Beard of Goodman is not paying their invoices, right? These people can run with the bag. You understand? So I said to her, a wise person, you sign your contract and you wait for the money to hit your account. Once the money hits your account, then you can come and say, this is how I successfully secure $10,000 for my content creators, right? But Black people, they will boast without even killing the freaking bear. You got to kill the bear. Don't even know where the freaking bear is. He's in the forest somewhere, but have you seen him? Can you spot him? And do you have the necessary equipment to kill that thing? Do you know how to kill that thing? And then when you kill it, because it's so damn big, how are you going to take it back to your car? Right? But you see, logistics, all of that, you got to think about that. My people don't do that. Emotion. Then she was like, oh, and then she replied back and said, oh, is somebody not getting paid? And I'm like, you see, if you have the maturity and the experience of being a great manager, you would see that there's wisdom in my advice. So therefore, you want to ask me that question. because I wouldn't have brought that up to you if I didn't have experience. Make it make sense, right? But see, $10,000 got you shook. And when the day you start doing real business and you see millions of dollars, you realize that $10,000 it's not money. That's for poor people. Not to be offensive, right? But if you're like, if 10,000 got you shook, you obviously haven't seen money in your life. I understand that. And I also said to her, read the terms. They're saying they want the content and they'll pay you 60 days after the content. Did you ask your content creators if they're okay with waiting 60 days to get paid? Have you seen the price of eggs? Is the rent going to wait 60 days? So once again, if you are wise and you were mature and you were strategic, because you can see shit come from a mile away, there's always a chance that you might not pay me. It's business. There's always a chance that somebody gonna run an invoice and it's only $10,000. So if they don't pay, what you gonna do? Take in the small claims court? You really gonna do that? You have the energy for that? You got time for that? Or what? You gonna come on social media and blast them? Okay, you cuss them out, you blast them, you insult them. Whoopty wump wump. Maybe it'll last for a month or two. And guess what? People will move on. Like it's only 10 grand. People will move on. Then they'll find another gullible influencer. You understand me, right? It's only 10 grand. The most you can do is small claims court. And even that too, when you wrote the contract, you didn't even establish which state will have jurisdiction over your contract, because it's a real thing. Because what might work in Jersey might not work in Virginia when it comes to small claims court. And that too, you have to put that in your contract. And I said to her, the problem is too many of y'all are trying to play these goofy ass managers when what you need to do is actually go to law school and truly learn contract law. You have no clue what you're doing. You really don't know what you're doing, okay? And if you are also a seasoned manager and you saw shit coming from a mile away, you say, okay, you want to do 60s net, but here's what we're going to do. You're going to give me 20% or 30% up front as a good faith payment, just in case y'all understand. Snatch a good 3,000, snatch a good 2,500 or 3,000 up front just to see if they're good for it. Because if they can't even give you 1,000 up front, they can't even give you 3,000 up front. They can't even give you like 4,000 up front. What makes you think they're going to randomly come up with $10,000 in 2 months? Okay. But once again, this is the problem with being quick to boast and not being quiet, patient, looking at the paperwork and seeing how can these people fuck me over. You understand? And maybe because I did business, that's the thing. But when you become a business person, you will understand that the vast majority of people you deal with are trying to fuck you over. They're trying to fuck you over. So your goal is to say, okay, how, like this right here, how can they fuck me over? Right? And once you see how they can fuck you over, your job is to bring something new to the table that's part of the contract so that you don't get fucked over. I'm not too comfortable with the 60 days net, but here's what we can do. You can pay 20 to 25 to 30% up front after we give you all like the, the mood board, the script, whatever. If you like it, you agree with it, then you pay the 30%, right? But then the 60, the rest, the remainder, you can pay that in 60 days, okay? But since we never worked together, we don't have a working history, we don't have a payment history, I will need a deposit to guarantee that you are truly committed to this and also that you're good for it. Now, if we work together for 2-3 years and you're very steady with your payment, maybe in the years to come, I can see myself allowing you to pay me within 60 days. But in the current moment, since we don't have a working history, I just can't do that, right? You got to do that. But I'm like, a lot of people want to be managers. A lot of people want to manage other people, do people's contracts. And it's like, honestly, you have no clue about contracts. You don't even have a clue how you will get this money if the person runs and doesn't pay you, right? There are many brands. They're open today, they close tomorrow. They have an Instagram today, they close it tomorrow. They have a Shopify today, they close it tomorrow, right? And meanwhile, you made your talent do all this work, do all this content, post the content, and then they're like, okay, but where's the money? Is all the money's never going to come? Do you know how to get this money out of these people? No, you don't. Okay, they should let me alone. I'm like, there you go, right? There's a lot to learn. And if you want to manage people's career, me honestly, and you want to do contracts, what is stopping you from going to law school and truly learning contractual law, even copyright law? Because how are we dealing with these assets? Like, what are we doing with these assets? There's a lot you have to know. But once again, people do not want to think, because if you go to law school, you got to use your brain. You got to think. You don't have to think. Right? And the more you think, the better you will be for it. The more you can see the BS coming away from a mile away, and you know how to write the text so that you don't get screwed over, you put everything in the text, the more you protect yourself, right? Just like you have a lot of black talent, they sign these contracts, don't read the contract because they want that advance money. They want the advance money. So because they want the money, they'll just sign the contract. But then they spend all the advance money and be like, oh, can I get more money? It's like, no, because your contract said that this is all you get until you deliver an album or 2 albums or 3 albums, right? You have to read. You got to use your brain. You got to use your mind. And another thing is, like I said, no matter where you are, different levels of people, different circles of people, different sets of people, you have to learn how these people speak. And you got to speak how they speak, right? You want something from business people, got to talk like a business person. You want something from an investor, you got to speak the way the investor, he understands this. You want money from church people, you got to talk the way church people understand it. You want a politician to do something for you, you got to speak the way a politician understands, you know what I'm saying, how he understands English, right? No, wherever you go, whatever kind of people you find, your job is to speak whatever language they speak, okay? And that's how you'll be able to get things done. But if they speak Mandarin and you want to speak Korean, you will never understand each other because you're not speaking the same language. You're not speaking the same language, right? You want to speak to a CEO? Tell him about money. Tell him about these numbers. Tell him about how you can increase his sales. Tell him how you can reduce his labor force. Tell him how you can reduce his taxes. Then he will definitely listen to you. Like, ooh, 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 okay? You want to talk to a politician? Tell him how you're going to put money in his pocket so that when he runs for this mayor campaign, governor campaign, Senate campaign, I got you. And I got you for 100,000. I got you for 200,000. How much you want to bet? Every time you call him, he's going to pick up the phone. People pick up for their donors. People don't pick up for their constituents. How many politicians do you know? When the constituent is calling and he picks up or she picks up? Never. They ain't got time for these people. They got time for their donors. Donors, people pick up for them because they give them money. Right? That's how it goes. You go to a church, the vast majority of people who have access to the pastor or the bishop are probably the people who pay the biggest tithes. They give the most tithes, they give the most offerings, and they give extra. So therefore, the pastor knows their name because they give so much money, right? This is how the world works. I don't know why there's so many Black people who are refusing to accept the way the world it works. The world, it works for money. You don't have money, you might as well be dead. Okay, you don't have money, you want to march and march, no one cares. You got to tell these people how you're going to spend more money with them and why they need to keep doing business with you. I'm going to boycott you. Let me tell you, Target, they've been through many boycotts. They had the little LGBTQ stuff, the rainbow outfit, they got boycotted, they overcame this. This also, they will overcome this, right? But because you cannot take down Target. They might suffer a little bit, but they will bounce back because human beings forget. They forget. Okay? Human beings forget. And I say this all the time. The Prince by Machiavelli is not a big book. You need to read it. Or if you don't want to read it, they have it on audiobook. You can find it on YouTube. You can let it play. There's a part, when you read The Prince, there's a part in there where Machiavelli said, you can abuse people for a very, very long time. And then one day out of the blue, just start being nice to them. And they will forget everything that you ever did to them that was awful. Like, it's a real thing, you guys. Like, it's real. But even Machiavelli understood that. He was like, these people, man, they're going to forget. They're going to forget. And we see this. Human beings forget. They forget, they move on. You think 10 years from now, people are going to remember this stuff? No, they're not. And Target will take over. Then turn around and see somebody white. There's nothing more for me to swim than to walk down the street and hear footsteps, then turn around and see somebody white. I don't understand what he meant with that. I don't get it, right? That's just how it goes. Does that make sense, you guys? You know, we have me. I'm a big fan of stoicism. I really am. I'm a big fan of do not live for your emotions, but you got to know what your vision is. And your vision, it got to be bigger than your emotions, right? Because people will use your feelings to play you out of your spot. People will use your feelings to get you to give up on yourself, you know, act a fool, crash out, all kinds of stuff, right? You cannot let your emotions get the best of you. You got to stay focused on what is my goal. And I will be as patient, as stoic as it requires of me to make sure that I get this deal done, right? The goal is to get this thing done. Oh yeah, you're behind. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to talk business. I don't know how to say it. Like you really, really do. You really do. And this is why sometimes, even with these Black activists, this is why sometimes they lose so many people, because they just start rambling and rambling. It's like, no, people want to hear things. Like people want to hear specific things, right? And every audience is like that. Every audience, there are key things they want to hear. So when you're talking to business people, you got to hit them quick with the numbers. You talk with an investor. Oh, I made this product because my son was going through this. Child, they don't care. They don't care. They do not care. Save your goofy ass story for your marketing team, right? You stand in front of an investor. They want to hear, how much does it cost to make? How much do you sell it for? What are your profits? How much are you making right now? In the next 5 years, how much you think you're going to make? If I give you this money, how is it going to help you? And when am I going to get my money back? And how much of my money back am I going to get? And most investors are really greedy because they're taking more risk than the bank. So, okay, if I give you $1 million, I want to hear that I'm getting back like $6 million. They're greedy. It's a lot of greedy people out here, you guys. It's a lot of greedy people. So when you go in there, that's what you have to focus on, right? If you give me $1 million, I can give you back $6 million within the next 5 years. And here's how I plan to give you back your money. Boom. They're like, okay, let me think about it. If they like it, they'll hit you back. If they think it's not, they don't really trust the system, they don't give you the money. That is how it goes, right? Just like you'll see a lot of Black women do not receive so much money and funding compared to white women. Well, duh. Like, what the heck? You know, listen, it's business. And you also have to say, many Black women do not know how to pitch themselves. So why would they get money? Right? They want to be emotional, want to talk about Jesus, no, you go in there, you hit them with the numbers, and you tell these people how you gonna get their money back. We talk too much, and we talk too much, and we talk too much, and yet we still don't say what people want to hear. People just care about money. They don't care about your story. Oh, I'm a Black woman, and I started this brand because I wanted to help Black women. Child, they don't care. They don't want to say it, but they don't really care. How can you sell this stuff? How much do you sell it for? When can I get my money back? Okay, that's all they care about. Are you a Black woman? Did you start your business for the Black people? For the Black, these people don't care. They do not care. They do not care. And the sooner you learn that people don't care, you're going to be better for it. You are truly, truly going to be better for it. And when you pitch to people also, make it about them. Don't make it about you, right? Make it about them. Make them feel like this business is your business, right? That's how you have to do it. That's it. And this is how you win. You see it with Shadur. Same thing with Shadur. Shadur, if he knew that $30 million or $50 million was on the line, when you deal with these white people and these owners and their coaches, you go in there and you say whatever they want to hear. Okay. Yeah, but you don't have a choice. That's the word, boo. That's the word. It's not even just white people. It's not even just white people. It's people with power, period. When you apply for a job, you got to say what they want to hear, right? If I come here, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z. I can do this, This is how I can help the company make more money. You know, I can help you fix your revenues over here. I can help you acquire more customers over here. People are selfish. People are selfish AF. People are greedy. People are seriously greedy. And I really don't think that we have a sound appreciation for how greedy people are. Because the day you understand that, it actually clicks. You're like, wow, okay, I see how this world works. That's just how it goes. You can't change this. It's like, this is how people are wired, right? But you apply for a job, you need to make them feel, okay, if you pay me $100,000, I can bring you $1 million. Oh, okay, cool. No problem. Because now I know how I'm going to be able to pay you, right? But if you go to a job interview and it's all about you, it's like, well, can you bring me money? Because as a business, I have to pay your salary. So if you're not making more than what you make, if you're not making me more than what you make, how can I pay you? You understand me? It's the same thing with a lot of influencers too. They'll be like, oh, it doesn't matter how many subscribers I have. It doesn't matter a brand should pay me. No, it does matter. It does matter. Everything matters. Brands are greedy. Why pay you when they can pay somebody else? Right? And that's why a lot of influencers too, they're not going to grow because they think, oh, I think I deserve this much. You can think whatever you want, but what does the market actually say about you? Right? One girl was like, oh, she posted that she had 1,000 subs and that companies didn't want to pay her. Oh, I said, hey, Queen, but I'm like, why would they pay you for? You have 1,000 subscribers. right? You have 1,000 subscribers. Let's even assume that you promote a product, right? How many people are even going to click on the link? And if they click on the link, how many people are going to put something in the cart? And if they put something in the cart, how many people are going to check out? Right? Like 1 or 2 people? Okay. So that's why they're sending you free stuff. Because you're probably worth only $100. But people don't want to be honest about that. Right? If you deal with a girl that has 1 million subs, right? Let's say just even 1% of her people click the link. That's still 10,000 people. Right? And then maybe 1,000 people put something in the cart and then 100 check out. That's still 100 people. 100, because not everybody's going to give a damn. And then those who click, how many are actually going to go to the website? Then how many are actually going to put something in the cart? And then how many are actually going to check out? But you see a lot of influencers, they never think about the business side of like, oh, what does that business owner look for? They're like, oh, me. Oh, well, you should pay me for my time. No, you chose to be an entrepreneur and it comes with risk. You have to build your business. Nobody asked you to do it. If you want guaranteed money, go get a job. Right? If you want every hour that you're working to be remunerated, then you go and find a regular job. Right? And I told this one girl that I'm like, starting a business, like being an influencer, being a content creator, you're an entrepreneur. And the most important thing you do in business is that you foster relationships, right? People say a lot of things. But it's not true. Because if you move product, you can move product. It's not a joke, right? You can have engagement, babe. Let me tell you that. Let me tell you this, right? You can have engagement, but your engagement is not a buying engagement. You can have engagement because you do foolishness, right? You do foolishness, you gossip, you talk about foolishness or whatever, right? But does that mean that these are actual buyers? Because every engagement is not the same. You understand? You can have a young lady who's very beautiful, but she's like the OnlyFans person. So she has high engagement, but her audience is not an audience that most businesses want to cater to because these are perverts, right? You can have another young lady who has the same number of engagement, but she does more gossip, celebrity culture, and things like that. Now, for brands, that's also not safe because God forbid you're talking about Beyonce and promoting the product, and then the queen finds out and she gets mad. So, she talking about people, child. So I want to be involved in that. You understand? Then you can have another girl that has engagement, but her engagement is really made up of people who want to buy. You understand? A lot of influencers do not have an audience that wants to buy, right? And not every girl is like that. But the problem is, yet again, people are emotional. People don't have self-awareness, right? People think, oh, well, I have 300,000 views and she has 300,000 views, so I wish she get paid the same. No, you don't have the same audience, right? Some people, their audience is ripe to buy whatever they recommend. You have girls out here, like all they do is just hair. Like there's one girl, it's Abby, right? All she does is recommend hair products. So people follow her because they want her hair. So whatever she recommends, they're going to go buy it because they want her hair, which is very different than me watching your audience just to talk about Real House of Potomac or Atlanta. What did Portia do? These people are trying to buy anything. Just want to talk. Right? So what influencers have to do is to make sure that they are truly influential. But we have lots of content creators who think they're influencers when they're truly not influential. They could even get 2 people to buy anything. But yet they feel as though, oh, the brand owes me. No, nobody owes you anything. You made a choice to be an entrepreneur, right? You don't have to do it. It's not easy. You don't have to do it. But if you were truly someone that could move a lot of product, my thing about this is just like sports, right? You can't deny the numbers. If somebody can sell you out of stock, I'm telling you, these brands are going to pay because people are greedy. If you did it once, they're like, oh my gosh, can you do it again? Can you do it again? Can you do it again? Right? People go back to people like when people see results, they come back. But when there are no results or they're not sure that there's going to be results, they have a reason to be scared. And so what you would do, even if you do believe that you have an engagement, it's not to say, oh, F y'all, you ain't paying me. My time is worth money. No. Once again, you got to be a business person. If you say you want to charge X, Y, and Z, the company says, oh, right now we're not paying. You said, okay, you go back to them, you put your feelings aside and you act like a business person. And you said, okay, do you mind telling me, right, the reasons why you think I'm not suited for payment? What are your fears about paying me, right? But the problem is, especially when you're dealing with women, the vast majority of these people do not have self-awareness. And they cannot take critical feedback. You know what I'm saying? So they're being mean or they're being racist. So please go sit down somewhere, right? You have to ask the people at this moment, why do you think I am not a great candidate for payment? And take it. It's business. Do not be emotional about this. They could be like, well, we just don't trust that you have the audience size that can generate this amount of money. So then you will say, okay, I understand. I respect that. Well, let me show you what I did for this business. And that's why most influencers or anybody that knows that if you're an entrepreneur and you sell yourself, because this is all sales, right? You should always be ready to have examples of what you have done for another brand. Right. So, oh, yeah, I understand because I've had this concern brought up before. So let me show you how I worked with Elena. She came out with this product. So it retails for $30, right? So what we did was a test run. She sent me she asked me she wanted to see if I could sell 100 bottles. And here's what I did. I did a short, I did a reel, I did an Instagram story. And within 48 hours, I was able to completely sell out of these 100 bottles. So here's my coupon code, here's my payment, but also here is her email. If you want to reach out to her and understand, and have her tell you how it was like to work with me and how much money I made for her company, I think after you've talked to her and then she also corroborates my numbers, that you will see that you will indeed make your money back. But otherwise, I understand your fear. But I want to promise you that I've done this before and I have successfully done it for other brands. You see what I'm saying? This is what we do in sales. You appease the people. Because you cannot be mad that somebody is scared to give you their money. Make it make sense. And that's why a lot of people, they're not good at business, right? Because when you are a business person, when you are a salesperson, your job is to anticipate where it's entitlement. Because in business, you're not entitled to anybody's money. Because when you want to work with someone, the partnership is at will. Nobody owes you their money. People have the right to say no. People have the right to be afraid. People have the right to say, I don't know. If we pay you, are we even going to break even? I think that's a reasonable concern. I think brands have a reasonable concern to say, okay, you want me to pay you $500, but am I at least going to make $500 back? Matter of fact, can I even make $300 back? That is not an unreasonable ask. And I think, so when you're asking for money, you should also understand what they also need. Because business, it has to be symbiotic. It can't just be one person gets everything, the other party gets nothing. Because even if they agree to pay you and they never get and they don't get anything out of this, they will never come back to work with you. And you also never know who knows who. Because many times when you're dealing with these brands, you have these girls who are they do the little social media marketing, whatever. But many of these social media marketing people, they go from company to company to company. So if she used to work over here, in the next 2 years or next year or so, she might work somewhere else. And she might, oh no, don't work with this girl because we paid her before and we didn't see anything. Nothing came back to us. You know what I'm saying? Nothing ever came back to us. So when you're doing business with people, yes, you want what you want, but you also got to make sure that they also get something out of it. Because it's a lot easier to get a repeat customer than to have to go out there and find a new client, right? If you're an influencer and you make money with these brands, right? Once you have a good set of brands who want to work with you, it's better for you to nurture those relationships than to make them unhappy. And then you got to go find a new client to work with. It's not going to work. That's too much work. It really is too much work, right? Anybody that has a business, it makes more sense to treat your repeat customers with great care than to want to look for new customers, because looking for new customers, it comes with a cost. It's not free. That's why they call it customer acquisition cost, whatever it's called, right? It costs you money to find a new customer. It's a lot harder to convince a new client than to upsell or resell an old client. Because if somebody did a campaign with you and they like the results, most likely they'll come back again, right? But if they don't like the result, not only they're not going to come back, but you never know who they can take. Don't work with her because she can't move anything. We paid her before and we had nothing to show for that. You understand? And I even feel like if a company pays you to do an ad or whatever, once you do the ad, they approve whatever. Once the ad goes up, you should check in with them. Hey, how did it go? How did your sales go? Let me know if you need me to post another story again. It's not a problem, right? You truly want to nurture relationships because the world of business is truly built on relationships. And the more people you know, and the more people like you, and the more people have good things to say about you, it becomes a lot easier for you to move on to bigger and better opportunities. It is a real thing. And that's why it's a slow and steady game, because it takes time to build your name, right? But because one girl was like, oh, but What she said, she was like, oh, you girls are out here working for free. You're saying yes to every PR package and things like that. I'm like, but why does that concern you? Because if a girl wants to receive stuff for free, how does that bother you? And also, if that's the brand that she actually uses and she spends money on, why are you bothered? Worry about your business. But you got to start receiving PR in order to be able to build a relationship with that brand. And some relationships, they don't bear fruit for like a year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. It really depends. Right? But that's what people do in the world of business. People nurture relationships, not because I'll need you tomorrow, but I might need you 6 months from now. I might need you a year from now. I might need you 5 years from now. Right? So people maintain relationships because it's really important because you're dealing with people. The world of business is full of people. And if people don't like you, it's hard. If they like you, it's a lot easier. It's a lot easier, right? But you start off with a PR package or PR packages, you say thank you, you do a little story, you know what I'm saying? But you just never know. If they like what you did, especially during the holidays, you know what I mean? Yeah, sometimes, because they don't like to listen. But if they like what you did, you never know. The holiday season, when they have a bigger budget, I'm like, oh, you know what? Kevin was so sweet. Elena was so sweet. We send her PR packages. Every time we send her PR packages, she emails to say thank you. She'll post a story. She'll do a video for us. So next time when they have a big campaign, they're more likely to use you. Right? That's it. But when you are in business, especially when you are around people that have money, and your main concern is, when are you going to pay me? When are you going to give me money? When are you going to give me money? It's a turnoff. It's a turnoff. You know what I'm saying? Rich people do not like people who are money obsessed. It is a big, big turn off. It is very bizarre. It's like, okay, is that all you care about is money? And once people think that all you care about is money, they're done with your ass. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Kevin, it's a real thing. You have to nurture relationships, right? Just like here, I don't know, you're new here, Retro, but you'll usually see, if you ever come on my live, I say hi to everybody. But like little stuff like that, it makes people feel appreciated. Like business is a people thing. You know what I mean? You got to be a people person. You know what I mean? Like I've met people that have way, way more money than me. Okay, way more, but they couldn't call anybody. See me? I don't have that much money, but I can call a whole lot of people. I know a lot of people. My sister's like, oh, Marlene, you know all these celebrities. I know a lot of people, but you have to know how to talk to people. And when you know how to talk to people, you can get something for free out of people. You can get all kinds of things out of people, right? But you have to know how to talk to people. You understand? I remember like the first time, because remember one time, she used to be the former chief marketing officer of Sephora, right? Miss Margarita. That's my little auntie now, right? And the Lord was like, go talk to her. And she was weird at first. What the heck? What's wrong with this lady? He's like, no, keep talking to her, right? But it took us a hot minute to break through. But like now it's like I have her number, we talk, like she'll send me stuff, like, but it's like you start to understand, like certain relationships, you just keep them, like you just have them for a very long time. But you just nurture relationships, right? Because everything is not ripe. You can't say, oh, I know her today, so tomorrow I'm going to go ask her for X, Y, and Z. Oh, I know this person, so then tomorrow. No. Some people, you might need them a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now. But like, once in a while, you want to check in. Birthdays, you want to check in, just like, hey, how you doing? Hey, you good? Ooh. But that's what the business world is. And that's why I say, like, even when you're mad, you have to know how to go about things. You know what I'm saying? You have to know how to go about things. Even if you're upset, like, you know what? It's better to know a CEO than to be at war with the CEO, right? Do you really want to be at war with the CEO of Target, knowing how much power he has? Or would you rather say, hey, Mr. CEO, I'm disappointed. I'm not happy. I wish you could have done it this way. However, sometimes in business, we have to make tough decisions. I wish you wouldn't have made that decision. Yeesh. But is there a way that if I can guarantee you X, Y, and Z, maybe 3X sales in the next 5 years, that you could consider doing X, Y, and Z for me? That's how you talk to people. They're like, well, Marlene, right now, I don't know, but let me think about that. Can I get back to you? Oh, okay, sure. When do you think you can get back to me? I'm like, oh, give me about 2 weeks. I said, okay, if you don't get back to me in 2 weeks, is it okay if I call you, if I send you an email? Right? Well, okay, sure, yeah. If I don't, call me. You know what I'm saying? This is how you finesse the people. You gotta be strategic with these people, man. You got to know how to talk to these people. Right? That's how it goes, y'all. That's how it goes. When I tell you, when I tell you one time, y'all, I ain't gonna play with y'all. One time I was able to finesse like a good 100,000. Oh, yes, I sure was. I sure was. You have to be really patient with people. Be very, very, very patient. But I'll tell you this, you get around people with money, you need to act like you don't care about money. Even if you care about money, even if all you think about is money, okay? You get around folks for money. Act completely unbothered. Like, oh, okay, cool, no problem. Can we talk about this? Can we talk about that? Like, oh, wow. And they'll keep texting you to see if you care about the money. Like, because you don't want people to believe that money has a stronghold on you, because they will test you now. But don't act brand new. Act like you've been places. Okay? Act like you've been places and act like you know what you want. Because whatever they're showing you right now, there's something bigger. There's always something bigger, you know, right? So that's how you learn. That's how you learn. Anytime you want something, you get rejection. I understand you might be upset, but calm down. Okay? Be upset for a day, but calm. Don't respond right away. Right? Put your business hat on and be like, okay, what's the business way of answering this? Because I'm not happy, but who's to say that in the next 6 months I can't get what I want? Okay. So you respond back and be like, okay, this is not the answer I was hoping for, but I understand, you know, maybe right now the economy is not giving you the confidence you need to make this investment. However, this is what I'm proposing, and maybe we can do it slowly and easily over the next 3 months, right? And then maybe 90 days from now, we could reconvene and you can tell me what you think. And then maybe that will give you more confidence, right? Because people like that. People like it when you don't pressure them and you make them feel in control of the outcome. Does that make sense? You have to know how to finesse, y'all. You have to know how to finesse. You really do. And then they'll do it. They're like, yeah, that sounds good. Okay. When would you like to start? Okay, cool. That's it, right? And then they'll do it. Oh, how come you said no? You don't like me because I'm black. Won't you want? You're going to scare people off. You are truly, truly going to scare people off, right? You apply for a job. People don't take you. I understand. You probably wanted this job really badly and it really hurt your feelings. But it doesn't mean that you don't have a relationship, right? You can go, okay, it's not what I was looking for, but I really want to thank you for your time. I want to thank everybody for your time. Follow them on LinkedIn. If they post stuff, you keep thinking, like, you know, like you're not bitter, you're not vindictive. You like their stuff on LinkedIn, you know, you never know. 6 months from now, a year from now, like, hey, I have a new position, or I have a friend at this other company. I told them about you. Do you mind applying there? Y'all, you just never know, y'all. You just never know, right? But I'm saying, do not let your immaturity get the best of you. Do not let your immaturity make a fool out of you. Don't do it. Don't do it, y'all. In business, and even if you work, you're still in business. Even if whether you're an entrepreneur, or I mean, I guess we're all entrepreneurs to some extent, but whether you work for yourself or you work for a company or you're looking to work for a company, right? You're still in business, right? And relationships, they really, really matter. They truly do. The more people you know, the more powerful people you know, the more rich people you know, the better. You might not always agree though, but find a subtle way to be like, I disagree, but hey, for another time. Boom. Okay. There you go. Right? Because you got to think about what you want. You got to think about what you want. And you must get what you want, but you got to be strategic about it. You know what I'm saying? You have to be stealth. Like you got to be very, very strategic about it. Amen. So maybe there's somebody here who needs to hear that today, right? But you got to be really strategic. That's why I mean, the whole Shadur thing, it really made me sad because I'm like, if there is $30 million to $50 million on the line, you gotta go in there like, oh yeah, I'm here to learn. I'm here to be part of the team. I'm here to do what's needed to make this team great. One thing, one. Okay, make sure you get that 30 million, right? You got to know how to interview. You see, Cammy went in there. He practiced. He did everything they asked of him because there's $30 to $50 million on the line. Right? So even your interviews, take your interviews seriously. Study for your interviews. Practice for your interviews, right? Your tapes. You have to watch your tapes. Don't just watch the good things that you did, but the bad things that you did. How could you have done this better? How could you have thrown the ball better? Who would you have thrown the ball to? And when they ask you questions, do not get defensive. Because, you know, I watched more of the Shadur thing. I just didn't do a lot about it. But they were saying, like, because they asked him about some of the plays that he missed or he could have done better. And it seems as though Shadur went in there and he got really defensive. He's like, well, I guess it's in the team to talk to. And oh, Lord Jesus. Okay. You have to be ready for that. which also let me know that probably when it came to his daddy, he probably didn't even have to interview to be the quarterback. He probably got to be the quarterback because his daddy's the coach, right? But when there's that much money on the line, you must assume that not only have they watched all your tapes, they saw all your weaknesses, they probably even had AI look at your tapes. And then they had AI write a report on all of your weaknesses, right? So when you get in there and they bring that stuff up, you're like, oh, wow, I'm so glad you brought that up. I was thinking by myself this morning how I could have thrown the ball better. Well, here's what I thought about. Maybe next time or on that day, I should have done this, and that. It shows self-awareness, right? That you go home, you watch the game, right? And I could have done it like this. I would have thrown it like this. This other player was open. Maybe the ball should have gone there. I didn't see it then, but I see it now. And over the next 6 months, I've made a plan to work on that. And okay, but what about this other play? Yes. Now that one, I definitely agree. I could have done better. I could have done this, and that. I was going to do another video and play Miss Genie, but I'm losing myself here. But my thing is, right, you got to have self-awareness and you got to still make those people feel like they're in charge until that money hits the money got to hit the account, y'all. The money got to hit that account. The money has to hit the account. The money's not in the account yet. Act stupid. Act dumb. Like, what happened? What do you need from me? Oh, yeah, sure. You want some water? Oh, yeah, I'll get you some water. Right? Because there's $30 million on the line. I said, ooh, Lord Jesus. I didn't even know they paid that much. I was like, it's 30 to 50 million to be round one, pick one. So I guess that's what Cam is getting, like 30 to 50 million. And I'm like, why didn't you do your combine when there's that much money involved? That is crazy. But anyways, let me play Sabrina's video because I'm just over here rambling. Hold on. Let me play Sabrina's video because that's what I came for. Hold on. Where are we?
Heard about the mother who called a 5-year-old black boy the N-word. She is raising money on GoFundMe and apparently also Give Send Go. She's raised a lot of money saying that she needs protection. Now, apparently this kid is also autistic. Let's get into that. And I'm going to explain to you why. There's something about this story to me that is a little bit off. More than $600,000 raised for a woman seen yelling racial slurs at 5-year-old on playground. So it was a crowdfunding effort, and the crowdfund was done because apparently after this video went viral, she received threats and she said that people were trying to dox her and reveal her address, etc. Her name is Shiloh, by the way. And now the NAACP, the Rochester branch, this is in Minnesota, is trying to help the family of the child raise funds, I guess, to protect him as well. And you can see a picture of the mother there, right? So let me just say something here about the money that was raised. When I heard about this story, I said to myself, and a number of people were complaining about it on social media, and they said, I can't believe all these people donated this money to this woman. She called this kid the N-word, a child, da-da-da. First of all, I can believe it. And two, to me, I feel like some of the people who donated to her, that was probably a response to the donations that Carmelo Anthony received.
Mm-hmm.
I really believe that.
Yep.
I believe that some people that were upset about that and said, why are you guys donating to Carmelo Anthony? He killed this kid, he stabbed him. And it's almost like this incident happened. Sometimes I just wonder with the media, how things just seem to sync up sometimes. This incident didn't happen, like this wasn't 2 years ago, like it happened after the Carmelo, and you know what I mean? So some people I think saw that, and when this incident happened, that this was their response, not just to let me help you, but that was kind of their way of giving an FU to the people who donated to Carmelo Anthony. And shockingly to what some people may believe, some people still think, oh, there's not much racism in this country. Okay, there is. And you have to keep in mind what the population is like in this country. A lot of other countries that I've visited don't look like the United States. if you look at a country like South Korea, for example, for the most part, it's pretty homogenous. If you go to some of these other like Eastern European countries, for the most part, it's pretty homogenous. The United States is very, very different. Very different. So we have everybody. There's a lot of people here, right? So it wasn't surprising to me. What was surprising to me was that people were surprised that people donated to her. And I think people need to remember where we live. So this happened, and it says that she raised over $600,000 for the online fundraiser. Her name is Shiloh Hendrix, and that the funding was increased. The funding goal was increased to 1 million on Give, Send, Go. Mm-hmm. So there's two different fundraising sites here. There's GoFundMe and there's Give, Send, Go. So one site has raised a certain amount and another site has raised another amount. Now, let's show the video, and it is edited, so you're not going to hear that word on here. Mm-hmm. But let's show the video for those of you who have not seen. And I told you, I have a feeling, I felt like this could have been staged, and I'll get into that, but watch the video.
You called him a child? Did you call the child a word?
Yeah, spoiler alert, while I censor it, she uses that word in this video multiple times. Rochester, Minnesota is where this happened. There's a man, we'll just say that he is not white, right? He is at the park.
Minnesota. I'm like, and that the guy, to me, when I heard his voice, he sounded Somali. Let him say it again. Hold on.
Oh, for those of you who have not seen, and I told you, I have a feeling, I felt like this could have been staged, and I'll get into that, but watch the video.
You called him a child? Did you call the child a word?
Yeah, spoiler alert, while I censor it, she uses that word in this video multiple times. Rochester, Minnesota is where this happened. There's a man, we'll just say that he is not white, right? He is at the park with his children. He sees this woman start berating a little black boy, he's calling him the N-word, and he confronts him.
You called him a child?
I heard his voice. I'm like, yeah, he's probably Somali. Like, when I heard his voice, like, yeah, sure. I'm like, yeah. Because I'm like, Minnesota is full of Somalis. So I was like, okay, what is going on? And then the thing is, when the video starts, you don't really hear her say it. So I'm like, how do I know this is not staged? Because about a week ago, I saw another Somali stand with a white supremacist talk about they're going to march for Austin Metcalf, right? So I'm like, yeah, sure, whatever. Yeah, I'm like, so what is going on here? Okay? Because here's this guy. Hold on, where is he? He shows up here somewhere. Hold on. Hold on. He's in this video somewhere. Yo, he's in the video somewhere, sure. I'm gonna show you where he is. Because he's right there. You see his hand right there. He's super tall. Oh, here he is. Here he is. There you go. I got it.
This behavior is why we're in the situation where we are. No. We get these. Is that what it is? Okay. Well, at the end of the day, he's asked you what to do and what not to do. Listen, you have a right.
Here he is. You see this? You see? So that's why I'm like, yeah, they're not a monolith. I get that part. But I'm like, a lot of stuff that I've seen is always bad behavior. It's always foolishness. It is always foolishness. It's not even like, it's always foolishness. It really is. Honestly, it's always foolishness. Even here in DC, it's always foolishness. And it's always this mindset of, oh, we're not Black. We're not Africans. We're Arabs. We're whatever. Like, it's always some foolishness. It really is. It's always some foolishness. It's always some foolishness. And so to me, it's like, even before this, right? Even a brick lady, that's one. Even here in DC, is always foolishness. Child, it's I watched the whole documentary about all these Somalis involved in scams and fraud in Minnesota. I'm like, yeah, sure, whatever. Like, nah, it's always some foolishness. Then there's this guy right here. So I'm like, to me, I do not put it past one Somali to go and take money from a white supremacist because you already believe that you're the Arab, that you're not even black, you're not African, to stand along and do this foolishness. I really, I can't sit here and lie. I truly cannot. I cannot sit here and lie. It's somebody said, oh, this Nigerian person could have done a scam. I'm like, yeah, I can kind of see it. I'm not going to sit here and pretend. I mean, I hope they didn't do it. Cross my fingers they didn't do it. But I can't just sit here and lie like this, right? Because it's like, even when I look at Charlie Kirk and this whole Turning Point USA, the vast majority of black-skinned people that Charlie Kirk has to do all this grifting are non-black Americans. Like, they're black immigrants. They're black immigrants. It's a lot of black immigrants involved with white supremacists and all this kind of foolishness. So it's like, this is very, like, you know what I mean? It's all suspicious to me. So I was like, yeah, this is very, very suspicious. Honestly, I thought it was very, very suspicious. But then again, I'm very, very skeptic of everything I see anyway. So I'm like, this is weird. And so right after that, you already have a GoFundMe set up? Yeah, right. So was this all planned? Right? So, whatever. But I'm like, here's this guy.
Right to
He's
do it
no
or not
longer
do it.
You can say that's about Austin Metcalf, but we're gonna get
You don't know
this
Austin.
I love somebody.
You
enough
love
to
the
be
thought
strong
of using Austin
No.
for T-shirts, for propaganda,
I
and to
don't-
get out here and talk about
You
who
want to
you
shut
are.
down a
I'm
white
not
man
raising
right
money.
now. That's
I'll
what you're
shut
trying to
you
do.
down.
I'm not
you're not
raising
shutting
money.
me
I'm
down.
not raising money like.
So here you have a Somali fighting for this white man, fighting for Austin. Come on, what are you, fam? What are you doing? Like, this is crazy. Like, what is he doing? You know what I'm saying? What is he doing? So, yeah. So who's to say that's not his cousin? You know what I'm saying? Who's to say he hasn't called them people? Like, no. Me, Marlene, I question everything. I don't believe anything I see. I question people. So, like, do I put it past Charlie Kirk to hire some Somalis in Minnesota to be part of this foolishness? I don't put it past him. He has West Indians involved in his foolishness. He has a Nigerian pastor involved in his foolishness. He has Somalis involved in his foolishness. Like, this is what he does. He goes to black immigrants for his foolishness. Do I like, if they came out that Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA were involved in all this, would I be surprised? No, I wouldn't be. I would not be. Even that lady, what's her name, Hendrix, whatever her name is, right? That she was even hired to do this. Like, she was a hired actress for this foolishness. You know what I mean? So she was like, I'll do it. I'll go say the N-word on camera like this. It would not surprise me. America's not a real place. America's not a real place. When you're in America, you have to question everything you see. You have to question everything you see, because there's always somebody out here with the intent to deceive you, because people here are greedy. People here are evil. So you have to question everything. You have to question everything. When did you use the N-word? The same thing to trigger black people every time. But it's like when the video starts, you don't even know what's going on. But they are expecting you to just be triggered. It's the same thing with Rhoda. Rhoda said, oh, these niggas hit me with a brick. Blah, she was hit with a brick. You know, it's like, how do you know she was hit with a brick? Right? And even this man, did he file a police report? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's very, very bizarre. It is so bizarre. So Marlene, I question everything. I question everything. She called the young boy an N-word. Did you go file a police report? What did he do? He just recorded it and he posted on the internet. Yeah, right. Please. The internet is to no longer be trusted. I feel like sometimes the internet is even worse than mainstream media. Yeah. They're like, people, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not saying that it's not possible to find good-hearted Somalis in Minnesota. Not at all. But the vast, when I hear about a Somali in Minnesota, it's usually for some foolishness. All the way down to the congresswoman, Ilion. So I can't sit here and be fake, y'all. I really can't do it, okay? I really can't do it. But I'm like, if you find out tomorrow that Charlie Kirk is involved in this, will you be surprised? No, you're not going to be. Because you know how he moves. He hires black immigrants to do this foolishness. This is what he does.
Because I got
Anthony.
family.
I'm not raising
letting
money
him
like
put down
Carmelo
anymore.
Anthony.
No, bro, you
financed
stop.
this
You
at
came here to try to shut him down.
No, I
That's
came
what
in to
this
give him
is.
a message from a father.
And listen,
But I realized
Nah,
that's
bro.
not his deal.
Let's be
message-
honest. You're a black man trying to
No,
shut him down.
I'm an American first.
No, man. You don't
I'm an
really think
American.
that.
No,
I am.
I'm
You're
an
not.
American.
I am.
That's
You're
what I
not.
am.
That's why I'm here. You want to
See? You see this? So he's Somali, and he gonna tell the senator of the enslaved that you're not American. You see this? These immigrants are out of pocket, y'all. These immigrants are crazy. He said, I'm an American, and you're not. You see this? So this is why I say, Yeah, this is why I say, me, Marlene, when I hear Minnesota and Somali, I'm expecting some foolishness. And I'm not even trying to be funny, y'all. Y'all need to be outside more. Y'all need to be outside more. These Somalis in Minnesota, they be cutting up. So when you hear Somali, Minnesota, and then this and a GoFundMe and a fundraiser, y'all must not know. Y'all must not know. You need to be outside. Some of y'all don't go outside. You don't know people. You really don't know people. Child, please, okay? This is crazy. Yeah. And he tells him, he's like, you're not an American. I'm an American. How can you be an American when you're Somali? Make it make sense. He's looking at a black, he's looking at an African American whose people been here since slavery. And then he says to the man, you're not an American. I'm an American. There you go. There you go. Okay. This is it. And I'm sure he came from Minnesota too. I'm sure he drove or he flew from Minnesota to be involved in this foolishness. Yeah. This is crazy. This is really crazy.
Silence him.
No,
you want to
I'm
shame
an American that
I've seen it happen over and over.
Here
it's not foolishness. You've done nothing. You have not worked on anything. It's not changed nothing. We're here to try something different to stop this.
So what's the difference?
The difference is we're actually coming out here with courage.
Saying what?
And you just want to silence people.
No.
Saying that white people can't be put down anymore.
I listened to you. For 2 hours.
Yeah.
It wasn't substance.
And you were raging.
You had more people.
You were raging.
To the
what substance is then? What's
one dead, the 17th.
Yeah.
Another one who's in jail.
He's a murderer.
And
how often it happens all the time.
Who's been
He's
charged?
We tried your way. It happens again and again and again and again and again. It doesn't stop.
At the other day is this. You probably bought that hat for me. Those flags, I probably sold you those flags.
You're not a trumper,
So you
brother.
have no-
You're not a trumper. I understand what being a Make America Great Again patriot means. And it means addressing
What does it mean?
It means addressing
What does
issues
it mean?
without being a pussyfoot around it. Don't tap dance around the issues. Address it. Black people are killing white people in this country, and it needs to stop.
Yeah.
We are being predatorized.
Look at him, he's like, yeah. Oh, Lord Jesus. Oh, Lord Jesus. Anything for a green card.
In our own country. We are being predatorized in our own country, and it's a weakness from Jeff Metcalf and people like you that is continuing the culture. Condemn Carmelo Anthony, condemn. Why are you confronting me? What if you call Jeff Metcalf and say there's a young black man with a Carmelo Anthony jersey on parading his son's death? When I'm standing strong against the murderer.
My name in Trump. Since you say
I'm standing strong against the murderer.
I want you to learn.
The issue is this uncle right here, he even entertained these fools. See? Like, if you leave them by themselves, they have no, like, you cannot entertain idiots. You see, he's entertaining them. So that's why they can talk to you this way. Me, I'm not doing this. Have your little parade, your little white parade. Go ahead, do what you do. You get tired, you're going to go home. I don't have time for this. I do not have time for this. I do not have time for this. So let's get back over here, y'all. Let's get back over here. I'm not doing this.
Did you call the child the word? It is my own business. You call him a Okay, why don't you have the boss to say it right now again? Okay. All right, that's what you say.
You don't go dig into people's
Nobody dig into your
A little kid just did, you dumbass.
That little kid, you call him a the little child?
What he acts like one is gonna.
Are you about to hit him? You chase him here?
Mark,
My son, stop.
So that gives you the right to call the child 5-year-old and the N-word.
If that's what he's gonna act
That's
like.
what you're gonna call him.
That's what he's gonna act like.
You know, that's a hate speech. And you can be recorded for that.
I don't give a shit.
Okay, we'll see about that, what the internet has to say about you.
God help us.
So my thing is, he told her you could be. It's a hate speech. So he didn't call the police. He didn't file a report for the hate speech. Or we'll see what the internet has to say. What can we do? What can I do? Honestly, why don't you call the police? Why don't you report this to the police and actually, like, so she can be prosecuted? Like that. This is why I'm like, you guys. I swear, sometimes you got it. Like, you have to learn to step back and be like, let this simmer. You guys, I swear, you cannot trust what you see, you guys. You really, really cannot trust what you see. You have to learn, you guys. You really do. Learn from me, you guys. Be like, let me wait 2-3 more days, see where this is going. Because they are banking on you just seeing this, lashing out, crashing out, being so upset. Oh my God, white people. They love it. They love it when you give them a reaction. These people are narcissists, you know, they're crazy. They are malignant narcissists. You have to learn to ignore people. You have to learn to ignore people. Because I'm like, this word to me, considering how, like, when you consider where they came from, If now all white people have left in the arsenal is the N-word, actually, thank God. Because they could do way worse than that. They have done way worse than that. Okay? But you have to recognize that these people are mentally ill. And the sooner you accept that, the better. They're not well. They're not mentally well. Like, you're obviously off. So, I mean, you need your medication. You okay? Right? No, you're crazy. You are really crazy. You are truly crazy. Hold on.
The way the video, to me, it felt too...
Say it.
Perfect.
Yep.
Like, it just seemed... I don't know. It seemed a little too
fake.
And I had to ask myself, was the video created to show the world what was said to that child and how that child was treated? Or was the video created for other means? And you'll see what I mean when I get to the part about the sister who has now come forward and says that's her sister in the video. Like, I'm going to connect all the dots, guys. I want you to see if this was some type of scam. And I'm not here to say who may have been the scammer, but
if you've been, even if you follow Lovely T, because Lovely T put me on. Because Lovely T, I don't know how she does it, but Lovely T, she used to be so good at detecting these white people and their social media scams, like their GoFundMe scams. You guys, the way white people scam out here, it's out this world. Like, especially on TikTok, the way these white women scam on TikTok with these GoFundMes, or they have these merch. Like, there's another girl, she put me on these white girls selling pajamas for like almost $200. Pajamas are falling apart. Pajamas is, huh? I mean, like, because I felt like it was fake. So when Sabrina said it, I was like, yep. I had the same feeling because I'm like, this is so bizarre. Because I know they're mad about Carmelo Anthony and that GoFundMe. I know. Because they try to get the owner to take the GoFundMe down. And he was like, he can't do that. Because tomorrow you want Carmelo's to be down because you don't like him. But then he said, what about tomorrow when it's someone that you like and that you want to help? What you going to do? Right? So they were truly mad about that. Because white people know that they know their court system is rigged. They know that these laws were written to hold Black people back. Okay, they want Black people to only have public defenders so that way they can throw the book at you, disenfranchise you, and throw you in that jail and turn you into a slave for cheap ass labor. They know justice is not blind. They know when you're Black, you're guilty until proven innocent. But when you have money as a Black person in America going to court, you're going to have a better trial. You're going to have a better outcome because now you have a better legal team. Because I'm like, you think these white people even care about, what's his name, Austin? They don't give a damn about Austin. They do not care about Austin. They don't care about his dad. They don't care about his mom. They don't care about that boy. They only care about the fact that it's a white boy who allegedly was killed by a Black boy. And they don't want to live in America where Black people can kill white people. They don't mind it when it's the other way around. They don't care. They don't care about Austin. But Austin is like what they need to hide behind to try to say white lives matter in a way, right? We don't want to live in America where Black people can do to us what we have done to them and walk away because, hey, it's self-defense. Right? And that's why they wanted his bail to be so high so that all his GoFundMe money will go all towards the bail. But for the bail money to even be $500,000, his bail would have to be set at $5 million. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, they don't want us to use that website. So because they can't do it, they need you to go do it. This is what white people do. They'll get you to do their own dirty work, but they don't want to do it or they can't do it. So they'll have you do it because they know how to trigger you. You understand? When somebody has enslaved you for 400 years, you also have to give them credit that, yeah, if you put me in chain for 400 years, you probably know how I think. You know how I think. You know how I react. You know how I move. So you have me figured out. So the goal now is to not be so predictable, right? It's to not be predictable. Because when you think about slavery, it's no different than being a lab rat where you're there and they observe you all day, every day, and they write all your data. right? They have you figured out to the T. They know how you're going to react. They know how you're going to feel. They know what you're going to say. The goal now is to become a new creature in Jesus Christ. You cannot be predictable. You cannot be predictable. You got to be a new person. Exactly. That's all they have left is the N-word. Like, you don't understand. They used to be so powerful. They could do whatever they wanted. And now they really can't. They have to, they're treated like regular citizens. And they don't like that. So it's driving them crazy. But the only thing a white person has left is the N-word. Wumpty wump wump, how pathetic. You lost all this power, right? Like, even now, like, their birth rate, they're fighting with the Latinos. They don't have much going on for themselves. This is all they have is that goofy ass N-word. They have nothing else. They have nothing else. So they use that to make themselves feel good because they're a bunch of losers. Come on, whatever. Okay? Whatever. But y'all need to remember what they used to do out here. Burn your house, burn your school, kill your children, grape your woman. People are demented. They're so unhinged. They're so demented. So now you fast forward in 2025, the only thing they have are insults. The N-word, baby mom, welfare queen, wumpty wump wump. It's the same old recycled, tired ass insults, okay? Like, y'all, come on now. Like, you got to get to a point that's, okay, that's it. That's all you got. Yeah, that's all you got. Man, go sit your goofy ass somewhere. Go clean your damn house, okay? That's all they got. It's the same bullshit, like, every single time. Like, why are you even falling for this? Right? Before, they would have came to the house with some nooses. They would have grabbed people, y'all. But they can't do that anymore. The only thing they can do is insult you on the internet. That's all they have. They can't even walk up to your face and do it because they know whether you put your hands on them or you call the police and file for a hate crime, they're done. Career done. Life done. House done. Everything is done. So that's why they do all that goofy stuff behind a computer screen. Because they're no longer special anymore. They are no longer a protected group in America. They're just like every other citizen, okay? And that really makes them sad. They're out here crashing out like this. And then you join the goofy-ass circus, and then you crash out with these people. Why are you crashing out with losers? They're a bunch of bums. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, that website, to me, Marlene, that website needs to stay up. Okay? The website needs to stay up so that next time, if there's another Carmelo, people can go and give the money. I don't care. Give her $600,000. Give her even $10 million. I do not care. It's their money. If they want to go broke and do this, let them do it. They even buy Trump's merch. They have bought Trump's Bible. They brought the Trump shoes, the Trump books. They're out here giving the money to Trump every day. And he makes the stuff in China. But then he says, oh, make the stuff in America. Right? And he's going to put the tariff. Meanwhile, all his merch coming out of China, and they give Trump money and they buy his merch, even though the merch is coming out of China. They're slow. They want to work and they want to work factory jobs of the Chinese. Like, when are you going to understand this? How can you be mad or how can you be upset at somebody who's waiting for a factory job from China to work the factory job? Like, come on. Like, this is crazy. This is really crazy. This is insane. This is insane. The vast majority of white people that you know, like directly know, they're probably doing worse financially than you are. Okay? Hey, when they want to work the jobs that they sent to China, now they want them back. What does that tell you? Like, come on. Don't let these people get you upset. They're just not worth it. Please.
Something is off about this, and you'll see in a minute. Let's let him finish here.
She claims that other child took her son's belongings. That's what kicked this off. The guy who recorded the video is familiar with the other child. When he brings his children there, that child and his siblings are often there and play together. The kid she's going after has autism. He doesn't behave in a neurotypical way. And even if he didn't have autism, nothing he could have done would justify her calling him slurs and pursuing him physically, which is what she says she was doing before this guy intervened. He said after he stopped recording, she sat down, hurled more slurs, told him and his wife that they should leave the country, and then got on the phone and acted like she was calling someone to come down there and handle things. Fortunately, no one came, and eventually she packed up her child and left. But this woman is a danger to children. She doesn't need to be on a playground.
So he never called the police? He never called the police on her? He did not call the police on her? He didn't file a police report on her. He just recorded it and put it on the internet. And then she just so happened to have a GoFundMe ready or Instagram ready. And people already knew her name. Man, please. This stuff, man, this is ridiculous.
Around other kids.
This
and
is ridiculous.
she has at least one child of her own, which is also concerning. So Rochester, Minnesota, someone do me a favor. Take a close look at her tattoos. You can see her face clearly. Someone please tell me who she is.
So again, when we go back,
Start berating a little black boy.
Call the child the word. It is my own business. You call him a.
the sad part about all this is the child, the kids that witnessed this, right? Because you have the kid in her arm, and I said this before, like kids aren't born to hate.
Mm-hmm.
They're taught it. And her kid is right there in her arms. And kids remember these things. They pick up this. They pick up the messages. They pick up the behavior. They get it from somewhere. And there's also other kids on the playground. So there were a number of people that were shocked by this behavior, by this video. I was not shocked.
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of Black people were not shocked.
Mm-hmm.
And so it seemed like to me it was a lot of white liberals who were shocked.
Mm.
But anytime
Hold on. I mean, like these white liberals who want to pretend to be shocked, I think it's also performative. I think it's performative. I think, white people, everything about white folks is so self-centered. Like, oh, I'm going to react to this to prove that I'm a good white person. I'm going to say, no. Shut up, please. I don't trust any fools, okay? Liberals also acting shocked like they don't know their own history. Y'all all white. Whether you're liberal or not, it doesn't absolve you that you're white American. And that most likely in your family, you have at least one grandpa or one great granddaddy that was in the Ku Klux Klan. Like, please stop, okay? You've grown up, you've heard worse. Like, even the N-word would say that half of them people, half of these white liberals, they love listening to rap music. They love listening to drill music. They love listening to all this profane music with a bunch of N-word, right? Nobody buy more rap music than a white liberal. So to me also, this, even with Pierce Morgan too, when he was telling the girl, oh, you are despicable racist. I did not know she was going to say this. Shut the fuck up. You're a damn racist, your damn self. You're British. How can you not be a racist? Okay, yeah. Like they're just full of it. They're just so full of it. Like, shut up. Okay. Anybody who knows American history knows that being called the N-word is probably like the nicest thing a racist can do to you. Okay. And I'm not trying to be funny, but when you consider all the things these people have done on this land, being called the N-word in lieu of something else, it's actually a nice thing coming out of them because they could do some real evil. Okay, they fed babies to alligators. Okay, they've cut the Achilles heel, Achilles tendon, right, of many slaves who ran away into freedom that they caught. They used to tie you up to a post and just whip you until they completely broke all of your flesh. Like these people have done things, man. They have operated on Black women, enslaved Black women out here without no anesthesia, even though anesthesia was available. Okay, they are so despicable. They are so despicable. So for me, it's like even for a Black person to be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe she used the N-word. Like, do you know American history? Like, girl, put everything in perspective. Okay, put everything into perspective. This is actually a nice thing. That's all she did. She didn't bring a noose. She didn't come back with her family in garbs to burn everyone, to kill everyone. Okay, like, good for them. They've come a long way. Okay. Yeah, like this is very, very bizarre. Like, I don't know. To me, Minnesota, no, but because it sounds like the land of scam. And maybe I'll play another video. You'll see all the scams they do out there, y'all. It is crazy. It is really crazy. YouTube will show you everything.
You can say that to a child.
Please, they've done worse. Yeah.
And that just goes to show you that's how she sees Black people, period.
Good for her.
That's how she sees it. To her, it doesn't matter it's a kid. And there are a number of things that you can call people, but to go to the lowest of the low, you see what I'm saying? But it wasn't surprising to me. Like I said, seemed like a lot of the people who were surprised by what this woman said, it looks like to me online is white liberals.
Huh? Like you're weird.
Now, there has been like this is crazy because get this. There is an investigation into this. Let me go ahead and pull this up. Police investigate after white mother used racist slur at Minnesota park. Watch this.
If he was my child, I would want somebody else to stand up for him.
On the evening of April 28th, Shamarki Omar says he started recording a now viral video of a woman shouting racial slurs at a 5-year-old special needs boy.
I thought she was going to deny it and walk away.
And you see what Pearl said? You see what Pearl said? Pearl said, where are the kid's parents? Especially if he's special needs. Why would a special needs baby be out there by himself like this? Right? What mother or father is going to let their child that has special needs play at the playground by him or by himself? Right? Why didn't his mother record this? Why didn't his dad record this? Why did he record it? Y'all, let me tell you something. This is very bizarre, y'all. I'm going to tell y'all this, y'all. Y'all need to, when y'all listen, certain things have to pop out like, this is bizarre. Minnesota, y'all, it's the land of skin. Okay? In Minnesota, Somalis, white racism, child, it's very bizarre. I'm like, this is bizarre to me. This is bizarre to me. What do I know? This is very bizarre, you guys. It is very, very bizarre. It is very, very bizarre. It is very bizarre. And that's why you got to calm down from having these initial reaction. And I even feel like a lot of these black blog pages like the Neighborhood Talk, the Shade Room and things like that, I really wonder if these pages also do not operate for the government to be out there just to trigger black people all the time. You know what I mean? I really do. I really do wonder, because I'm like, when you also care about the mental health of black people, you're gonna find a way to report like, hey, family, this is what's going on, but let's just wait until we get more information, because this could be a trap to rage bait us, right? But because the vast majority of these blog pages, all they care about is their engagement, they want the views, they want the comments. So they have a way also of presenting information to trigger black people. That's why if you're black and you love yourself, you have to start unfollowing a lot of these blogs, because they're truly, truly unhealthy. They are truly, truly unhealthy. And they want you to always be triggered all the time. You can't live like that. You cannot live like this, y'all. And my thing, y'all, my French is coming out. But my thing is too, right? Just because you take a day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, a week, even a month to react to it, it doesn't make you less black, okay? Being black and being pro-black does not mean that as soon as I see something, I have to have a reaction. No, okay? Especially if you're really pro-black, you're not just doing it for performative reasons, right? If you are really pro-black and you're not doing it for performative reasons, you're going to take even more of your time to react to stuff, because you need to make sure that if I have a reaction, and also if I talk about it with other black people, that I don't steer them in the wrong direction. Do you understand me? Right? You got to really calm down, because especially if you have an audience and you're black, and then you like, you can also steer your people in the wrong direction, right? So taking time to respond to something, or taking your time to analyze what is going on, it doesn't make you less black. It doesn't mean that you don't care about black people. It doesn't mean that you don't care about this 5-year-old baby, because he could also be taken advantage of. It's like, it's okay because social media is so fake. There's so much AI, there's so much foolishness, there's so much grifting, there's so much like weird control of what we see even on social media. It's not just mainstream media now. Even like so-called grassroots media has been contaminated. So you have to take your time and be like, let me think about this. Let me pray about this. Let me see what other people have to say, because me, Marlene, when I heard Minnesota and I heard his voice, I'm like, yeah, this man is Somali. Then I see this, I'm like, a racist white woman in Minnesota, though? That's very bizarre, you know, because it's mostly a blue state. So I'm like, what is going on here? So I'm like, child, it's giving Charlie Kirk. It's giving Charlie Kirk to create something with an N-word, and then she happens to go on Give, Send, Go, the same platform that Carmelo is on, that they try to take down. Yo, I don't know. And I'm like, why are you even on Give, Send, Go? You don't have criminal charges. So why are you on there? Because most people who go on Give, Send, Go, they go there because there's a criminal charge and they want to raise money to pay for a lawyer. It's quite obvious to me he never called the police, and he never even went to the police station to file a claim or whatever, a report for a hate crime. So why are you on Give, Send, Go? You can just go on GoFundMe, right? Now, if your GoFundMe gets shut down, I can see why you would come to like Give, Send, Go. But it's like you don't have criminal charges. You didn't get arrested. You don't need a lawyer. So why are you on Give, Send, Go? Where that's where Carmelo's fundraiser is. So me, Marlene, all of that, it was like this is bizarre. I don't trust this. I really don't. I do not trust this.
There was a video, and she saw that I was recording. She doubled down and even tripled down now.
With a child of his own on the spectrum, Omar says he felt he was doing what he thought was right.
If nobody else is going to do it, I'm going to have to do it. I don't have to ask permission, or should I do it or not, for anybody.
A woman who has identified herself as Shiloh Hendrix has crowdfunded more than $430,000 as of...
Pearl said, when I initially watched the video, I thought interesting. If I was defending a child at a playground, taking out my phone would be the last thing on my mind. And I would probably call the police first. Exactly. Like, you want to record this? I don't know. He's like, oh, let's see what the internet has to say about it. He said, oh, you know that's a hate crime. But let's see what the internet has to say about it. But if it's a hate crime, call the police. If she's out here saying this to a 5-year-old with a learning disability, you need to call the police. And also, where are the parents of the baby? Why is a 5-year-old with autism wandering by himself like that at the park? This is suspicious, y'all. This is so bizarre. This is so bizarre. No.
Friday night with a goal of $1 million to protect her family after she says her personal information was released, asking, quote, help to assist in protecting my family. I fear that we must relocate, end quote.
I don't know what to say. It's mind-boggling. I don't know. I thought she was going to get punished for this. But
let me pause here. So this is the guy who recorded the incident. And the big question I think a lot of people have is, so he spoke out, he said something. What happened? Where are the parents? And I think that's the question a lot of people are wondering, like, the child was on the playground. Was his mom there? Was his dad there? And if so, why didn't they say anything to Shiloh? So I think that's the part that people is still kind of up in the air. I mean, obviously a kid, I would hope a kid wasn't at the playground alone. Somebody was with him, right? So that's why some people are like, okay, he stood in to speak up, but where were the parents? So that's what people are asking. Why wouldn't a parent say anything? Or maybe he was with a babysitter. Maybe someone was babysitting him at that time and took him to the park. I don't know. Let's go on.
Apparently not. She's getting rewarded.
Meanwhile, the Rochester branch of the NAACP has showed its support for the child affected by also crowdfunding more than $150,000 in donations by Friday night with a goal of $250,000. Omar says he and his family have received death threats.
He's been threatened, and the rest of the kids also have a death threat against them.
How can you be threatened? We never saw your face. Like, how was he threatened? Nobody ever saw his face. What is going on here, y'all? What is this, y'all? Y'all, I swear, man. You hear Minnesota, run for your life. Y'all, that place is just...
15,000 supporters who have donated to Hendrix's fundraiser. Omar says this.
Living with hate, it's very stressful. And it shortens your life. So being happy and welcoming is the better way.
So... I want you to hear how the community responded to this, because it's always shocking to me when people are like, we're not that type of town. These kind of things just don't happen here. I can't believe it happened. But listen to the community response.
Our top story tonight, community members in Rochester are calling for consequences after a woman was caught on camera referring to a young child using the N-word. The video has since been seen by millions. It's also resulted in dueling fundraisers, one for the woman and another for the child.
And now many are upset about this. Fox 9's Bab Santos is in Rochester with the story.
We're choosing not to show the video on our air because of its graphic nature, but clearly It has divided the community in southern Minnesota, people showing up at events throughout the day on Monday to speak their minds.
That sweet, innocent child shouldn't ever have to experience something like that.
We got to step our foot down on the ground and let the people know that we will not tolerate racism.
Yes.
Hey, the now viral recording of a confrontation at this Rochester playground has sparked impassioned reactions from people around the world.
By the way, guys, this is in Minnesota.
As locally on Monday, some returned to the playground, demanding that the woman at the center of the drama face prosecution.
I feel like it could be classified as a hate crime. I mean, this is a child. You don't go after a child like that.
The man who recorded the video was also back at Roy Sutherland Playground, telling the crowd his entire life has changed in less than a week.
It's been very tough few days. Very tough. I did the right thing, but right now it's a backlash. I haven't been sleeping lately.
Adding to this crowd's outrage, the woman seen using the N-word now has a fundraiser, claiming her family is in danger and needs to relocate due to online threats. The campaign has brought in double the amount of money a separate fundraiser received for the child involved.
The energy that happened to give that woman the monetary support is the same energy we should be matching right now.
Already, Rochester police have completed a criminal investigation and submitted their findings to the Rochester City Attorney's Office for consideration of criminal charges.
Okay. Let me show you why, another reason why I think this is staged. Now, by the way, do I think her using the N-word is staged? No, I think that was just real. But the way this was all packaged together, now you have a woman on TikTok who says that Shiloh is her sister. She says that's her sister, right? Well, because I found out something interesting about this woman. Because this woman who says that Shiloh is her sister has other videos on TikTok saying that other people are something to her too. And I noticed a pattern. Just going through the video, I noticed a pattern. Friend of the show, Roger Meadows, reached out to me and said, I've seen this woman before. And I said, wait a minute. He said, I saw her on TikTok. I've seen her before. So listen to this woman. She says that Shiloh is her sister, right? Listen to this.
Baby sister. You guys have no idea what people are doing to our family right now. No idea. Okay. They have threatened to dox Shiloh's address. They have threatened to dox my address. They have found out names of third and fourth cousins that they're going to dox. Okay. She clearly stated when you act out, she's going to call you out. Okay. And none of you guys know the actual story. You don't know what was happening beforehand. Okay. Shiloh, my baby sister, is a beautiful woman inside and out. And with her GoFundMe, do you know what she's doing? Do you know what she's doing? Not only does she have to relocate, she is having to pay for all of us to relocate.
Pause. Now, this woman who says she's Shiloh's sister says that Shiloh is having to pay for all of them to relocate, including her. Why do you have to relocate? Nobody knew that you were related to her or allegedly related to her, because I'm suspicious about this woman. You were allegedly related to her until you made TikTok videos saying so, boo.
You know, sometimes, you know what I think sometimes? I just feel like sometimes these people are just trolling. I really think they're just trolling because they just want you to be enraged. So you'll keep sharing it because, you know, social media is all about the algorithm. And it's like nothing works more, like nothing triggers these algorithms more than rage. Even positivity, it doesn't trigger people like this, right? Rage, people get mad, they share, they comment, they post in their stories that are like rage bait is like what the algorithm, like these algorithms crave for. You know, How are so many Somalis coming to the States? Because many of them are refugees. Many of them apply for refugee status. So that's how they do. Some also do a little bit of fraud, but most of them, they do apply for refugee status because of UN. So, because of like what goes on in like what's going on in Somalia, you know, they have like famine and stuff like that out there. So, but many come out as refugees. But if you follow like black pages, they're always fighting. They're always fighting over there. Child, they are always fighting. They're always fighting. Yeah, come outside more, Kevin.
Which means you wanted the attention.
Yeah.
You guys, this stuff is just, to me, it's just so like you literally can go to this woman's TikTok page and see video after video after video. I'll show you the little girl that you heard about in the such and such. Yeah, that was my daughter. The so-and-so that you heard about in this. Yeah, that was my but. It's so obvious here.
Okay, so this is not just free money. This never should have happened. Okay, you guys are being very immature. It was just a word. It's just a word. Why are you guys getting so bent out of shape over it?
That's trolling. That's just trolling.
Like it really don't make any sense. Leave my baby sister alone.
Okay, her baby sister. Okie dokie. Now I want to take you to this woman's this is her TikTok now. I want to take you to another video where she says, yes, I am the mother whose daughter knocked on the neighbor's door. Listen to this. Oh, I can't hear anything, Corey. I don't know if the volume's on or not.
Yeah, they're mentally ill.
Corey, Eric, which one? Okay.
I don't know. I really do. I really do pray for the day that most Black people realize that racism is a mental illness. It's a mental illness. It is just not normal. Like, you can dislike someone because they actually did something to you. That makes a lot of sense. This person did this to me, and because of that, I don't like the person. Cool, right? But to just say, oh, I hate you because your complexion is different than mine, that's not normal, right? And we can see that like white people are truly plagued with a variety of mental illnesses, right? For the most part, who wants to be transsexual? White people. Who's out here? Oh, I was born in the wrong body, and this and that. Like it's like these aberrations. Like, what the heck is wrong with these people, right? They have a lot of mental illnesses, and I don't know why we don't want to accept the fact that racism is a mental illness. It is not normal. It's just not normal. Like, you're not a healthy brain person. So when we see that and we continue to engage with them as if they're okay, we also got to get our head checked, right? Because if you see a crazy person, yeah, like if you see a crazy person and then you start to argue with a crazy person, are you also crazy? Right? But it's like, remember one time I used to this girl, I was helping out this girl to feed people under the bridge in New Orleans. But I'm like, some of these people under the bridge, like, because they're so strung out on the drugs, you try to feed them, they cuss you out. Like, damn, you gotta be this mean. Okay? But you can't really get mad though, because you know they're drugged out. It's the cocaine brain, it's the crack brain. And like, it's fried. There's nothing in there. Like, you know what I mean? So like, you can't get offended by that. So that's what I'm trying to say. Like, when you see a white person do all this N-word stuff, it's like, oh, child, you're mentally ill. Oh, poor baby. Like, you need to get your head checked. You need your medication, right? But it's a mental illness. It really is a mental illness. It is not normal to hate someone just because you don't like their complexion. It's not normal to kill someone just because you don't like their complexion. It's not normal to feed a baby to an alligator just because you don't like their complexion. It's just not normal behavior. It's a mentally ill people. So like, you have mental illnesses. You know what I'm saying? So you need to get treated. They need help.
TikTok volume can be low, but at least it's.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to refresh it.
Knocked on her neighbor's door, asking the neighbor to invite her to dinner because she hadn't been fed and was hungry, and that her mom wouldn't allow her to go to anybody's house and eat unless she was invited. I am that mom, okay? The creator has now went viral with her video talking about this whole situation. She's telling everybody that she is paying, she's helping me. She's paying for my utilities. She's helping me get on welfare. All these things lie. All lies. That is not what happened. That is not what happened at all. This woman brought it upon herself to bathe my child without permission. There was no inviting her to dinner. Okay, my child didn't go over there, knock on the door, and ask to be invited for dinner. Okay.
So again, at the beginning,
yes, I am a mother whose daughter knocked on her knee.
You guys get the point, right? So some people say this is she does satire or whatever. The point is, earlier today she was live and she was telling people, yes, that's my sister, live on TikTok. And this video, her videos are being shared all over the place. People are saying, look, this is her sister. This is her da-da-da-da. I don't know if this woman is Shiloh's sister or not, but people are sharing it. And she was live pretending as though it's true. So something here is off. And I told you guys, like, this particular story, do I believe that woman did what she did to that child? Oh, abso-freaking-lutely. But did it surprise me? No, it didn't surprise me. You think those of us who are Black Americans in this country, you think nobody ever called us the N-word when we were a kid?
Exactly.
I had a teacher. My fourth grade teacher.
Wow.
She used to sit right there while the other kids in the class used to call the Black kids the N-word. This was in Savannah, Georgia. Used to sit up there and call the Black kids the N-word, and she ain't say a damn thing.
See?
So no, I wasn't surprised at all. But I do find this to be a little bit strange. Like, all of this just put together, it just seems weird. It's almost like the guy just had to be there at the right time to get the video, etc. So I'm not saying she didn't say that. I believe she did say that, as she continues to say the word multiple times in the video. But it just seemed a little too neatly packaged. A little too neatly packaged to me. I was thinking about this the other day, and I was like, if that was me and I was sitting in the park, and it's just, and then when he walked up to her, then you're really taking a risk, because you don't know what she could have in her pockets. You don't know what she could have pulled out of her purse, what she could have pulled out of her bag. You never know. But the guy who walked up to do the video, it just all seemed too neatly packaged. So I ask, I wonder.
Yep, you have to.
But what's shocking to me is I feel like a lot of Americans, the people who were falling for it, I feel like a lot of people just like, oh my God, I can't believe this woman said this. Da 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 da. Get the fuck out of here. Exactly. This is America. Why are you pretending like these things don't happen?
Exactly.
Why are you pretending to be surprised?
And the thing is,
tell me.
It's so sad about like being Black in America to y'all. Let me tell you. When I was in New Orleans, for example, you guys, I will drive around, especially downtown New Orleans, like the French Quarters and stuff, like not so much like Magazine Street and stuff like that. I would see these big ass trees, y'all. And I would be like, damn, was a Black person lynched on the street? And that's sad. Like, isn't that sad? I'm like, because one time I had this white girl come over, like, because she was helping me lay lashes, like, she was Italian. And I was telling her, because she was very supportive of Jeffrey at that point. I was like, one thing you'll never realize, like, even when you're in my car right now and I'm driving through the city, sometimes I just look at a tree, especially if it's a big one, and I'll wonder, like, damn, like, I wonder if a Black person got lynched off that tree, right? I'm like, these thoughts, you will never have these thoughts. Like, you will never have to wonder such a thing, right? But I'm like, I would really look at those trees, because some of them would be like so big, like, y'all, they were just so damn huge, and the branches are big, and I'm like, dang, I wonder could they have? You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, it's even sad. It's even sad that these thoughts are your thoughts. You know, or like I would run, like where I would be on the West Bank because I could see the river, right? I run next to the river, like, along the banks of the river. And then you're thinking like, damn, they had to cross this water. You know, it's like, yo, it's a lot. No, I don't think they were getting lynched like that. And probably if you're Italian, you were getting lynched in New Orleans, you probably stole somebody's shit, okay? Because they did, many of them who came here were some criminals. So maybe their shit was well deserved. But in New Orleans, it's not even just the lynching stuff. It's the lynching stuff. It's the feeding babies to the alligators, right? Because because I used to also go like in West Wego. You probably don't know, but there's a place called West Wego. West Wego is like the bayou and stuff like that. Like it's out there in the swamp stuff. You're like, damn, like is this where they used to feed the babies to the alligators? Like it's too much. It really is too much. If you even go to New Orleans, if you study Cajun culture in New Orleans. Like not just Cajun, all of Louisiana actually, because when they left Canada, when those goofy ass French left Canada and they trekked all the way down to Louisiana, right? They have an icon. His name is Jean Lafitte. So Jean Lafitte, he's like a pirate, but this man was so racist. Like he used to do so many horrible things to Black people, and I'm like, but a lot of places are called Jean Lafitte. They have bars named after him. There are places in West Wego named after him. That man was fucking evil, man. He was really evil. But I'm like, just think about like the fact that your mind even has to go there. Like it's sad. It's deplorable. You know what I mean? Like you should be able to drive through it and not be like, damn, like I wonder. Because some of these trees, y'all, they have to be over 100 years old. They're so majestic. But then it's like it's the rich part of New Orleans, like Magazine Street, Canal Street, all these streets that have all these goddesses, Euterpe, they're named after all these Greek goddesses, whatever. You're like, but then, and I told her that, I'm like, you will never know what it feels like, oh my gosh, do you know where it was also the worst? When I lived in Columbus, Georgia, you guys, I don't know if it's like, there's this road, 77, y'all, especially when I would leave Atlanta and I would have to go home, y'all, there is a part of that road, y'all, it is just black and dark, it's this long ass road, y'all. They ain't nothing, y'all. It's just road. Like you just drive and drive. And I was like, oh Lord Jesus. What if the KKK just pops out the bushes? White people give me anxiety. You guys, oh my gosh. Columbus used to scare me. Columbus used to scare the dog crap out of me. Oh my Lord. Yo, being in the South will have you scared. What? And then one time we drove from New Orleans all the way back to Virginia, right? So we drove through Selma. You guys, I was like, because even Birmingham, there's life in Birmingham. If you ever drive to Alabama, there is life in Birmingham. When you get through Selma, you guys, it feels like it's frozen in time. I was like, oh, hell no. I started seeing things. Like I started seeing the people, the dogs, the water hose. I was like, Jimmy, get me out of here. Get me out of here. Oh my gosh. But it's like, it looks like what you see in these civil rights documentaries. It's like the place is frozen in time. I was like, get me out of here. Oh, I can't be here. You guys, it's a lot. It really is a lot. It is a lot. But New Orleans, though, it was something, man. You see the river, and I'm like, yeah, like this is the river they talk about. This is the river they used to cross. This is the river they used to jump in there with their babies and swim in this river to get out of slavery. You guys, it is so frightening. It is so frightening. Like even if you get close to it, because on the West Bank you can, because we have the levees and stuff, so you can see the water. You can see the Mississippi River, like you can see it, like it's right there. But you guys, it is so intimidating. When you see that river, you start having like chills, like damn, like slavery had to be like a nightmare. Because who in their right mind will jump into this body? Like who would do this? And with babies. Oh hell no, y'all. Oh hell no. Like it's just like it's very, very eerie. It's an eerie place. It's just bizarre. Like it's just wow. What the freak? But I'm like, it's just not normal to drive and to look at trees and start to wonder, was somebody hung? Like was somebody lynched over here? Yo, it's just my mind. Like it used to get me all the time. Like this place, man. What have they done? Whew, Jesus. It's a lot. It really is a lot. It really is a lot. It's a lot. It really like it's a lot. It's a lot. It really is a lot. And then when we went to the plantation, went to the Whitley plantation. Oh, that one, y'all, that thing is really depressing. It is seriously depressing. And that's what I'm not trying to be funny, you guys, but like me having gone to a plantation and they explained to you what they would do, like if they would catch an enslaved African who ran and they brought him back, they will cut your tendon right here. They cut it off so you can never run again. Can you imagine how painful that must be? You know, they even have like this one, it's like a little prison thing, but it's just like for one body, like it's just that small. It's all metal. And you would have to go in there. And I'm like, the atrocity? Huh? Okay. Oh my gosh. Then they had us walk through the whole mausoleum. And then you could see like the young black babies, like the enslaved black children, I guess, the black African kids, recounting how their mamas used to get raped. There was one kid who said that his mom had like 13 kids, something crazy like that. And all the kids were from the master, like they were from the white man. You read all these, like, what the freak is this? What the fuck is this? What the fuck am I? These people are weird, okay? So to me, I'm like, when you understand the barbaric ways of white people, if all they have left is the N-word, whew, thank you, Jesus. You got to put things in perspective, y'all, because they're really evil. They are truly, let me show you Jean Lafitte. Hold on. Let me show you Jean Lafitte. They are seriously, they're sick. Yeah, here he is, Jean Lafitte. This man is a criminal, a French criminal. Okay, number criminal. But you read the things this goofy ass man did, like this Cajun man did. That's the ancestors of the Cajun people of Louisiana. Jean Lafitte. Evil AF. This man was diabolical, y'all. But if you ever go to New Orleans, like if you go on the West Bank, the place called like Marrero or whatever, he has lots of stuff out there, like because the swamps are there. Even when they do like the whole swamp tour and things like that, you know, there's a famous bar too in let me see. Yeah, there you go. Here it is. Okay. Here's like this famous bar in downtown New Orleans, like this is the French Quarters. It's called the Jean Lafitte. Like this is bar. But I'm like, you read about this man? Oh my gosh. Oh my Lord. Oh my goodness. So like, you know, I don't know. To me, nah. They're capable of way more diabolical stuff than this. So, oh my gosh, oh please, whatever. Go sit down somewhere. Okay. But if I'm like me, I would not put this past Charlie Kirk to create this rage, to make sure that the Give Send Go website completely disappears so that next time Black people can't raise this kind of money again, because they don't want you to be able to raise money that you can get yourself the best criminal lawyer possible. Matter of fact, they don't want you to raise money so you can be able to even make bail. You know, because like I said, $1 million bail that was completely unconstitutional. But let's say, hey, I stated $1 million. Where would his family have gotten that kind of money? Right? Even $250, that's still $25,000. Like, how many people can say, yeah, I got $25,000 cash in the bank? And that's just the bond. Now you still got to go pay the retainer for the attorney. So how much is that right now? You understand? So to me, I'm like, moving forward, they want to make sure that if you're Black, you cannot raise as much money as they do for your legal defense. You know? Because why didn't this happen when Daniel Penny was raising his $3 million? Right? Why didn't this incident happen when Daniel Penny was raising $3 million? The timing to me is very suspicious. It's really, really suspicious.
I want to know.
Very suspicious.
We got to be careful, guys. We got to be careful. Yep. I'm just suspicious of the surprise. I'm very suspicious of that. And the fact that she said that to a child, again, that just tells you who she is as a person. I was surprised it made national news. People act like this has never happened to people before. That's the thing that was shocking to me. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Sometimes I wonder too. Sometimes I think we got to question what goes viral and what doesn't go viral.
And why does it go viral? What is the goal? Yo, nah, Marlene, that gonna scare me anymore. I'm sorry.
Hey,
hold on, and then look at this video I just found. Hold on, look at this one. Look at this. Look at this.
Allegations of widespread fraud in Minnesota, this time concerning autism centers. And today, the FBI raided 2 of them. Its first public action taken as part of a federal investigation we first told you about in October that has ties to the Feeding Our Future meal fraud case.
Okay, and you see in the Feeding Our Future stuff, you see this? Feeding Our Future, he's Somali. Oh, yes, it's like 2 or 4 Somalis who got arrested for that. They're working with a white woman. Y'all, I'm telling you, sometimes I know when I say stuff, you might think I'm being mean, but trust me, I'm not. I'm outside. I see a lot of stuff. I just don't make it live every time I see stuff. But you'll see that Feed the Future guy, there's like 2 or 4 Somalis that are involved in it. One of them is connected to Ilhan Omar. Here she goes again. That lady, she corrupt, y'all. She corrupt because the people are saying that Ilhan Omar, she married her brother to bring him to America. And then she divorced her brother after he had his green card or something to go marry her new husband, the white man. Okay. So you see, we have a video. Listen to me, you guys. Listen to me. We have a video of a white woman saying the N-word to a 5-year-old boy that allegedly has autism. We don't know where the parents are. Even if the mom, you can say, oh, the mommy probably didn't want to talk because she doesn't speak English. She only speaks Somali language. Okay. No problem. But she could still be in the video though. And my thing is she can still cuss her out in her native language. That's not a problem. That's not a problem, right? But why is that 5-year-old there by himself? It happens to be a 5-year-old with autism. Now we come to find out that Feed the Future has a few Somali in there who are doing all kinds of scams, and they're tied also to autistic centers. You guys, I'm telling you, when you hear Minnesota, your ears have to perk up. There's nothing good going on in that state, y'all. Like, there's bad things happening in that state. Y'all need to wake up. You need to wake up. It's like Atlanta. It really is becoming the new Atlanta.
Here's KARE 11's Lou Ragoose. Lou?
Julie, this investigation started when federal prosecutors started noticing ties between fraudulent meal sites and the $250 million child meal fraud case known as Feeding Our Future and autism centers in Minnesota that are collecting millions of dollars in Medicaid reimbursements for services that are meant for autistic kids. The FBI says it has found substantial evidence of fraud.
Inside this strip of stores on Nicollet Avenue in the Stevens Square neighborhood of Minneapolis, a business called Smart Therapy Center received taxpayer money in the form of reimbursements from 2 programs: autism services paid through Medicaid by the Minnesota Department of Human Services and federal child meal program reimbursements overseen by the Minnesota Department of Education. MDE approved Smart Therapy's meal site application after former Feeding Our Future executive director Amy Bach explained autism clinics, quote, operate like child care programs in that the parent drops off the child, then leaves them there for several hours like a daycare, according to a federal search warrant unsealed today. Now the FBI is investigating medical fraud, believing that while Smart Therapy claimed to serve meals to up to 600 kids a day, 7 days a week, it was also submitting fraudulent claims for autism services. The feds raided Smart Therapy and Star Autism Center in St. Cloud, collecting boxes of records.
And you know what, too? You know what? It's very possible, too. Like, if it's not the like of Charlie Kirk behind it, it could be a white liberal behind it. You guys, this is Dr. King, sorry. Malcolm X has warned us. It's the same family, different jerseys to confuse people. Because you have white liberals also who are very aware that there is money to be made from these MAGA. I don't know if it's MAGA, but you know, these crazy white racists, right? There's money to be made from them too, because many of them believe in white supremacy. You know, America, y'all gotta understand this. Like, America is a country that runs on greed. You know how they say America runs on Duncan? No, America runs on greed. So it's very possible that you could have someone like Charlie Kirk behind this. It is also very possible that you could have a white liberal behind this, because sometimes it's the people that you don't suspect because they always act like they're your friend and they got your back. They be the ones doing stuff like this, okay? I'm just saying, right? But I'm like, either way, this could all be a setup. It could all be a setup. Because even if you believe that, even the white people, let me tell you something, right? Let me tell you something. Even the white people who pretended to be pro Carmelo, they could have done that just for views also. But deep down in the heart, they could also have been mad. You know, it's a lot of performing people out here. It's a lot of people who perform. They perform. Hey, let me act like I support all these people. Let me be a liberal. Let me support everybody, right? So people can like me, right? So I can manipulate better, so I can make more money. You have to really be careful. But usually people who blow smoke up your ass are usually up to no good also. I'm just saying, you guys. So I can see it both ways. I can see Charlie Kirk being behind this. I can also see a white liberal being behind this, right? Because either way, there is money to be made. You enrage the black people with the N-word, and you get these crazy white racists to give you all kinds of money because they know how it works. That's how it goes. We have seen people over and over make money this way. Tommy Lauren, Candace Owens. I mean, there's another white girl. I forgot her name. She used to be really big on YouTube for a season too. I forgot her name, but then she fell off, right? It's a lot of people who do this kind of stuff, you know? But ultimately, what we realize today is that there is currency in black rage. That the more black people get upset about something, it motivates some of these other goofy ass white people to donate money. It's a business. It really, really is a business. It's a business. So that's why we got to question everything. So a video goes up and you already have a GoFundMe ready. Girl, bye. Go sit down somewhere. Like, please. I'm not falling for this.
And devices. According to the search warrant, a former employee told the feds, quote, Smart Therapy's owner actively recruited new clients by talking to parents they knew and even knocking on doors in the community and trying to talk parents into getting their kids into autism treatment, believing Smart Therapy's owners paid parents of clients to bring their children to Smart Therapy. Smart Therapy has received $13.8 million in Medicaid reimbursements since 2020.
The Department of Human Services today revealed they have been investigating both of these autism centers for some time, and they're now conducting an audit of the entire program. In a statement, Commissioner Jody Harpstead said, in part, quote, we work closely with our state and federal law enforcement partners in oversight of these and other Medicaid programs. We are digging further into cases where we note concerns and will conduct formal investigations if and where needed. Julie.
Lou, I can almost hear viewers at home screaming at their televisions right now. It's just maddening.
Some people are calling it Feeding Our Future Part 2. We'll have to see how big the scope of this one is, though.
All right. Thank you, Lou.
You know, she used to be really, really famous back in the day. She was really big here on YouTube. Okay. So you see, look, let's see this one.
Lou Ragoose with an update on the Feeding Our Future fraud case. Of the 48 people now charged in the scheme, only 7 are in jail right now. They include Abdi.
You see, and look at their names. They're all Somali. You see? Yeah. Minnesota's not a real place, y'all. It's not a real place.
Aziz Farah and Mohammed Ismail, who were previously charged with passport fraud for trying to leave the country. I confirmed today 3 of the other defendants either successfully fled or were already out of the country when the FBI started investigating. Those 7 in jail also include Mikfira Hussein, who had booked a one-way flight to Ethiopia that was scheduled to leave last night. Hussein,
how can you wear a hijab and be a criminal like this? These people don't fear God.
Hussein's charges say she stole $6.8 million and never served a meal to a needy child. She bought things like a...
And she wears a hijab? She would have bought a Porsche? How can you... What? Shaitan!
$93,000 Porsche and several other vehicles and spread a lot of money to other accounts. Tomorrow morning, some of the jailed suspects will begin appearing in court to see if they will be held behind bars until trial.
What? This is insanity.
$250 million of your tax dollars was supposed to help feed hungry children.
Instead, federal prosecutors say at least...
No, Kevin, like when it comes to a lot of Somalis, they say they're not African. No. They say they're not African, that they're Arabs. That's why I say, like, if you go out, like if you're outside and you go to like the British black side of things, right? The black British are always fighting the British Somalis because it's always a fight. Like they say they're not black, they say they're not African, and they say that they're Arabs. So, you know, they'll tell you they're not African. They'll tell you they're not black. They'll tell you that they are Arabs. Okay, no problemo. And even that too, like sometimes you have some African people who get bothered. I'm like, why are you bothered? Like, if they don't want to be African, let them be. Who cares? Like, I don't know why people get triggered like this. If they think they're Arab, no problem. Let them go to Qatar. Let them go to Saudi Arabia. Let them go to Jordan. Matter of fact, let them go to Israel. And they're going to see how Bibi treats them, right? You can believe whatever you want to believe. Now, is it possible that you could have some Arab ancestry? Of course. Somalia is not far. Like, you just have like the Red Sea. Like, it's not far from Saudi Arabia. So anything is possible. Anything is possible. But to be as blatant when your skin is black to say, I'm not black, I'm not African, I'm Arab. Okay, sure, whatever. Okay, he said, where's Gary? Gary's in his feelings. Gary's mad.
47 Minnesotans pocketed that cash to pay for luxury rides, high-end jewelry, and coastal homes. WCCO's David Schumann shows us how the fraud operation worked and who's accused of running the entire operation.
At the top of the U.S. Attorney's chart Tuesday was Amy Bach of Feeding Our Future, a now dissolved nonprofit. Prosecutors say Bach and dozens of co-conspirators defrauded the federal government out of $250 million during the pandemic.
It quickly became the ultimate get-rich-quick scheme.
Bach and her co-defendants are accused of lying about serving meals to thousands of children a day.
These children were simply invented.
So how did the defendants allegedly make money? The government reimbursed them for the meals the defendants claimed they served. Prosecutors say they claimed 125 million of them.
There's no mistake. There's no misunderstanding. There's no confusion. What is spelled out in the charges details a blatant display of greed.
They used this money that was supposed to be used for feeding children.
I'm not even trying to feed even like 500 kids. I mean, if you're going, at least like if you're going to claim 1,000, try to feed at least 100 kids. No, zero. Greed.
Buy houses in Minnesota, resort property and real estate in Kenya and Turkey, luxury cars, commercial property, jewelry, and much more.
People who work to fight hunger say, fortunately, there were enough real programs during the peak of the pandemic to help children. But now child hunger is becoming a real problem once again.
We have heard countless stories of the hardships families have faced in recent months. We've seen the end of federal programs that were essential in helping families make ends meet throughout the pandemic.
Parents are encouraged to reach out to their schools if they need help. David Schumann, WCCO 4 News.
Amy Bach, the alleged mastermind, has pleaded not guilty. Her attorney told us tonight.
The guy's right here. Hold on. One of the guys is right here. Let me see.
Another suspect in the Feeding Our Future meal fraud made his first court appearance this afternoon at the federal courthouse in Minneapolis.
Mohammed Mousse Noor was arrested last month at the Chicago O'Hare Airport before he could board a flight to Turkey. Lou Ragoose was at today's hearing and joins us now with details. Lou?
Yeah, Randy and Julie, Mohammed Mousse Noor is charged with conspiracy to commit wire fraud, and conspiracy to commit money laundering. The indictment says he claimed to serve 580,000 meals to children in a 5-month span.
Mohammed Mousse Noor, also known as Deek Durajo, is a prominent journalist in Minnesota's Somali community, owner of Hogmal Media Group. And now he's one of 50 people charged in the largest pandemic fraud in the United States. The way his case is laid out in court documents makes it among the easiest to follow how federal investigators believe the scheme worked. The documents say Noor registered his media company with the state in November 2020, and the next month applied to be a federal child nutrition program meal site under the sponsorship of Feeding Our Future. According to court documents, Feeding Our Future Executive Director Amy Bach sent this email in February 2021 asking her staff to get Hogmal Media started as a food site. The next day, an unnamed Feeding Our Future worker emailed Bach, writing, "We took a lot of organizations that don't work with children. Hogmal is a TV show program. They have no interest with children. These are things we need to clean up." Bach allegedly responded, "Yes, I agree," but then Feeding Our Future wrote the media company checks totaling $494,000. Court documents show Noor then wrote these checks totaling $387,000 in alleged kickbacks to companies run by Feeding Our Future worker Abdikerm Idle. The meal count submitted by the after-school program allegedly run by Hogmal Media claimed to feed between 1,000 to 1,500 children per day. But investigators write that Noor used the federal money instead to pay his mortgage, buy cryptocurrency, and jewelry.
And after the hearing today, Noor's attorney wouldn't comment on this particular case, but said that when all the evidence comes in the other cases, he believes it'll show that some of the people charged in this mass fraud case were unwittingly involved and taken advantage of by those.
I am trying to find the video of him with Ilhan Omar because I watched the video. I watched the video because she knows him, like she works with him. Oh my gosh.
Tonight, we have our very first guilty pleas in that massive $250 million Feeding Our Future scandal. Our Paul Bloom is live for us outside the federal courthouse tonight. Paul, 3 people today admitted to their roles in this fraud scheme. They ripped off federal funding that was intended for hungry children in Minnesota.
Amy, with these admissions today, this massive conspiracy fraud really coming into sharper focus. The 3 defendants who pleaded guilty today all had different roles, but the story remains the same. Illegal kickbacks and hungry children cheated out of meals to the tune of millions of dollars. The first guilty plea in the massive Feeding Our Future fraud scheme outlined by authorities, Beckham Murdasa. The government describing him as a, quote, minor participant in the conspiracy to defraud the federal child nutrition program. Murdasa telling the court he has 2 master's degrees, pleading guilty to a single count of conspiracy to commit wire fraud. Murdasa admitted he created a shell company known as Youth Inventors Lab, where he bogusly claimed he served 1.3 million meals for needy children during the height of the pandemic. In actuality, they served 0 meals, a fraud totaling some $3 million. Murdasa agreeing to pay back nearly $350,000 that he himself pocketed.
Mr. Ahmed, are you able to say anything at all today?
The guilty pleas on Thursday included Hadith Ahmed. He was an employee of Feeding Our Future, the umbrella organization overseeing meal sites and government funding for needy kids during the height of the pandemic. Ahmed telling the court he received illegal kickbacks of more than $1 million. He also opened his own fraudulent site in Eden Prairie, where he admitted he came nowhere close to serving the 2,000 children per day that he claimed, a fraud netting another $1 million plus. And then there is this woman hiding under the hooded coat, Hannah Moroccan, owner of Brava Cafe in Minneapolis. She admitted her specific role in the overall conspiracy amounted to more than $7 million. As part of her plea deal, she agreed to forfeit this.
Look at the house she bought. What in the world is going on? She's like, look at the house she bought. You guys, Minnesota's not a real place. It's worse than Atlanta. You see, I think, one thing I've come to realize in America, right? Everybody has decided to just focus on Black Americans who are deviants, right? So that's where all the attention goes. There are so many people out here doing foolishness. There are just so many people out here doing foolishness. That's what I mean. When I heard Minnesota, I was like, yeah, I ain't trusting this. I am not trusting this, okay? Look at the house she bought for herself with stolen money. What is this? Jesus. What? Oh, Lord.
$1 million plus Medina home that she bought with the illegal funds from the scheme. Moroccan now looking at between 3 and 4 years in prison when she is sentenced at a later date. And as you saw there, all 3 defendants leaving the courthouse on Thursday. Sentencings will be scheduled at a later date.
It's like even that girl Rhoda, like when she got caught in her scam, she's all, that's what we do. We do scams out here, y'all. Who don't scam? One thing, one. And I'm like, what is going on?
All right, now to the very latest on the Feeding Our Future fraud scandal. The federal trial continues for the alleged ringleader.
On the stand today, a woman who operated one of the meal sites and pled guilty for her role in the scheme. Fox 9's Rob Olson is live with more. Rob, how'd it go?
Well, in many ways, proving the fraud in this case is the easy part, and that is because of the number of guilty pleas. There are about a dozen or so just in the 2 weeks right before this trial began. The harder part is connecting the dots here, the concrete evidence that Amy Bach knew about it. But on the stand today, a woman who pled guilty about a year and a half ago who said she and the other Feeding Our Future leaders had to know.
It was in this building on East Lake Street in Minneapolis where Kamar Hassan opened SNS Catering in 2018. In 2020, she enrolled her business, which is no longer here, as a meal site under Feeding Our Future, and soon claimed to feed 2,500 kids every day Here, jurors were shown her submitted meal counts. Is it accurate, she was asked by the prosecutor. No. Why did you sign it? I was not thinking straight at the time, she said. We were just hunting.
How can you wear a hijab and out here be committing crime like this? Then just take this off. Take it off and go be a criminal.
Money, but it's not good. Kamar Hassan pled guilty in 2023 and testified now in hopes of a lighter sentence, but clarified on the stand that there's no deal in place. Her catering company on Lake Street took in $6.8 million as a meal site alone and then became a supplier to other meal sites. Several were in the very same building operated by her business partner. With food, Hassan admitted she did not supply. But with that food money, she testified, she then bought the building for $5 million. In total, court documents show she and her co-conspirators got more than $16.5 million through Feeding Our Future. Often sobbing on the witness stand, Hassan said, I feel shame and sorry for what I did. Jurors also saw this video posted by Somali TV Minnesota of a party in Hassan's building for Amy Bach, the Feeding Our Future executive director, who's now on trial for the fraud. Hassan said they were celebrating all the money. Bach's defense attorney questioned how Bach could have known about the frauds.
They're like, oh, look at our white goddess. Look at the white goddess, honey. She's making us rich. Lord Jesus. That's crazy.
Bach's defense attorney questioned how Bach could have known about the fraud since Hassan rarely dealt with Bach directly. But Hassan said Feeding Our Future leaders had to know. They can see, she said, they have a brain.
Wow. This is insanity. But I don't know who played the video, you guys, but I had seen the video. You could see Ilion out there helping that guy to what is this one? What is going on here?
Have more information for you on a story we first told.
Got to bribe a juror. Although these people are bold. These people are so bold.
Told you about Wednesday. The FBI executed a raid of a home in Minnesota as part of an investigation into an alleged juror bribe in a case involving 7 defendants. Lou Ragoose with our sister station in Minneapolis has the latest.
Abdiaziz Farah allegedly bought this home on Hampshire Lane in Savage with money he stole from the federal government as part of the Feeding Our Future scheme. Farah is accused of pocketing $8 million himself to buy property and vehicles. He was the co-owner of Empire Cuisine in Shakopee, which is at the center of the trial involving 7 defendants accused of taking $49 million in all while claiming to serve 18 million meals to children in need during the pandemic. FBI agents raided Farah's home while investigating the source of a $120,000 bribe offered to a juror Sunday night. A family member of the juror reported a Somali woman dropping off the bag of cash, referring to the juror by name and saying there will be more cash if the juror votes not guilty. Only the lawyers and defendants had access to the jurors' names. Judge Nancy Brazel ordered the defendants to turn over their phones and had them all arrested. Prior to Monday, all of them were out of custody, but will be held in jail at least until there is a verdict. Former U.S. Attorney Erica McDonald spoke to the unprecedented nature of the bribe.
I've never seen anything like this, honestly. I've dealt with cases where we have had issues of witness tampering or allegations thereof, but never a case like this. And so I think what people should take from this is that we give jurors instructions and they follow them. And one of them is if you're contacted by an outside party in any way, you report it to me immediately. And that's what happened.
The jury ended a second day of deliberations Wednesday without reaching a verdict.
Wow. So somebody else took money. Somebody else took money. Yeah. Yeah. This is just crazy. This is insanity. This is crazy. They're just out there just stealing money, doing all kinds of foolishness. Let's see this one.
Federal courtroom this morning, a judge handed down the harshest sentence yet in the massive Feeding Our Future fraud case. Lou Ragoose was in the room as Mukhtar Sharif learned his fate. He joins us now with that story. Lou.
Rena, Mukhtar Sharif was not charged in the attempted bribe of a juror, but he knew about it, destroyed evidence concerning it, and Judge Nancy Brazel took that into consideration in handing down today's sentence.
During the 6-week trial for 7 people charged with stealing $47 million in the Feeding Our Future meal fraud case, Mukhtar Sharif was the only defendant to testify. He claimed he was legitimately serving meals to kids at the Dar el Farouk Mosque in Bloomington and testified that if any documentation was fraudulent, he didn't know about it. But following his conviction at his sentencing hearing today, Sharif took a different tone. Quote, "That is a painful feeling to know I did anything that caused these programs to be compromised. And for that, I am profoundly sorry." 100 members of the Somali community filled 2 courtrooms to watch Sharif's hearing. He went on to say the Somali community in particular has always been a...
Hey, you know what, you guys? I didn't want to do a review on Sinners, the movie. Y'all seen the movie with, if you haven't seen, maybe you saw the preview, with, what's your boy's name? Michael B. Jordan, right? I can't think of the director's name. I'm sorry. You know, I didn't want to do a review on Sinners because, you know, there are certain things. I mean, I didn't watch the thing, but from what I saw, there's some things I didn't like. And I didn't like the storyline is you have these 2 black twins, right? The Black American twins. They went up to Chicago. They worked for the mob. Don't know if they stole from the mob. I mean, they're criminals. They work for the mob. They stole from the mob. I guess I don't know who they stole. Al Capone. I don't know who they stole from. And then they steal from the man, and then they come down south to start a business, right? And so Ryan Coogler, there you go. And I also did not like that. I was like, I don't like that. I don't like that kind of plot where every time, in order for a Black American to start a business, there has to be some crime involved. Now, I'm like, no, it's a lot of people here who commit crimes to start their businesses. Like, stop making it something that is attached to, like, I hate that. I do not like this. I'm like, why it can't be that they actually worked hard or they have some creation or invention. Then they worked hard, they saved their money, and then they come down south to open the business. But you see, here you are, you go to Minnesota, right? And I'm sure if you probably go to Minnesota, but oh my gosh, how come all these Somalis have these businesses? And how come they're having all these shops and they're doing so well for themselves? Whoopty womp womp. You see, it's crime. It is crime. And that's why I have an issue with like stereotypical like storylines where it's always, oh, for a Black American to make it or to have a business, they got to go do some kind of crime. No, everybody out here does crime. Okay, everybody out here does crime. You see, there's a lot of foreigners who come here. They're able to have these businesses. They open these stores and things like that. But you see, many of them are doing it with crime. You know, because if you didn't know any better, you're like, damn, how do all these Somalis have all these businesses? They just got to America. You know what I mean? They barely have their green card, but they have restaurants. They have catering services. They live in a $6 million mansion. You understand? And this is why you don't get jealous of people, because you have no idea where they got their money from. You have no idea where they got the money from. It was like months ago when I became aware of this Feed the Children thing, whatever it's called, in Minnesota, and how so many Somalis were involved in that scam. But I'm like, I'm not trying to be mean, but it's a thing that I have noticed, okay? It's a thing that I have noticed. Even Rhoda, when she got caught scamming like this with the brick upside her head when she was never hit with a brick, it was a water bottle, right? She's, oh, and so what if we scam? That's what we do. We out here scamming. We out here scamming. And I'm like, what the heck? You know? Like, if you live in D.C. too, like when I was a lot younger, when I was like teen, young adult type of stuff, there was a lot of scandals because, you know, back in the day, if you came to D.C., most parking stations, it was either kept by Ethiopians or Somalis. I'm not trying to be mean, y'all. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm trying to be stereotypical. It's just facts, okay? Because I feel like sometimes when immigrants come here, they have certain jobs that they do. Like, oh, I have family that works there, so it's a lot easier for me to get a job there. Does that make sense, you guys? So it's not to be mean. It's not to be funny, right? But I just feel like it's a lot easier. If your people work a certain job, you're more likely to do it too. Just like if you go to New York City, for example, like back in the day when the yellow cab thing was super, super big, right? It was not random to see that most cab drivers were Indian or Pakistani. Not to be offensive, but I just feel like when you immigrate to a new country, you usually go where your people are the most employed. Hopefully that makes sense, right? But like, so there was a big scandal in the DC area because there was like mostly like one major company that used to own like all the parking decks, like DC, Virginia, Maryland, like definitely the DMV. And so because people were paying in cash, y'all, when I tell you these Ethiopians and these Somalis, they ran with the bag. The way they stole that parking money, it's not even funny. Like, it's not even funny. And that's why eventually, slowly but surely, like the whole DC area, the whole DMV area, right? Everything became automated. You know, like you got your ticket, you paid at the thing, but there was like, they didn't have people like that. But there was a time, if you came to DC, like you came to DC, Northern Virginia, you parked your car anywhere. The people were either Somali or they were Ethiopians, y'all. And they robbed these white people blind. It is not a joke. And I'm not trying to be funny. I ain't trying to be mean. You know, because a lot of times too, when it comes to African scamming, the first thing that comes to mind is Nigerians. Nah, Nigerians are just loud. It's like, you know, they're very like loud and very show-offy. So, you know, people put that on them too. But they're not the only ones. They are truly, truly not the only ones. They're just very, very loud, okay? But Ethiopians, Somalians, they be out here doing so, even Eritreans. But then, you know, Eritreans, you don't have a strong population because it's also a very small country. And once upon a time, it was part of Ethiopia. So they all get lumped together, right? But if you live in DC, if you grew up in DC, you already know. You already know, okay? You should already know. All right.
A source of pride and identity to me. To know my actions may have tarnished that image and even fueled negative perceptions about that community is a heavy burden to bear. Judge Nancy Brazel pointed out that Sharif's show of remorse was the opposite of his trial testimony. She pointed out that during the trial, Sharif recorded hours of testimony from the courtroom against her order. And after the revelation that a juror in the trial had been given a $120,000 bribe, Sharif frantically deleted a messaging app before turning over his phone. Messages retrieved showed he knew about the bribe attempt. You've shown a staggering lack of respect for the law and this court, Brazel said, as she handed down a 17-year prison sentence, the longest in the Feeding Our Future case so far.
Another Feeding Our Future update today. Another defendant, Ayan Abukar, pleaded guilty. Their case notable because they used fraud money to purchase an aircraft to send to Nairobi, Kenya. The big trial for the alleged mastermind of the case, Amy Bach, and her co-defendants is set to start February 3rd. Rena?
Okay, I found the video, you guys. I knew it was Brian because I watched the video. So in this video, you're going to see Ilhan Omar with the head Somali in charge of the scam. You guys, the stuff is real. And I think she took money too. I think Ilhan took some of their money. I really think she did. You'll see her in the video. Hold on. She's here.
Governor Tim Walz faced criticism for allowing this crime to happen.
Brian's channel, right? Brian Maxwell, that's his channel.
Happened under his leadership when it was exposed in 2023. However, he thanked the prosecutors, the FBI, and the USDA for presenting a case with strong evidence.
This is something that's obviously very close with me because I am furious about this. I have been from the beginning. These are criminals that preyed on a system that was meant to feed children. It was organized. They continued to lie about that.
The scheme allegedly invented fake meals for thousands of kids every day at various locations in Minneapolis, all funded by taxpayer money through the state's education department. This fraud took place under the federal child nutrition program run by the USDA, which provides free meals to kids in need. Across most states, the USDA directly funds state governments to administer this program, but in Minnesota, the State Department of Education handles it.
Now, I had to bring you this story because Tampon Tim is in the news again, but not for his, comedian takes or should I say his stand-up comedy show. No, Tim Walz is in the news again because under his nose in his state of Minnesota, where he is the governor, he allowed one of the biggest, matter of fact, the biggest scam across the country to happen on his watch. $250 million in COVID relief funds were stolen, laundered, misused under Tim Walz's nose. And this is all while he was running for VP with Kamala Harris. As a matter of fact, in this video, I'm going to show you the evidence of what happened, but even most importantly, of why I did this. One of the co-defendants in this case, he has ties, direct ties, with a member of Congress. Not only does he have direct ties with a member of Congress, but in this video, I'm going to show you footage of the actual congressional member doing work for the same organization that just got found guilty and convicted of robbing the United States taxpayer of $250 million, robbing those children in Minnesota of their meals and of their food, $250 million worth, all under Tampon Tim's watch. So let's get into it. So right here, as you can see, we got this op-ed. Tim Walz school lunch fiasco got scammed for $250 million right under his nose. In case you missed it, Education and the Workforce Committee Chairwoman Virginia Fox, Republican from North Carolina, penned an op-ed for Fox News ripping Governor Walz for overseeing the greatest grift in U.S. history, a $250 million scheme that took funds from hungry children. And following the release of a report indicating the Walz administration's actions and inactions allowed the fraud to continue. Walz said, "We certainly take responsibility for that." Earlier this month, Chairwoman Fox subpoenaed Governor Walz's Minnesota Department of Education, the Biden-Harris administration's U.S. Department of Agriculture, USDA, and the USDA's Office of Inspector General to uncover how the governor and the USDA allowed the largest pandemic fraud in the nation to occur. So what I'm going to get off into next is the clip of the actual two people who were the ringleaders of this fraud. There were 70 people who got indicted and who were prosecuted.
70. I'm telling you, the vast majority are Somali. I'm not playing with y'all. Y'all, please understand. And if you're Somali and you love me, I'm not trying to be mean, right? You know me. But it's like, we got to call it how we see it. It can't just be, it can't just be like all the time, oh, if it's not African-Americans, we're talking about Nigerians. Like, anybody can get the smoke. So, it is what it is. I'm not responsible for this. I'm just telling y'all what I saw. So if you love me and you're Somali, don't get offended. But it's the truth, though. The vast majority of people involved in this fraud, they're Somali with the white lady. That's why I'm saying white liberals also, they're not good people, man.
But there were two ringleaders. And remember, one of them with direct connections, direct ties to a member of Congress. And when you find out and see who it is, you're gonna be shocked, but you're not gonna be shocked at the same time. And even more stuff is gonna make sense. So let's get into this next clip. Check this out.
Right now, the now convicted ringleader of what prosecutors called the country's largest pandemic fraud case and her co-defendant spending their first night in jail. Their mugshots just into our newsroom in the last 2 hours. Today, a jury found the pair guilty on all counts against them after about just 5 hours of deliberation. Good evening. I'm Rena Sargentopoulos. Thank you for joining us. Amy Bach and Salim Syed will stay in the Sherburne County Jail.
Carefully, too. Even when it came to like COVID relief fund, like people who stole PPP money, they were out here broadcasting African Americans and Nigerians. Like, that's the only two people. Oh yeah, let's throw them out there because it's so much easier to do that to people. But no. There were people out here stealing way more money. Okay? No. And it's kind of sad that this one really quiet.
Until they're sentenced. We have team coverage on the story tonight, and we start with Lou Raguse, who has been following this trial over the last 5 weeks. He has reaction to the quick and decisive end.
It's the fact that they returned a verdict so quickly after such a long trial, I think speaks volumes.
A 5-week trial decided in 5 hours as the jury rejected the testimony of former Feeding Our Future executive director Amy Bach and former Safari restaurant owner Salim Syed and convicted them on all charges. Assistant U.S. Attorney Joe Thompson aggressively cross-examined Bach over the course of 2 days, showing the jury she submitted every fraudulent claim, certifying that every meal count was accurate, and making sure that every fraudster got paid.
She cut every single check, all $240 million worth of checks to every defendant in this case.
Bach broke down crying as she was led away to jail, her attorney stunned.
I'm disappointed. I didn't anticipate it.
You did not.
Salim Syed floundered under Thompson's cross, at first lying to the jury that he spent millions of dollars on food to feed children, then admitting he had no proof of that. Combined with all the evidence showing how Bach and Syed spent the money they stole, the jury had no problem finding guilt beyond a reasonable doubt.
I would imagine that the quick verdict will probably not go unnoticed by the remaining defendants.
If you enjoyed this video, do me a solid, hit that like button, because I'll never ask you for a cash app and I will never ask you for a super chat. But you hitting that like button, it really helps the channel. It helps spread the video around for other people to see it. And if you aren't subscribed to the channel, subscribe. On the Real Politics Podcast, that's what we do. We talk real politics. So once you hit that subscription button, you want to hit the notification bell and select all. That way you'll be notified when I upload new videos. So imagine this. We got the Democrat Party running around and going crazy, talking about Elon Musk cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. Wow. Tim Walz, his state of Minnesota, allowed $250 million to just walk out of the door. There was no checks and balances on an amount that size, especially going through the Department of Education in your state, Governor. But yet he was going to be the #2 person in the top spot, the top job in the world as VP. So we got the cosplaying fake black woman. Then we got the fake macho tough guy, Tim Walz, one who can't put a sentence together, and the other one who let $250 million walk out on his watch. But yet they were going to be the ones driving the bus with us as passengers right off the cliff. And as we see in all of the things that President Trump and Elon Musk are finding out right now, imagine if those two would have been in office. Oh my God. I believe already right now we would have had 50 million illegals here. They would have already maybe signed executive orders shutting down every police precinct. And it will be just like the movie Mad Max. I think it will be just like that. Well, let's learn a little bit more about Amy, about Saeed, and who they're connected to in Congress. Let's get into this next clip right here where Libs of TikTok decided to share with us. We got Amy Bach, founder of Feeding Our Future, is the name of the organization, was accused of conspiring to steal $250 million in taxpayer dollars, has just been found guilty on 7 counts, including wire fraud, federal programs, bribery, and money laundering. Now, the reason why they have the bribery, they attempted to bribe 2 different witnesses. Well, 1 witness and 1 member of the jury. They offered a member of the jury $120,000 in cash. They immediately went to their attorney. And then the other one of the defendants saw one of the government witnesses and approached him in the bathroom and tried to talk to him. They immediately ran and told their lawyer, and now they're facing additional charges for that. ABC spoke a little bit more about the Tim Walz debacle. Critics blast new VP nominee Tim Walz for massive COVID-19 fraud under his watch. The governor said there have been leadership changes since the fraud occurred. But even more important than that, check out this clip that talks about their guilty charges.
The very quick verdicts against Amy Bach and Salim Saeed come after a nearly 6-week trial. The jury saw hundreds of pages of documents, false meal claims, fake invoices, million-dollar checks, testimony from some of the 37 people who've already pled guilty. For prosecutors, the evidence was overwhelming. They say that Amy Bach knew. She submitted every false claim, wrote every check of the nearly $250 million in fraud. Bach's attorney sees it differently.
Amy's testimony was compelling. She answered all the questions that could have been answered.
He said he's shocked that she's now being detained until sentencing since she has no passport and no money, living with her parents. He was asked if she may express remorse at sentencing.
I'm sorry, but $250 million, if you're gonna take it and you're gonna, steal it or whatever, damn, at least have you some resources to be able to eat and provide for yourself.
Is any remorse is because of her children. I will go to my grave knowing, because I've reviewed the evidence, this is an innocent woman.
Salim Saeed is also now in custody, convicted of far more counts than Bach and described as one of the largest perpetrators of fraud. Nearly 30 defendants still await trial, but these quick verdicts just might bring more plea deals, prosecutors say.
Now, Mr. Saeed, and now with this situation, they say that Amy pocketed $2 million. Mr. Saeed pocketed $5 million. So that means that $245 million was dispersed and sent out. Where do you think the rest of that money went? Do you really believe $250 million just poof disappears? Nobody knows where it went. There's no other hands in the pot. You don't think these people got a juiced up deal where it says, hey, listen, eat this charge, go in there, we'll get you out in the next 36 months? And they they was only able to recover $60 million out of the $250 million. There's more hands dirty in this. And I know for a fact that in other situations, there have been times where people make an agreement where somebody's going to eat the charge. So money is supposed to be put to the side for them. And maybe their family get taken care of. They're buying that person's silence. Not saying that that's the case in this situation, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was. But Mr. Saeed, he has a political friend, somebody that's tied in directly to him. I want to introduce you to that person. And when you see this, please put in the comments whether you knew it was going to be this person or whether you're shocked that is this member of Congress who's affiliated with the thief of $250 million in the biggest pandemic scam in the country. And there have been some whoppers, but none have topped $250 million. Let's check out this congressional member. I'm actually going to let you watch her in action in a video. She's talking about what it is she's doing with and for this organization. Check this clip out.
Fursad u qaatay in ay u volunteer gareeyaan oo ay kaakuleeyaan familiyaalka.
Here she is. Here she is. Here she is. No, there's the music.
We'll see it here in a minute. Who is that gentleman?
There he is. He's right there. So that's Ilion, and that's the guy. And that's the guy. Unbelievable.
Right there in that blue jacket. And wait.
I don't even know if this is somebody who even really needed food. You know what I'm saying? This could still be someone that's involved in the mess who just pull up with her personal car and she's putting a bunch of fake food. Is that, living know there's food in there in the back of the car? Sure, I'm not trusting us. I'm not trusting any of us. Look at that.
And alhamdulillah.
The Safari restaurant. That is the restaurant that Mr. Saeed owns. And he is the co-conspirator in the Feed Our Children pandemic fraud scheme that stole $250 million. His close friend and associate is Ilhan Omar, the congressional woman from Minnesota. Also the member of the Somali community. Ilhan Omar worked firsthand with this organization, providing them resources, even volunteering her time, working with them. You think she might have got a little bit of that? Hey, I don't know. This is all alleged. But don't it seem funny that one of the most anti-American members of Congress is also tied in to the individual who's responsible for one of the biggest pandemic scams in our country? Doesn't surprise me at all. But I knew something was to it, which what made me dig some. When I saw that he was of the Somali community and in Minnesota, I went to work. That's where I hit Google and jumped on the search engine like, yo, let me do some digging. Sure enough, didn't know what I would find, but I found the ties between these two. Matter of fact, you saw Mr. Saeed in the video. Let me take it back if you didn't know where you saw him at. That's him right here. That's the gentleman right there that is in the largest fraud case in the history of America with the pandemic, $250 million. So I just wanted to jump in and let you know what type of things are still going on. No Democrats are complaining about this waste, fraud, and abuse. None. Nobody's crying about this, but they're pissed off about.
Look at this.
There have been stories going around since 2016, 2017, that Ilhan Omar married her brother. Now, it's not quite as gross as it seems, I guess. The allegation is not that she married her brother because she fell in love with him, but that she married her brother to commit immigration fraud.
The administration's going to possibly look into immigration fraud committed by Ilhan Omar by possibly marrying her brother, tax fraud.
Well, there's a lot of talk about the fact that she was married to her brother. I know nothing about it. I hear she was married to her brother. You're asking me a question about it. I don't know, but I'm sure that somebody would be looking at that.
Congresswoman Ilhan Omar spent the last 2 years denying serious allegations that she married her own brother so he could stay in the United States.
It's a story that won't go away. Ilhan Omar, Democrat, married her brother, they say. And according to an old report from just about 4 years ago, there's DNA evidence. Now, this is coming from an individual who claims that they acquired DNA, got it tested, and said, oh, hey, look, they're brother and sister. And Ilhan Omar married her brother to help him get legal papers to reside in the United States.
Tell me definitively or not, is Ahmad Elsi your brother?
For the markup?
Yeah. Is he your
We're
brother?
in the middle of the legislative briefing. We're going, yeah.
Is he your brother?
We're going to which one?
It's Foreign Affairs. I'll go with you. Can you tell me definitively, yes or no, is he your brother? And why can't you answer that question?
The remarks you gave me earlier.
Why did you refer to him as your child's uncle on Instagram? And why did you lie on court documents saying that you hadn't seen him since 2011, when in fact you'd been talking to him all the time on Instagram?
Sir, we're not doing ambush interviews.
This isn't an ambush.
You can send me an email.
Why are you so afraid to answer these questions?
So did Representative Ilhan Omar?
Because all you have to do is say, no, he's not my brother. Why can't you answer the question? But this is what they do out there in Minnesota, you guys. They do all kinds of foolishness. I'm going to pull up at this.
Omar married her brother to get him into the country and therefore committed a crime, which is immigration fraud. Let's talk about it. This is U.S. Representative Ilhan Omar. She represents Minnesota's 5th congressional district. Now, Representative Ilhan Omar is not a stranger to controversy. She has said many things that even her own party, the Democratic Party, had to condemn her for. Here's a quick look.
Following outrage from Jewish members in her own party, today Congresswoman Ilhan Omar is attempting to clarify, saying she was in no way equating terrorist organizations with democratic countries with well-established judicial systems. At issue, this controversial tweet Omar posted on Monday, appearing to liken American and Israeli atrocities with those of Hamas and the Taliban. Quote, we must have the same level of accountability and justice for all victims of crimes against humanity, Omar tweeted. We have seen unthinkable atrocities committed by the U.S., Hamas, Israel, Afghanistan, and the Taliban, including a video of this question she posed to Secretary of State Anthony Blinken.
In both Palestine and in Afghanistan, I haven't seen any evidence in either cases that domestic courts both can and will prosecute alleged war crimes and crimes against humanity. This includes crimes committed by both the Israeli security forces and Hamas. In Afghanistan, it includes crimes committed
about Representative Ilhan Omar's marriage history. All right, so now I've gathered all the evidence and I'm going to present it to you, and you come to your own opinion whether it's true if Ilhan Omar married her brother so he can get to the United States. So let's start at the beginning. In 2002, a 19-year-old Omar religiously married Hamed Hershey, and he's 22 years old. Now, they're married religiously, but not legally. From 2002 to 2008, the couple have 2 children together. Now, in 2008, Omar and Harish, they separate in a religious ceremony. Then in 2009, Omar legally marries this man named Ahmed Elmi. He's a British citizen. Now, while married to Elmi, she actually has another child with Harishi. Now, fast forward to 2011, Omar and Elmi now separate religiously, but they still remain legally married. Now, in 2014 and 2015, while Omar is still married to Elmi, she files joint tax returns with Harishi. In 2016, Omar is elected to the Minnesota House. Then, in 2017, she then legally divorces Elmi. Then in 2018, she remarries her first husband, Harishi, who she has 3 kids with. She's elected to Congress. Then she files for divorce from Harishi in 2019. Now, for those of you who don't know, since Omar was running for federal office, the Republicans now were going into her background to find out what type of person she was and to see if they can dig up some dirt on this Democratic candidate. So then the Republicans find this community leader. His name is Osman. He's actually here pictured with Harishi and Omar. Now, this community leader claims that Elmi is actually Omar's brother.
Congresswoman Ilhan Omar spent the last 2 years denying serious allegations that she married her own brother so he could stay in the United States.
He said, oh my, it's so confusing. I was like, what? I thought the men looked the same, but they don't look the same. They kind of do, though. Her brother and her husband look the same. Child, what is this?
States.
Laura, when the accusation was first made a few years ago, Democratic Congresswoman Ilhan Omar tried to knock it down by calling it absurd. Well, now others are talking, like Abda Hakim Azman, a prominent member of the Minneapolis Somali community who is now on the record telling the Daily Mail that in 2009, Ilhan Omar married her biological brother, Ahmed Saeed Almi.
Now, just because some guy says that's true doesn't mean it's actually true. But if there was a way you can verify it, then that would work too. So the conservative group decided to get their DNA. See, if they can get DNA from both Elmi and Omar, they can match it, and the DNA results would definitively show if they're related.
Randa Devine is an actual journalist. She works at the New York Post, where she writes a column. She joins us tonight to explain what exactly happened. Randa, thanks so much for coming on.
Pleasure, Tucker. Well, some basically Republican operatives up in Minnesota decided to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on private investigators to really find out if Ilhan Omar was a genetic match, the DNA match to the man who was her second husband. They went to 3 continents. They found a cigarette butt and a drinking straw, which they decided, they sent it to a DNA laboratory and found conclusively that the DNA matched, that the second husband was a sibling.
So after all of that came out, the FBI started reviewing the claims that Ilhan Omar had married her brother. Now, this is where things get a little bit confusing.
Wow.
Remember the conservatives that found the DNA evidence to prove that Ilhan Omar's brother was her husband? Well, the FBI wind up arresting those guys when they were about to put out the conclusive DNA evidence. Here's what happened.
So it's been known for quite a while that Ilhan Omar apparently married her own brother to help him gain entry illegally into the country. That's a violation of immigration law. That actually happened, it turns out. And now we're learning the FBI had evidence to confirm it, but didn't do anything about it.
The very day that they were going to
But mind you, they didn't have smoke for her, but they had smoke for what's his name? Mayor Eric Adams in New York, right? Because allegedly he accepted an upgrade from wherever he was sitting. The Turkish airline gave him an upgrade into business class or something crazy like that. So this is why the FBI, DOJ, they were really trying to destroy Mayor Eric Adams out of New York. But we are talking real immigration fraud. We're not talking an upgrade, right? That's just an upgrade. He bought his ticket. They're giving him an upgrade. Wompty womp womp. Over here, this girl really she married her brother. Like she committed immigration fraud. And so, because I guess Biden was in office, right? So they didn't want that to come out. So they arrested the people that had the stuff. People are crazy.
Unleash this on the world. And in fact, I was interviewing one of the people involved. The FBI swooped on the gentleman, Anton Lazaro, from this Republican PAC up in Minnesota, and arrested him on some different charges. Who knows whether he's guilty or not guilty? I mean, he's not guilty until proven, but he's in jail. And so his story never got to see the light of day. I mean, luckily he'd told the FBI they were not interested. They told him the statute of limitations had run out. We managed to see the website before he took it down, before he was arrested, and managed to report the story such as it was.
Now, this is where I got to call out Fox News for the spin, because they know Anton Lazaro was sentenced for sex trafficking minors and did a huge sentence. But obviously they don't want to tell you that because it hurts the credibility of the story. But I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. So here's the clip.
He was a powerful GOP donor and political operative, and now he'll be spending 21 years in prison. Anton Lazaro was sentenced today for sex trafficking minors after he was found guilty of those crimes in March. Fox 9's Karen Scullin now with what happened in court and how he got to this point. Karen?
32-year-old Anton Tony Lazaro will be 51 years old when he gets out of federal prison. From there, it's 5 years on supervised release.
Anton Tony Lazaro was becoming a big GOP donor and political activist in Minneapolis, but now he's heading to prison. Prosecutors say Lazaro targeted young girls and gave the 15 and 16-year-olds cash and gifts, and in exchange, the girls would Uber to his upscale condo for sex. Today, federal prosecutors said Anton Lazaro was a predator who hid in plain sight. He was a sex trafficker who camouflaged his true nature with his wealth and privilege. The case started back in August of 2021 when Lazaro was arrested, leading to a shakeup in the GOP, including the resignation of party chair Jennifer Carnahan. She and Lazaro were close friends, but she has said she had no knowledge of his illegal activities. Following that, more details of Lazaro's scheme unfolded. He would use then 18-year-old Gisela Castro Medina to recruit the young girls, usually through social media. She was ultimately paid $50,000 by Lazaro for her efforts, but testified against him at his March trial, where he was eventually found guilty. The sentencing judge commented on the soulless, mechanical nature of Mr. Lazaro's crimes, like a sex trafficking assembly line, adding that the only two people Mr. Lazaro showed any remorse for were himself and Jeffrey Epstein, who Mr. Lazaro called his brother. Lazaro has maintained he did not know the girls were underage.
All right, so here's just a quick recap of everything we just heard. Ilhan Omar was married to husband one. I'm gonna call him husband one so we can just keep everything simple. Husband one. While married to husband one, she then divorces him and marries husband two, which is supposed to be her brother. While she's married to husband two, she's filling out joint tax returns with husband one. She's having another kid with husband one. And eventually she legally divorces husband two and then remarries husband one again. So it almost seems like she was never really divorced from husband one. She just kind of played this game that I'm going to divorce him so I can marry husband two. And then she's back with husband one. So the FBI then taking up the investigation, but then arresting the guy who actually got the DNA evidence, and DNA evidence saying that 99.9% purity that she is this guy's brother. So she hasn't sued anybody for defamation. She hasn't said the story is false and here's the evidence why it's false. She is just kind of out there. Now, the FBI hadn't really come back and said, hey, we investigated and we found that this is nonsense. They just, well, again, it was under the Biden administration. They were investigating it. It seems to be just up in the wind. So no one knows where this case is at now. Hopefully Trump and his team will conclusively put an end to this, whether it's true or not true. But the facts seem pretty convincing. I would like you to tell me where I'm, number one, where I'm wrong in this conversation. Number two, what do you think about these facts? Do you think it's convincing? Does this convince you that she married her brother? Or is it kind of like, she may or may not have? Because immigration fraud is a big thing. And that can put you behind bars. And as the FBI was saying,
okay, so now let's go back to this one. Let me show you this Piers Morgan thing, because Piers Morgan had this girl I guess this week, I don't know, maybe last week, I don't know, to talk about the Shiloh situation. And even I didn't fall for that, because this girl, I thought she looked familiar. Okay, I thought this girl looked familiar because she did a video where she was, she was on Instagram or TikTok acting like she was cooking or something. And then she was talking about a friend who is dating some broke ninja. And they was like, why you say ninja? She's like, why can she say ninja? Because her friend is married to a broke ninja. So I'm like, so then Pierce is like, oh, you use the N-word? I didn't know she was going to say that. I'm like, that's her whole brand on the internet. Like, even Piers Morgan too, I feel like he's a fraud. Hold on. Let me see if I can play that for you guys. Hold on.
Why would you want to support a white racist?
Because I want to support free speech, and you cannot have free speech in a country.
No, that's fine. You can support free speech, but you also have to be accountable for what you say. Would you use the N-word out of interest?
Yes.
You would?
I do, quite frequently.
You use the N-word quite frequently. Well, why? Other than the fact you're a despicable racist. Are you?
Some would say I am. I guess according to the ADL, I'm a white supremacist. I'm a neo-Nazi.
Well, if you use the N-word repeatedly, you are a racist, then, are you? Are you?
Sure, I'll embrace that. If that means forwarding, helping white people.
Yes, I remember this girl. So I can't believe she would say such a thing. I'm all shut up.
Achieve freedom of speech, real freedom of speech, which, by the way, Shiloh Hendrix is being attacked on all fronts. They're trying to bring legal charges against her. They're trying to get her children taken away. So you were saying Carmelo Anthony, it doesn't matter. That's a different.
Sorry, but just to be
thing.
clear, you just said to me you use the N-word regularly. In what context? Do you use it with black people?
Yes, if it's appropriate.
Yeah, right. Hold on. I wish I could find her original video. She acted like she was cooking or something. Hold on.
Hold on. Y'all remember Lily Gaddis? This chick right here. As a matter of fact, I made a video of her almost this time last year. I'll go ahead and link it in the captions. Feel free to check it out. But essentially, she was a wannabe trad wife who seemed like she leaned a little left. That was until she dropped the N-word. And then she doubled down by creating rage bait content, seemingly pandering to the far-right Christian nationalists, I guess hoping to become the next Tommy Lauren or Candace Owen. That was until they found out that she had a mixed-race child and they wanted nothing to do with her. Well, yesterday I was scrolling, as one does, and I see a panel discussion on Piers Morgan. And who do I see but Lily?
Oh, she has a baby with a black man and she's doing it. I knew she was good. She's trying to get rich. These broke girls don't want to work. Yeah, they don't want to work. You guys, I'm telling you, y'all gonna learn. You are going to learn to pay these white girls no mind. They don't want to work. These girls don't want to work. These girls are broke. They heard that student loan is coming for people's check starting May 7th or something. I don't know, right? So what they want to do, you guys, I think people have to understand, like, when it comes to content creation, it's no different than anything else out in the marketplace. Demand, supply, demand, supply. There is a demand for racist content. And then there are people who are like, well, I'm broke, so what else do I got to lose? Okay? What else do I have to lose? I'll just do it. I'll be the grifter. Right? We saw with Officer Tatum. I'm like, it comes down to money. People are broke. People are desperate. They will say and do pretty much anything because they understand that, there's a bag to be made. Because if you know that you have a huge segment of white racists who are looking for someone white or somebody black to say the things that they don't want to say because they don't want to jeopardize their livelihood, you will have somebody do it. Because let's say you make the money, right? Let's say you do the stuff, you make the money. All you have to do is say, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Now I'm baptized now. I gave my life to Christ now. I am so sorry with it. I don't know what I was doing. Oh my gosh. Like, you know, I had a bad childhood, you know. People know how to do this stuff. Yes, they want to make money. It's not even just right wing, even the left wing. They're all grifting. Like, they're all in this foolishness. They're all in it. They want money. People want to make money. And there's no quicker way to make money than to go viral for some rage foolishness. You know what I mean? Because then you get a bag. Even look at Candace. You can see Candace is trying to rebrand herself, like trying to stay away from politics, trying to stay away from talking about black people. Now she talks about Blake Lively, Monsieur Macron, the first lady of France has a penis, and things like that. Like, Candace also is trying to rebrand herself, right? But when she was broke and destitute, look at what she was doing because she had no money. She had no money, right? Tommy Lauren, she was a nobody. She was also broke. Like, it's so many people like this, right? Matt Walsh, she was some person on Twitter. Nobody cared for him. But, like, look, it got him a job at the Daily Wire. And I'm sure today he can take great care of his 6 children, right? It is greed, you guys. Everything, it comes down to greed. If there is sufficient money out here, you will see people say things and do things they don't even believe in because they want the money. They want the money. They want the money. But I'm like, so that when you realize that, oh, she has a biracial baby, so she got a baby with a black man, the initial content, yeah, they do. You could also have some liberals who give her the low. You know what I'm trying to say? I think the right-wing people are more vocal about, like, yeah. But you could also have some white liberals give on the low. Look at everybody sideways. Like, I don't trust anybody, okay? Because just because you're quiet don't mean you ain't co-signing it. And just because you're quiet doesn't mean that you're not giving your money also. But it goes to show that when she first came out and did her initial video, I remember her initial video, it goes to show she was rage baiting. It was all intentional because she wanted to go viral because she broke. Because what white person would even do this to themselves? Like, why would you want to be associated with that? Because you have nothing to lose, because you're probably seriously destitute. If you really have something to lose, like, why would you come out here and be known as the village racist? Like, that's crazy. That is crazy. These are brokety broke people.
Fucking Gaddis. And they're talking about that white lady that called that 5-year-old child the N-word. And it won't surprise you to find out that Lily Gaddis is out here supporting this lady and then doubling down saying, I use the word, it's free speech. Well, it's not actually free speech. It's hate speech. There's just not enough states that actually classify it as hate speech. But I was more surprised. I had heard that the lady had some kind of GoFundMe or whatever. This lady is almost at $1 million fucking dollars. Like, you all will support racism, but won't support your family members who don't have enough money to make it from paycheck.
She's really crazy when she says, as a white woman, like, oh, y'all will support racism. Yeah, that's what America's about. America was built on racism. So I'm like, you're white too, so your bloodline supported racism. Like, miss me with the fake virtue signal. I don't talk for this. Okay? But I wish I could find her original video. Oh, she the one on the camera show, you see?
Here's the thing. White people have been under attack for, camaraderie with other.
Yo, that Lily.
Nah, bagging.
I made a.
Nah, bag.
Hold on.
Would you?
Yo, that Lily.
Somebody.
Camaraderie with other people in this fight. Here's the thing.
I realized that that's how it was until I kind of got thrown into this world. I was like, wow, there's a lot of fake stuff going on. It's not what it seems.
Me, honestly, Cassie, I think it's performative. I really think it's performative. Because white people, if they really wanted to change it, they can. They know how to pass laws, they know how to get things done. Right? They were able to get a man and woman's bathrooms. You know what I'm trying to say? Marlene, I've come to realize, especially white liberals, they will perform to pacify you, but they'll never really change the laws. right? But when their sons want to start wearing dresses and be in women's bathroom, they know how to get the law changed, right? It's a very performative people. They perform to put you to sleep. You know what I'm saying? Oh, look at me, I'm standing against this. Yeah, sure, whatever. But then what you gonna vote for? They're gonna go vote for some foolishness. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's why I don't trust any of, I feel like, I don't know. I don't want to say that there's no good white person, but I just don't trust them. Like, it's all performative. And you see it with the Democratic Party. Democratic Party, they don't have a hard time holding black babies. They don't have a hard time going to black churches. They don't have a hard time wearing a dashiki or some kente cloth, right? But they're about to pass no real laws to help your black ass, right? But they'll perform, though. They'll go to a barbecue. They'll dance. They'll hug black babies. Once you vote for them, you ain't going to see them no more. Okay? So white liberals, to me, they're performative. They're not sincere. They could probably hate your ass more. It's that they love their job more and they love their image more, because many of these people are narcissists, and how they're being seen, it matters to them. But to me, it's like, it's very performative, because you want me to say, oh, you're a good white person. You're such a good white person. You a good white person, right? But it's like, I don't trust their asses, because it's very performative, because they know how to vote. Like, look at how quickly, like, you could have a man could be in a woman's bathroom. Look at how quickly they made that happen. So if they really had an issue with the N-word, they could fight for it to be a proper like hate speech, and it could happen. But they rather make commentary about it and then have you feel like, oh, look, I'm on your side. I'm fighting for you. I'm about to go check this mean white person. I'm about to go check this mean white racist. No. You don't get to be a racist on my watch. That's what you do for children. Okay? Okay. Like, girl, go somewhere with that. Okay. But to me, it's like, you should look at everybody sideways. Like, because ultimately, they're all kinfolk. So y'all gonna get back together. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like twins fighting. Like, yeah, they're fighting, but they're twins. They're gonna make it up. They're gonna patch up. Like, whatever. Okay? Whatever. To me, Marlene, I'm like, yeah, you're black. You're on your own. Don't trust these fools. Don't trust these people. Like, I'm not falling for this crap.
Like, on the outside. And when you look in, you're like, wow, there's, we need genuine people. We need more independent people. We need less clubs and groups. We need more independent people actually out there fighting for America, because bottom line, we're the middle America is the one getting screwed over by all this. Lots of people are making lots of money, but they're not really helping. It's just good talking points, and they're not really addressing the actual issues.
Right. And they're also, I think, they get to a point where they have made so much money that they just don't want to threaten that security. Right. And so even if they see things that are happening that are wrong, they will allow it to happen, and they'll sit by either idly or they're participating in it because there's an opportunity for them to make more money if they get involved in that thing. And so I always encourage my audience, make sure.
Realized that's how it was until I kind of got thrown into this world. I was like, wow, there's a lot of.
They can't talk about making more money as if she didn't do everything she did, especially with the Daily Wire for money. Girl, go sit down somewhere.
Here's the thing. White people have been under attack for years. It's been systematic racism. As much as Black people and people of color want to talk about systematic racism in the United States, it's quite the opposite. They get preferential treatment when it comes to getting a job, when it comes to getting into colleges. White people, on the other hand, have been getting attacked relentlessly. Look at 2016 and BLM and all the riots. We just had to sit back and watch people burn down our cities and do nothing about it. So the way to fight back against essentially,
I mean, that a country that has a history of 400 years, the only thing they have is the BLM riots. They don't have anything else. Like, that's all they have, BLM. I'm like, this country was like, what was it founded? Like 1600, 1700? We're in 2025. All you have is to talk about what happened in 2020, nothing else. But when it comes to you and what your people have done to Black people, I mean, we can be here for months, for years. I mean, what the heck, right? Like, go sit down somewhere with that. Oh my gosh, we're so afraid. Black Lives Matter. We're so afraid as white people. We're so scared. Like, shut up.
really this anti-white hatred that's been systemically, ingrained in U.S. society is with white unity. We don't see white unity on our side.
Hang on. Okay, but hang on. Sorry, just to be clear, this has got nothing to do with anything you've just said. This is a disgusting racist.
Now look at Piers Morgan, the Anglo-Saxon, the British, the one from the imperialistic empire of it all, right? Oh, hold on. This is a disgusting thing you said. You, Piers, shut the fuck up. We have seen the way you've talked about Meghan Markle. And mind you, Meghan is not my favorite, but it's like you were showing your racist ass teeth, okay? Yes, he was. Look at how he talks about Palestinians. Look at how it talks about Palestine, right? Have you ever heard this man stand up for the Palestinians? Okay, like, stop killing these people. No, he treats them all like all Hamas supporters when these people are just trying to survive, damn it, right? So even to Piers Morgan, what he did over here too, to me, it put me to sleep. It was so performative. There's no way he doesn't know who she is, because how did he invite her? There's no way his producers don't know who she is, because why did you invite her? How did you know to invite her, right? If I know what she's known for, because y'all, she was dressed like in an apron, like she's these stride wives kind of thing, and she was talking about allegedly a friend that's dating this broke ninja. But to me, I felt like it was rage bait. Like, what are we even talking about? But she's all these broke ninjas, whatever. And then she posted the video, and it went viral. And then after that, she went on the Candace Owens show. The number of times that Piers Morgan has had Candace on his show, there is no way he doesn't watch her show. So you can't tell me you don't know who this lady is. Because the reason why she went viral in the first place was for using the N-word in her own videos. Like, make it make sense. He's like, oh my gosh, so you use the N-word? I didn't know you used the N-word. Shut up. Shut the freak up. Shut the hell up. And all of this right here, you guys, these are white people performing for you and pretending to be so indignant and to be so shocked and to be so this. It's to put you to sleep. Oh, look, he's standing up for black people. Look, he's standing up for against the N-word. Child, do you know how many people he has called the N-word his entire life growing up? He's from England, okay? He's from England. He's from the crown of England, okay? Do you know how many people that goofy-ass empire has killed, destroyed, enslaved, raped, looted, pillaged, you name it, okay? So I'm like, Piers, shut up. Shut the hell up. Because all you know, he's probably even of a bigger racist than who she is. I'm not falling for this. You weirdos.
Woman who repeatedly spews the M-word, first at a young child, and then at the person taking the video of her, does it with complete impunity, does it numerous times. We are talking about a bona fide, unquestionable racist. And so I don't understand why what you've just said to me bears any relation to white unity or anything that you've just said. She's just a racist. End, isn't she? You wouldn't dispute that.
It's not about her. It's not about her. It's about
well, it is about her
coming together and supporting another white person. And it doesn't matter.
Why would you want to support a white racist?
Because I want to support free speech, and you cannot have free speech in a country.
No, that's fine. You can support free speech, but you also have to be accountable for what you say. She is. I mean, would you use the N-word out of interest?
Yes.
You would.
Look at him pretend to act shocked. They don't even know how to act. Like, to me, they're getting so old. So he's like, oh, you got to be held accountable for what you do. Are you holding Benjamin Netanyahu accountable for what he's doing to Palestinians? Right? Oh, it's not wrong to be a racist. Okay. So do you not see how it's wrong for Ashkenazi Jews who came from Germany to go to Palestine, a place that even Great Britain knew was called the Mandate of Palestine, and proceed to exterminate these people and to murder these people and to bomb these people and to starve these people? You guys, let me tell you something, right? Let me tell you something. When it comes to white people, just because they pretend to care about the black race or the black cause, but they turn around and abuse another people of color, you cannot believe that they're not racist. Because if you are truly not a racist and you are truly against white supremacy and white people believing that they're better than other people, insulting people, using racial slurs, or bombing people, anytime you see an oppressed people being abused by your own kind, you will take a stand. You understand? So now he wants to fight. He wants to act like, oh, I'm standing up for black people. Right? But every time he talks about Palestinians, you would think he was talking about dogs. You would think he was talking about dogs. What these people are going through in Palestine, it is no different than what the South Africans went through in South Africa in the hands of Great Britain and in the hands of these Boers, okay? It is no different. It is no different. And he knows this and he understands this. but it's like, oh, I'm gonna pretend to care about black people. But when it comes to Palestinians, right? Benjamin Netanyahu, who's actually a German, whatever his name is, Polinsky, some crazy Polish thing he got going on, okay? Who happened to adopt a Semitic last name, that's not even his real name, is out here murdering these people by the hundreds of thousands. So I'm like, miss me with your false indignations. There are a bunch of babies or a bunch of children getting slaughtered by Benjamin Netanyahu in Palestine. Even though I don't really care for the N-word, whatever, but I mean, that's just a word. That is just a word. It's not a bomb. It's not a drone. It's not bombing. It's not equivalent to bombing a hospital. So to me, this is incredibly performative, because if you're that triggered about a word, then you got to have way more energy for the genocide, the ongoing genocide that is happening in Palestine. You're out of your mind. So I'm like, to me also, you are fake. And I refuse to believe that a British man born in a certain era is also not a racist. Miss me with the foolishness. I'm going to keep playing the video. I'm going to play something else. Hold on. Like, whatever.
I do quite frequently.
You use the N-word quite frequently. Well, why? Other than the fact you're a despicable racist. Are you?
Some would say I am. I guess according to the ADL, I'm a white supremacist. I'm a neo-Nazi.
Yeah, well, if you use the N-word repeatedly, you are a racist, then, are you?
Sure, I'll embrace that. If that means forwarding, helping white people achieve freedom of speech, real freedom of speech, which, by the way, Shiloh Hendrix is being attacked on all fronts. They're trying to bring legal charges against her. They're trying to get her children taken away. So you were saying Carmelo Anthony, it doesn't matter. That's a different.
Sorry, but just to be
thing.
clear, you just said to me you use the N-word regularly. In what context?
Right.
Do you use it with black people?
He wants to obsess over this N-word. He doesn't want to let it go. You see? Because he likes the word himself. He likes the word himself. Why would you keep drawing attention?
Here's the thing. White people have been under attack for years.
Are you? Are you?
Sure, I'll embrace that. If that means forwarding, helping white people achieve freedom of speech, real freedom of speech, which, by the way, Shiloh Hendrix is being attacked on all fronts. They're trying to bring legal charges against her. They're trying to get her children taken away. So you were saying Carmelo Anthony, it doesn't matter. That's a different.
Sorry, but just to be
thing.
clear, you just said to me you use the N-word regularly. In what context?
Right.
Do you use it with black people?
Yes, if it's appropriate.
When would it be appropriate to use it?
How dumb he is. Look, you see this? Fake virtues. Oh, do you use it with black people? Who else would you use it with? White people. You see? But this is to get you to believe that, oh, look at me. I'm a good white person. I'm on the side of black people. Like, you see this? He wants to talk about this N-word. They love the N-word. The fact that the vast majority of black people who have lots of money are rappers tells you a lot. They love the N-word. White people love the N-word. Be it conservative, be it liberal. This is why they're always involved in black music, black this, and they want to control what is being said. And I even feel like if you don't say enough N-word on your rap album, I don't even think the label is going to allow you to drop your album. Okay? This is it. This is why this whole hip-hop rap thing is out here. It's to have black faces create the content that gives permission to all these white folks the ability to say the N-word. We see the Travis Scott concert. We see the Lil Uzi Vert concert. You see all these concerts. You saw Kanye and Jay-Z make a song that's called Ninja in Paris. We saw, what's the white girl's name, y'all? The Gwyneth Paltrow. We saw Gwyneth Paltrow, just losing her entire throat, screaming ninjas in Paris. Okay? This is what they love. And that's why when it comes to their fashion shows, their Met Gala, you're more likely to see ninjas on the red carpet than you are to see dignified black people. Make it make sense. They love that word. White people love that word. I don't care who they are. They absolutely love that word. They love it. They love it. And this is why Pierce also does not want to stop talking about this word. Oh, do you use it with black people? No, she uses it with your mother. Oh, do you use this word often? No, only when she talks to you. Like, you sound crazy. You are really, really crazy. What is wrong with these people, y'all? This is insanity. Hold on.
Black people. When would it be appropriate?
Anytime I feel like it.
So you're an unashamed racist.
Is it?
Correct.
Well, do you understand that makes you a despicable human being?
Is it?
I guess so. I don't really care. I mean,
and I hope you understand. The reason why he doesn't want to let it go also, he wants it to go viral. He wants it to go viral. This man has been in TV all his life, you guys. Don't fall for this. He has been in TV all his life. This YouTube game, he does it pretty well because he has lots of views, right? But he wants to keep talking about, well, these are, he wants to keep talking about it because the more he lingers on that topic, you're more likely to get enraged, right? If he moves on, you're not going to get enraged. He wants his views. He wants his views and he wants his praise. Okay? No, not falling for this.
Why are we not talking about Shiloh Hendrix? Why are we talking about?
Well, actually, I think you've moved it on in this debate very quickly to your own racism, which explains why you've supported her in public and why you've got all these views. You see no problem with a woman shrieking the N-word repeatedly because you yourself are a despicable racist, and you've just proudly admitted that with a smug grin on your face, which is pretty horrifying, actually, for most people to have to watch. And shame on you. You're entitled to do it, and I'm entitled to call you despicable.
Whatever.
Well, shame on white people for allowing themselves to be systematically discriminated against in the United States. This is our country. This is a country that should be.
What do you mean your country?
Because I'm white and my
What, there are no black people in American history? Is that what you're saying? That they've all just landed in America, invading your white country? Is that your position?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, they were brought here technically.
And also sometimes I feel like white people do this goofy ass game where they act like the one will take this side, the other one will take the opposite side, right? To confuse you, right? All this right here, y'all, it's all rehearsed. This is to confuse you. It's confusion. This is what they do, y'all. Do not fall for this. And when they start doing this, you need to get your bag and just leave, okay? Because you want my rage. And then you want me to be like, oh my gosh, you're my savior. Both of y'all some narcissists. I'm gone, right? There's no way your producers did not know who this lady was. You chose to bring her on your show. There's no way if you don't know who she is, you chose to bring her on your show. You didn't start being a news person yesterday. You've been doing this for over 20 years, right? And you know how to get ratings. Even when he was at BBC or even CNN, wherever he was, this is how he was getting ratings. He knows how to get ratings. So he has to keep doing this and doing this and doing this because he was, there are people who are so appalled watching you right now. There are people who are so disgusted watching you right now. As if he don't understand that even him as a white person, there's no floor to how pathetic and evil they'll be. Like, John, what? Make it make sense. Like, this is just, it's so performative. This is crazy.
My God, do you understand how dumb you sound?
This is stupid. This is stupid and racist. And at some point, we have to ask ourselves, do we want to reward this kind of disgusting behavior by platforming it?
I don't disagree, Mark. Listen, I didn't know she was going to say that. I don't disagree with you.
No. Yeah. I'm with you. I don't think you knew ahead of time. I'm saying at this moment, someone who's saying technically black people brought up. No, technically Africans were stolen, enslaved, and they built this country. And the idea that you can justify calling a baby the N-word by saying that white people are losing the country is absurd. It's morally bankrupt, and it's honestly besides the point. I mean, all these are just distractions from the fact that she wants to justify dehumanizing and even animalizing a small black child. It's disgusting.
What is it?
Yeah, I never said that.
No, but you may as well have done because you're just an unashamed.
That's the implication of your racist.
Let me bring in.
Here's the thing: white people have been under attack for years.
Hold on. Watch this video real quick. Watch this video. Let's watch this real quick.
For me, and frankly, embarrassing things. Embarrassing tendencies that I see among Muslims today, especially online, especially on social media, particularly in the English language Muslim social media, Twitter and so forth, is this reflexive obsession with sharing and amplifying the words of Westerners, usually white men, whenever they say something that sounds vaguely pro-Palestinian or critical of Israel or pro-Muslim, or even vaguely anti-imperialist. The moment one of them says, Israel maybe shouldn't be killing children. Well, Muslims flood their pages, repost their statements, and act like the gates of justice have finally creaked open because someone important has finally spoken.
Exactly.
As if their voices make our cause valid.
Exactly.
This is a colonized mind at work, in my opinion. It's the internalized inferiority that still sees the white Western man as the ultimate judge of what's right and what's wrong and what's important.
And I hope that you see, hopefully you understand how this relates to Piers Morgan, right? Because when I saw Lacey had sent me a thing on Instagram, and you should have seen the comments, like so many black people were so happy that Piers was quote unquote checking her and letting her know. I'm like, no, they're all in this together. They are all in this thing. How can you believe that an Anglo-Saxon doesn't use the N-word? Are you actually okay? Do you see how enraged he was when he realized that Meghan Markle used them to pay for the cab that took her to go meet Prince Harry? Like, it's almost like he wanted to call her some N-word also. He was just so mad. He was so mad. Every time Meghan Markle comes up, you should see how he just can't wait to talk about her like a damn dog. Okay? So I'm like, yeah, because most likely he's one of these pompous ass British boys who old and ugly, unattractive, a little bit of money, right? Who just appreciated seeing this biracial drool all over him. Like, yeah, I'm about to be her white savior. And then he realized that she went and found a bigger white savior, a younger, better, richer white savior named Prince Harry. Like, you're British. I refuse to believe that you're not a racist. And it's not possible. You are from England. Okay, you're truly from the axis of evil. Will he ever deny Winston Churchill and what he did to African people, Middle Eastern people, Arab people, even Latino people? Of course not. So you're also a racist. You're all kinds of racists. They're all kinds of racists. And then they will have you there like you're some goofy idiot just observing which white person is saying something worth listening to. No, they're all the same. They're all the same. They're all a bunch of racists. They're a bunch of racists. No. You are crazy. You are really crazy.
As if the truth needs to be echoed by the empire itself before it becomes truth.
Exactly.
Look, they have a remarkable knack for being able to say something that's true while still lying.
Yes.
Bear that in mind.
Yes.
Because listen, we cannot trust anything that they say. That's a fact. The history of the Western world is a history of lies, of betrayal, mass murder, moral hypocrisy on an industrial scale. They have never stood with the oppressed without a hidden agenda, not once, not ever. When they speak, they are not speaking to you. They're not speaking for you. And you can never let them do that. And furthermore, they're not speaking with you or to you. They are speaking to each other.
Yes.
For each other.
Yeah.
You understand? When Western non-Muslims are talking to each other, well, that's a team meeting.
Yep.
It's a strategy briefing.
Yep.
Adjustments to the narrative. Calibration of tactics. That's all that is. They're managing the optics of empire. They never have a team meeting except to plan on how they can get the upper hand on every other team, which is us. Exactly. Never look for validation from your enemies.
Exactly.
If you do that, you're going to make the grave mistake of thinking that maybe they're not even your enemies anymore at all.
Exactly.
Just because they say some things that you agree with.
Exactly.
But if you're clear on the fact that they are your enemies, and you should be, then you'll understand that this is nothing but a tactic.
Yep.
They're not on your side. No matter how much you might like what they say, no matter how true it seems, they're just learning your language, you know, your emotional language, your ideological language, your moral language.
Exactly.
Because you can't propagandize people except in their own language. You can't deceive people except in their own language. You can't make a sales pitch except in the language of the one you're trying to sell to. You understand? So they adopt your language, your moral language, your sentiments, your rhetoric, your posture. They mimic your sympathies as a tactic just to get close to you. I'm telling you, when Western non-Muslims, when they say anything at all, well, you should treat it like there's someone talking in a police investigation and you're the investigator, you know?
Yep.
And you should treat it like you already have a whole file of evidence in your hands about them, because you do. You have the Quran, you have the Sunnah, you have the Hadith.
400 years of history.
You know, and another meaning of the word ayat is evidence, is proof. We already have a massive file about the non-Muslims, about the kuffar. And everything that they say has to be weighed against that evidence. We know you're lying, but we can learn a lot about someone by how they lie and about what. Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala already warned you directly, unambiguously, that the Jews and the Christians will never be pleased with you until you follow their way. Well, understand that this isn't just about belief. This isn't just about religion. It's just not only about aqidah. It's about power. It's about systems. This is about allegiance and loyalty. You'll never win their approval unless and until you bow to their worldview, to their narratives, till you adopt their frameworks and their priorities, until you follow their way, not only spiritually, but politically, economically, and ideologically. But here you are thinking that if some celebrity or some, you know, well-known person, some politician in the West just throws you a crumb of empathy, well, it means that the tide is turning. No. It means that they are adapting their language just to keep you hooked, to keep you docile, to keep you impressed, and still waiting for their approval.
Exactly.
Still treating them as important.
You're not.
Treating their approval and their support as decisive, but it isn't. I mean, let me remind you, the West didn't even support Nelson Mandela until he was no longer a threat.
Exactly. And this goes for anybody black who's like, oh, liberals, I want to be with the liberals, with the liberals. No. They're all the same. They're all the same. This is a really cunning people, y'all. White people are some cunning people. They are some shrewd, cunning people. Because do you think whether you're looking at a white liberal or you're looking at a white Republican conservative, you think any of these white people want to lose to your black ass? Right? Right? But my thing now, you know what I'm saying? That nobody wants to lose to your ass. But the thing is, they have different strategies to put you to sleep. Right? The white liberal, he'll just be a whole lot nicer to you because he knows if he keeps being nice to you, you won't push as hard. Right? So he can delay your motivation. He can delay your exuberance. He can delay your ambition by just being nice to you. And then sometimes he invites you to the Met Gala. Sometimes he'll give you a Grammy. Sometimes, I don't know who you're talking to, Chad. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, the other one, the white conservative, he does it a different way. But nonetheless, nobody wants to lose their position because what you have to understand about human beings is that it's greed. Greed is real. And nobody, no human being is going to willingly give up their position, right? It will never happen. Like, it just will never happen. So if you think, oh my gosh, these people are nice, they're white liberals, no, they hate your ass. It's not even so much that they hate your ass. It's the fact that they're not willing to give up what they have in order for you to move up. And it's understandable, right? And the same thing with the conservative. But I just feel like it does trigger me when I see black people believe that there's good and white liberals. Oh, look, they're better. They're not better. They're probably maybe smarter because they're duping you more. But like, think about this. If you have a really wealthy person that lives in the penthouse of a building, why would they ever want to live on the second floor? For what reason? And where you are right now, you could be on the third floor, the fifth floor, even the 12th floor, right? I don't know who you're talking about. Who's this person? Okay. I don't even know. Yeah, I guess now they are, but you gotta be very careful. Like, who says on the news? No, wrong. Like, what's going on here? I don't know. What?
They didn't care about the brutality of colonialism until they could no longer profit from it, until they had to come up with a new way to do it.
Exactly.
They didn't oppose apartheid until it was economically inconvenient, until they couldn't profit from that. Mm-hmm. They won't stand with Palestine unless and until they can figure out how to do it without threatening their own power structure.
Exactly.
And that's exactly what we're seeing now. Mm-hmm. That's exactly why we're seeing what we're seeing now. Because the A-National OCGFC have gotten on board with the new regional vision for the Middle East. They're not doing it for moral reasons. Mm-hmm. They're not doing it for reasons of conscience. Mm-hmm. They're doing it for reasons of power and profit. Mm-hmm. They'll never give up or substitute any evil method for self-enrichment unless someone can come up with a different way of doing it, or else when they have no choice. Mm-hmm. They don't give up on evil unless maintaining that evil becomes unsustainable. So understand, this is not solidarity. This is strategy on their part.
Exactly.
No, we don't need their validation. Mm-hmm. The truth of our cause is not contingent upon their acknowledgement.
It's like also, I feel like just like, if you think about slavery too, right? They were going to get to a point where taking these African people and bringing them here, it was no longer going to be sustainable because it's too much work. And not just that, you keep bringing these people here, one day there'll be more of them than us. So what if they start to want to kill us? And we saw that happen in Hampton. Like, they had the Hampton uprising because you have more black people in Hampton than you had white people. So then the white people started to lie and said that black people had way more weapons, or they had weapons or whatever. And there was a genocide in Hampton, Virginia, where whites proceeded to slaughter black people. Okay? What are we talking about? Are you sir, are you okay? Who is this person? Are you okay? Delete all comments here. What are you talking about? Are you okay? Do you need your medication? Are you white? You need to be sedated? What? Who censored you? What are you talking about? Hey, Gina, what's up? Are you okay? Your comments are here, aren't they? I don't even know what you're talking about. Like, you're such a weirdo. Anyways, right? So that's the thing. So like the transportation, logistically transporting these people. And then think about those who are jumping ship also. It's like, oh, can you keep doing this? Like, it's not safe. Then if you bring too many Africans over here too, and they have all these kids and whatever, it's like one day you'll have more black people, you'll have more of these enslaved people here than you have white people. So like, oh no, that's also not a good plan. Then you also had more technology. So it's, oh, you know what, maybe we'll just go with the machine and we don't need these people too. But I'm like, one thing about slavery too, like ending slavery, even with Abraham Lincoln, I don't think it was the goodness of his heart, right? And for those also who chose not to engage with slavery, is because it's like, you know what, I can get a machine to do it. You understand? But it's like they don't do anything out of the kindness of their heart. Like, it's just not who they are. It's a very transactional people. Like, for as long as you have lived around white people, you should understand that about white folks. White people don't do anything out of the kindness of their heart. If they're being kind to you, most likely they're about to kill you. Like death row, and it's like your last supper before the chair. You know what I'm saying? But it's not a nice people. It's a transactional people. So if they have to be nice to you to get the transaction done, then yes, they'll be nice. But to just come into your life and just be nice and friendly, not saying it's impossible, but it's contra nature. It is not their nature. Their nature is very, very transactional. It's a transactional people. So when they say, oh, you know, slavery is over, it's not because they give a damn about you and your back and your joints and you working so hard, right? No, there's something in there for them. Now, your job is to be, okay, but why do you want to end slavery, though? Because I know you don't care about me, right? They always have a motive. They always have a motive. They always do. If not motives, they always do. Now, your job is to figure out what the real motive is. And you cannot have any ego, like, oh, they're trying to be nice to me. Oh, they want to prove to me that they're good white people. Oh, they just happen to like black people. No. Everything white people do is self-serving. Even yesterday, I was listening to Tucker Carlson, and he was speaking on, you know, the position he had when it came to Iraq. He's like, oh, I support the war. But then in 2003, I realized I was wrong. And so what I did was, you know, I wanted to have my self-respect and my self-awareness, whatever he said. You see? Once again, it's all about him. Me. He never once said, I realized what it was wrong, and I truly had to make it up to the Iraqi people because it's not okay. And I played a part in demonizing Muslims in America. He never said that. Oh, it was about my self-respect. It was about how I see myself. Like, you see, even when they lie on you and they decide to stop lying, it's because of how it makes them feel. Not the fact that, oh, you know what? I lied on you. I maligned you. And I played a part in increasing Islamophobia in America. And that could have put your life at risk. Hell the fuck no. A white person with self-awareness? Oh my gosh. Like, that's just asking for way too much. That's a fucking unicorn. They don't exist, you know. They do not exist. So when you see them do something like, oh, it's wrong being racist. Oh my gosh, the N-word is so bad. Oh, you're such a despicable racist. Oh, I had no idea, even though her entire Instagram is about her being a racist. I had no idea she was going to say that. Do you mean to tell me that you use the N-word in front of black people? Meanwhile, you have a panel of black people and you bring her on. Like, who you playing with, right? And this is what they do. That's why he's saying, like, when they get together like this, don't allow yourself to be bamboozled. Do not get involved in their sick-ass family drama, okay? These are some weirdos. They are truly weird, right? Because if you didn't want to offend black people and if you really care about black people, you never would have invited her. Your producers never would have invited her. How can you invite somebody that is known for building her entire page off of being white and saying the N-word and then saying, oh my gosh, I had no idea she was going to say that? What else did you expect her to say? What? A dog barks, right? There you go. And a cat meows. There you go. Trust people to be themselves. But it's like, oh, do you actually use the N-word with black people? Do you use the N-word often? But you don't go on his playlist on Spotify. He got Ninjas in Paris, and he blasts that every day when he works out. Like, white people, when they work out too, they love to work out to this rap music full of N-words. I told you, when I was signed up for Orange Theory, when they would start playing this kind of music with the N-word, you should see how crazy white people will start to work out. And I'm like, wow, there is something about this N-word that just makes them have a great workout. They love that word. They love that word. I wish a lot more of them would just be honest about it, right? I love hearing it. That's why I support rap music. That's why I buy rap music, right? They in their cars jamming. You don't think they're saying them words, right? The vast majority of the biggest rappers you know have a crazy ass white fan base. Why do you think they got to go date a white girl or go have a baby with a white girl? Because the vast majority of the supporters are white people. They're white people, right? And that's why they're giving you all this money so that they can feel like, oh, it's not bad me saying it because I'm just repeating the lyrics. It is very bizarre. Why do a bunch of white kids who grew up in the suburb are so obsessed with drill music, gangster music, hood culture? Like it's not even their life. Why are they so obsessed like that, right? Because it turns them on to hear how one black person went and killed another black person. It excites them. Do you not understand this? America is racist. If white people were not racist, or especially these goofy ass white liberals, if they were truly not racist, they will not support rap music. People are like, oh my gosh, you're really singing about killing another person. You are singing about killing and murdering another black person. Why would you ever do such a thing, right? Why don't they go and listen to white boys rapping about killing other white people, right? But they want that content to come from black people because they're a bunch of racists. It is not normal to listen to psychotic music, right? It is not normal to listen to serial killer music, but this is what they do. This is what they support. They go to all the concerts, all the tours. They be on the stream. They be on Twitch. Look at Dunn Told You. Remember Dunn Told You? He is so white from the UK, but he knows everything that goes on about black people in America, right? It excites them. They love to hear blacks killing other blacks. It's not a good people. And that's why when you're around white people, you always have to be perverted. You got to have some kind of perversion. If it's not your sexuality, it's your propensity for violence. If it's not your propensity for violence, right? It's your sexual immorality or it's your love of drugs, right? They don't know how to engage with people without asking these people to pervert themselves. This is what they do. They bring the worst out of people. They bring the worst out of people. How often you met a white person and you said to yourself, wow, I'm inspired to be better. I'm inspired not to be a drug addict. I'm inspired to not be sexually perverted. I am inspired not to tempt God. I am inspired not to do all kinds of weird crap. No, you get next to these people and the worst comes out of you. Murder, lying, stealing, killing, greed, scamming, you name it. Everything the Bible says not to do, you spend enough time with these people, you start becoming a virtuoso in foolishness because this is what they stand for. There's nothing good can come out of these people, you know, just like Jerusalem. Like what good can come out of Jerusalem or Bethlehem? Nothing good, nothing good. Okay. So it's like, no, do not delude yourself. Do not delude yourself. You don't have any ally in white people. You have a bunch of performers in white people. You don't have any friends with white people. You got a bunch of ally. Everything is transactional. The day you no longer serve their interests, they will stop talking to you. The day you no longer serve them romantically, they'll divorce your ass and take the kids and lie on you and use a stereotype to get you locked up, right? There's this poor Indian man. The white woman lied on him that he kidnapped her baby, never touched her baby, Mr. Patel. He spent 47 days in the jailhouse over a lie. And all these white folks were in on it because a white woman said it, so therefore it must be true. Why can these police officers go through the video footage? Why can they ask witnesses, right? They kept that man in there for 47 days from a freaking lie because a white woman said so, right? You ain't got no damn friend and no white person, okay? No, white people are only friends to greed. Their only bestie is greed. It's their self-interest. And they have made it their business to let you know. They have written books upon books upon books to let you know all I care about is me. All I care about is being number one. All I care about is having all the natural resources. All I care about is being the richest. Now, if you're able to find some crumbs somewhere, more power to you, right? But you cannot believe in 2025 that you are like white people are out here really looking to be friends with you. They're really looking to help you out. They want you to be equal to them. You are insane. You are truly demented. This is not Alice in Wonderland. This is real life. And you have to see people exactly for who they are. They don't like your ass. Even when they invite you to the Met Gala. Yeah, because right now it's a recession, right? This whole Met Gala thing, centering on Black people, yeah, the fuck right. Why didn't you choose like 2016 or 2017 when the money was crazy to honor Black people? But you do it in a recession. You do it when there's tariffs. You do it when the entire luxury industry is being exposed on social media because you're afraid of losing your Black idiots. Because only Black people waste their money on this overpriced bullshit in the first place, right? There's never anything sincere with Black people, with these white people. If Anna Wintour was so, like, she really cared about Black people, she would have helped Andre Leon Talley pay off his mortgage. It was only $1 million for everything he gave to Vogue. Since he was like 20 something, he worked at Vogue for everything he did for Vogue. What's $1 million to her? She watched him die. She watched him beg for money. She watched him lose everything. She watched him move back to North Carolina. She watched him get sick. None of these goofy ass white people checked in on him because they ain't shit. Will never be shit, right? When Manolo Blahnik was out here struggling, the these two white homosexuals, when they were out here struggling with their goofy ass brain, it was Andre Leon Talley who put his whole chest out here to support them, to help them, to put them in Vogue, to send their shoes to every designer. And they had made a promise to him. But in the proper white fashion, they took it back. Because there's no covenant with the white person. They don't honor their words. It's not an honorable people. It's not honorable people. And now she wants to do this whole Black dandyism. This goofy ass Anna Wintour doesn't even apologize for what she did to him and try to restore him. But he didn't have to die. Because when you look at Andre Leon Talley, like, he really died of a broken heart. All these goofy ass white people that he catered to, they're so fake. They're so fraudulent. They're so damn evil. All they do is think about themselves. Okay? Look what the heck. They're not capable. They're just not capable of deep-rooted, meaningful relationship. Vacuous as fuck. Selfish as hell. Everything revolves around them. Their lips are so quick to lie. They will tell you whatever you want to hear so you can help them get out the hole because they're struggling. But as soon as they make it, they forget all about your Black ass. There ain't no friendship with white people. Are you crazy? Are you actually nuts? Are you mad? Are you mad? Are you actually mad? If a white man is nice to you, a white woman is nice to you, there's something you have that they want. And once they're able to get it, they will never talk to you again. Don't you ever fool yourself. They're not capable of friendship. They're not capable. It is a people who left England to try to steal everything from everybody else. And they will never stop. They will never, ever, ever stop. They only have one mode: colonize, colonize, and colonize. That's it. There's no friendship with these people. Everything is just business. And you better treat it as business. Don't ever lie to yourself. Oh my gosh, this white man said something that touched me. Oh my gosh, this white woman said, oh, please. Oh, be quiet. Oh, be quiet. Even in Black Panther, right? You saw the sister Zuri, whatever her name is, trying to bring that white man back to Wakanda because he got shot. And you see what he did? He brought the CIA later on to steal their vibranium, okay? Let him die. She should have let that man die. Let him die. Do not bring him back to Wakanda. Because once he sees what's there, he gonna bring all his people. You watch Avatar, okay? You watch Avatar. You see what these white people went and did to Avatar. They kill all these people, murder all these people, took all their stuff. This is what they do. This is what they do. You gotta be a goofy ass idiot to truly believe that you could ever get to a place where you and a white person can have some unity. Yeah, the fuck right. Go to sleep and get stabbed. You are insane. You're truly, truly insane. People are really crazy. People are really crazy. Like, it was really triggering me yesterday to see how many people fell for Piers Morgan and his foolishness. Like, no.
The justice of our struggle is not a matter of what's trending in Western media. Our legitimacy doesn't come from their institutions. It comes from the haqq, from the divine command to stand against oppression, not opinion polls, from the Quranic duty to resist aggression. So you need to shake off this desperation for their acceptance.
Yeah.
Stop retweeting your colonizer's sympathy. Stop praising his tardy outrage.
Yeah.
Stop centering his voice in your resistance.
Yeah.
This is not empowerment. This is obsequiousness in disguise. We're not waiting for the empire to approve our liberation. You understand me? We're not pleading for inclusion within their warped sense of morality. We're not guests at their table. That table was built with our bones, and it's got our resources laid out on that table. You know, a good example of what I'm talking about. Actually, this is even what brought it up is Jeffrey Sachs. I've seen so many people sharing Jeffrey Sachs clips, like he's some great advocate for justice. Well, you'd have to be born yesterday to think that Jeffrey Sachs is an advocate for justice. He has a long history.
Let me tell you something, A+. What you're saying is that in my vast experience, I've had people of other ethnicities been like that as much more, if not, because who do they get trained by, right? Who they get trained by? So are you surprised that if a master is ferocious, the dog will be even more ferocious? Of course, it makes perfect sense, right? Because I'm sure whoever you met, even if Black people included, right? Most likely, they were colonized by white people. So where did you think they learned this behavior from? Okay, the dog will always be more ferocious than his master. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. So the prayer is like Malcolm X said, is that you pray, especially if you're talking about Black people, like Malcolm X said, that you pray for a day where the Black man, the Black woman will become more intelligent. And when he or she becomes more intelligent, they will start to realize like, yo, we're all in this together. And therefore, I must quote unquote be my brother's keeper. We have to pray for a lot of our people to reach enlightenment, because right now, many Black people do not have enlightenment. Their modus operandi, like the way they operate in life, is based on the programming that they've received, but through their proximity to white people, through their proximity to Western education, especially liberal Western education, right? You got to have self-awareness. But if you're not self-aware, you can be way more dangerous than a white person, because he has trained you to be dangerous. And then it's a sad truth, right? It's a sad truth. Because they don't even have to touch you anymore. They can just live inside of you and get you to hurt someone who looks like you. This is what they do. This is what they do. This is what they've always done. And they have trained people, minority people, to hate each other, to fight for their acceptance, to fight for their trinkets, to fight for their goofy ass jobs. You know, let me tell you something, right? Let me tell you something that came to my mind. You guys, you tell me what you think, okay? But I was thinking about Michael B. Jordan. Okay? I was thinking about Michael B. Jordan versus Jonathan Majors, right? You guys, I don't know. There was something about it was really like the whole Sinners stuff. And I was just looking at him because they did Creed together. So I'm like, okay, even if you don't want to get fully involved in whatever like Jonathan got going on, but you can at least say, like, the Jonathan that I've got to know, I don't believe he would do such a thing, but I look to see what happens in court. You know what I mean? No, the whole time, Michael B. Jordan was so quiet. Like, he didn't even know this man. Like, he never worked with this man. He never interacted with this man. He could not vouch on anything for this man. And so when I was watching a preview for Sinners, and I said to myself, like, would it be so far-fetched to find out one day that maybe Michael B. Jordan invested money in the demise of Jonathan Majors? Do you understand? Because everything Michael B. Jordan tries to be honest, especially like when it comes to like bodybuilding, action, fighting, and things like that, everything Michael B. Jordan tries to be. When I tell you Jonathan is that boy, Jonathan is the one. He is the one. And I'm like, it could be that when Creed came out, it could have been that that Jonathan Majors was truly going to outshine Jonathan Majors. Like when the Uncle Shay Shay thing came out, with the young lady said she's suing for $50 million, right? Then videos, like they were recordings out here that started to leak of Becky with the good hair, Matt Barnes, saying that Shaquille is paying money for anybody who has dirt on Shannon Sharpe. And I'm thinking, like, if this is true and it's not AI, if it's not AI, if it's actually true, right? I'm like, Shaquille, what will have you so upset that you're willing to pay money to take down Shannon Sharpe? Because he said that you didn't work as hard as you could have. This is not the first time you heard that shit. Okay? It's not the first time you heard this. It's not the second time you heard this. And most likely it's not going to be the last time you hear somebody say they think that when you were in the league, you could have worked out harder. But are you seriously that mad that you're willing to pay money to sink Shannon Sharpe? That is crazy. That is really crazy. But then again, it's predictable behavior. Because when it comes to white people and the way that white people have trained Black people, they've always made us feel like there's only room for one person. There's only room for one person. And they have trained us to be grossly intimidated by the progression, advancement, or success of your fellow Black person. It is a real thing, you know, and if you can admit that to yourself, you're always going to be part of the problem. But it could be possible that when Creed was going to come out, had Creed gone perfectly and that crazy white girl didn't act a fool, right, that Jonathan would have eclipsed Michael B. Jordan. So it's very possible. Because when I looked at Sinners and I was looking at his arms, I'm like, this is not even the shape of, you see, this is not even, I don't even know how Michael B. Jordan's arms can get this big because he's not that big of a person, right? There is a video out here, hold on. There is a video here of Jonathan, hold on. Is it Larry? What's his name? What's that boy's name? Okay. Look at this video, you guys. Look at this video. When I tell you,
do a bicep curl.
When I tell you your boy is clean with this,
Hey,
no.
Mr. Majors, what we doing right here? Okay, Mr. Wheels. So we've got this wonderful contraption here. And so what we're gonna do now is just like a back smash.
Like
you were 90 pounds.
Look at his push-up game. Look at his push-up game. This boy, I'm like, this dude is strong AF. And his form is so beautiful. Like he did the little pull-up thing. Hold on. Where is it at? Hold up. I was like, how can he move like this? Look, right here. Hold on. Let me show you. Hold on. Look at that.
Big squeeze at the top. Yeah, big squeeze at the top. Yeah. And now we go for
I mean, it is crazy. Jonathan, no. Oh, hold on. Look. Hold on. Look.
Oh, these are my favorite leg raises.
Whoa.
Oh, we doing 20 in a set? Yeah.
He's not even tripping. Like, I'm like, oh my God. Jonathan, you're crazy. How does he do this? The boy's so smooth with this. I'm like, Michael B. Jordan, he struggles. And I would not even be surprised if he took steroids. I'm not trying to be playing. I'm not trying to be funny, but, you know, because I saw his arms in Center, and I'm like, his arms are too big. They don't make sense for his body. I've never seen him this big. How did he get this big? Most likely he took steroids, right? But I'm like, when it comes to Jonathan, you guys, it is a strong possibility that Jonathan would have eclipsed Michael B. Jordan. It's a strong possibility that Michael, his management, and those people were invested in seeing the demise of Jonathan. Because we've always been trained by these goofy ass white people. Yeah, he's very West African looking. He's a cutie though. Okay. You guys, I can't even lie to you. I was looking at Michael B. Jordan and that thought came to my mind. Like, what if he's the one behind this? Because he saw in Creed that this boy can truly outshine me. You know what I'm saying? Because it's real. We have been trained to truly be mean to each other. Look at the music. Let me look at the behavior. We have been trained to kill each other, murder each other, lie to each other, do all kinds of stuff, right? For the approval of white people, for the trinkets of white people, be it a Grammy, be it an Oscar, an Emmy, a big house, a Benz, right? For trinkets of the whites, we are willing to murder each other. People will kill you behind some tennis shoes that belong to Phil Knight, right? They have trained us to be these ferocious, deranged people. So it takes lots of self-awareness. But Hollywood is not a place that's going to help you to have self-awareness because it's completely built on vanity. It's built on vanity, lies, drugs, deceit, setting up other people, feeling insecure, right? Oh, I've worked so hard, and now here comes Jonathan. Also, when it comes to Michael B. Jordan, I don't even know where he went to school to study the whole, to become an actor. Whereas Jonathan, he actually went to Yale. You see? Because this is what they do. I'm like, I have learned the American ways. Like in America, when you're someone that has real talent, you have raw talent, and you have a bright future ahead of you, if they can't control you, they will destroy your name. They will destroy your name. They have judges on their books. Look at Trump. Like every time Trump tries to do something, there's some kind of goofy ass federal judge that's against it. They have judges on their books. They have the media in their pockets. They have blogs. They even have influencers. It's an entire system that is built to discredit you in a moment's notice. So you gotta be very careful. But I'm like, is it far-fetched to believe that Michael B. Jordan was invested in seeing Jonathan Majors' demise because he didn't want any competition? Because the boy really is competition. You guys, you have to see him train. It is insane. It is really insane. And Michael B. Jordan, he can't do that. He's a cornball. He really is corny AF. Okay? But I'm like, me, Marlene, I don't put nothing past nobody. Look at the fact that you had Tyler Perry, Lee Daniels, Oprah Winfrey, right? Sabotaging Monique. These are all Black people sabotaging another Black person. Then Steve Harvey joined the dance. But there are so many Black people who hurt other Black people, right? Because I know Oprah's always wanted to have an Oscar. Like, she's always acting, but it's always horrible, right? But I don't think if Oprah could have had an Oscar, she would love to have an Oscar. And here comes Monique, the first time she does it. But I'm trying to say, even Ryan Coogler too. We don't know what he's up to. Queen, I don't know how to explain it to you. All these Hollywood people now, I'm looking at everybody sideways. Because to me, that sinners thing, I don't like it. I do not like it. And it goes to show you, like, he's also in bed with Hollywood. Because to me, if you're a Black American also, why would you be okay with an entire script that revolves around two Black American brothers who go to Chicago, work for the mob, and then they steal from the mob, and then they come down south to open a nightclub? Like, what the freak? Like, it is so stereotypical. So it goes to show Hollywood only want storylines that perpetuate a stereotype about Black American people. Because why would you go with that? Why is it so hard to say? Maybe we have two brothers who went to Chicago and they went to a school and like maybe they're gifted in math or physics or whatever. So they come up with some kind of technology, right? And then they want to come back down south to build the factory and create jobs. But then the white people get triggered because the jobs they're creating and the machinery is so excellent. So now they're trying to steal their patent. Why it can't be that? So you can still show that vampire succubus relationship, right? Without being so stereotypical. But why do they have to be thieves? Why do they have to steal? Why do they have to be mobsters? Why they got to steal from the Italians? Like, what is going on here? Exactly. You see, and once again, it's like, oh my gosh, like, it's so crazy. And you know, I've come to realize too, when it comes to Black Americans too, one of the easiest way to bamboozle a Black American audience is just throw a little bit of shade at white people and they don't even see how they're being disrespected. Because in the movie, Ryan has the white people as vampires, right? And a little bit of hoodoo, a Black woman who does the hoodoo, and that was enough to distract them. I'm like, oh, please. We always know that white people are vampires. That ain't nothing new. But what I do need to be new is a new storyline. Why do you always want to associate Black American entrepreneurialism with crime, with the mob? And the thing also, to say that these two brothers, one worked for the Irish and one worked for the Italian mobs, right? That's also very problematic because when you start having the Italian mob, the Irish mob, these are new immigrants. These are new immigrants. So why would you have people, if we go per the storyline, right? Why would you have people who are supposed to be descendants of the enslaved go to New York, wherever, Chicago, whatever, to work for new immigrants who are criminals? Like, why are you subservient to these people? At least if you're going to go to Chicago and be a criminal, be your own boss. But once again, they have to work under people. And I'm like, oh my Lord, I cannot deal with this storyline. Like, I really cannot. Right? And then the next issue they had was with Christianity. Oh my gosh, it's the white man's religion. But you don't have an issue with the fact that he's taking two Black American boys and he's putting them as subservient to recent white immigrants as criminals. That don't bother you though. But it's Christianity that got you bothered. please go sit down somewhere. This is how you know that people don't even think for themselves. They just rehash talking points that they've heard somewhere. If you were your own independent thinker, you would have way more issues with Christianity. Because if you feel as though Christianity is the white man's religion, then why are these two people that are meant to be descendant of enslaved people go to Chicago to work for some newly arrived, fresh off the boat European immigrants who barely speak English? Why do you need them? And why do you work for them? And then why do you have to steal from them in order to have capital? This is so damn stupid. It is so freaking stupid. It is so damn, yeah, they want to hate Christianity, but they don't hate the fact that they were subservient to recent white immigrants who came here with freaking worms out their booties. Make it make sense, y'all. They're so crazy. But it just goes to show people don't think about stuff for themselves. They don't have their own thoughts. They don't have their own ideas. They can't critique something for themselves, okay? They need these rehashed talking points, right? I'm posting on somewhere, okay? But that right there is problematic because you could have two boys, right? Yeah, like you could have these two brothers. They start off down south, and maybe they're geniuses, right? And so because of that, they have to go to Chicago to study because whatever they have to study is only in Chicago. But while they're there, they come up with some kind of technology, right? And that technology, they have the patent to it. So then they bring it down south because they say to themselves, yo, there's so much poverty. Let's create jobs, right? And then so what happens is when they start the factory in the barn or whatever it is, right? The stuff, like, it really works and people love the product. And then people are hiring people and they're working. So now you notice that these black people are making more money working in the factory than they're doing as sharecroppers, which then triggers the white people to say, okay, what are they doing in that barn, right? Why don't we do it this way? Why don't we do it around technology and having patents to these technologies and how the technology is enabling these people to create jobs? And then we also focus on the theme of ownership and what science and tech can do for people, right? And then we go through the back and forth, but ultimately they get the patent, they get global recognition to the point that these white people can no longer lie that these black boys are the real founders and the creators of this technology. And then after that, an entire town is developed and so many black people are lifted out of poverty. So you address the theme of ownership, you address the theme of and protecting your IP and things like that, right? But you don't need to make them criminals to do that. And then so they do all this just to come downtown to open a nightclub and so that people can have their coochie ate. People are eating coochie on the piano. People are giving fellatio in the restroom. Like, what is going on with this? Okay? Like, it is so disgusting. It is so despicable. It is so disgusting. I was like, this is so disgusting, right? Of all the things you went and you served these newly fresh off the boat immigrants to steal their money and to come down and open a nightclub so that people can get their coochie ate. Like, this is it, right? But it goes to show you this is what Hollywood is. So now for me, Marlene, even Ryan Coogler, I look at him sideways because why would you agree to that? Because once this movie goes viral and it goes around the world, it reaffirms this negative stereotype that the only way that Black Americans can get money to start a business is with crime. We are tired. I know I'm tired. Okay, you watch Power. How did Ghost get money? Crime. You watch Empire. Cookie had to go sell drugs so that Lucius can open the freaking the whole record label. We are sick and tired of that shit. Okay, not every Black American who has a business had to go commit the crime. Stop promoting that bullshit. It is so insulting. It is really, really insulting. Okay, there are many people in Black American history who have started businesses without ever stealing from anybody. This is ridiculous. This is really, really ridiculous. But it goes to show Hollywood is not interested in making movies about Black people that are not stereotypical and infested with criminal activity. So if you are truly about Black people and you want to make content that empowers Black people and that tells the story of Black people, you got to get the fuck out of Hollywood. You got to get the fuck out of Hollywood. Maybe you go to North Carolina. Maybe you go to Louisiana. I don't know. But it seems to me Hollywood is on these crazy, they're only interested in creating stories where Black people are typecast as criminals. And that is not okay. That's not okay. That is really, really not okay. But that's just crazy. And then they also love to disrespect Christianity, which makes sense. And the thing about all these Black people who fall for the hokey doke, it's like the fact that you don't even understand that Hollywood is ran by these people and that these people hate Christianity because they hate Jesus. You know what I mean? They hate Jesus. And that's why anybody who works for these people, you always have to say bad things about Jesus. You saw Candace Owens get fired because she worked for Ben Shapiro, right? And she said that Christ is king. Okay? So if you really think that white people care about you discovering the truth about the Christianity, oh, be quiet. Even in Russia, Russian people are Orthodox Christians. And in their Bibles, they're saying that black people are angels are black. So obviously, black people are also the people of the Bible. Now, can I sit here and say that, oh, everything was like, there's nothing that was touched by the whites? No, of course not. It's white people, right? But it doesn't mean that I cannot see myself in the Bible. When you read the Bible, the stories, they really take place between Egypt, Ethiopia, and, the Jordan and I guess like whatever is called Palestine today, right? But it's truly between Africa, the Horn of Africa, and the Middle East. And between Egypt and the Jordan, you can actually walk. They're not separated by water. So why is it so improbable that you have black people, like African people, involved in the Bible? Like, what's going on here? What's going on, right? Even Russians in their Orthodox Christianity recognize that some angels are black. Even some saints are black. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. What is the problem, right? But this hatred you have for Christianity, it's not even your own. It is transferred to you through these goofy ass movies because these movies are funded by these people. And these people don't like Jesus. They don't like him. They hate everything about him. But that's why people don't even think for themselves. Just repeat crap, okay? But who benefits from you saying all these things about the Bible and Christianity? These people. Because just be black and call yourself a black Israelite and see how they lose their shit, okay? See how they lose their shit. So of course, they are invested in that. So for me now, when it comes to Ryan Coogler, I look at him sideways and I see what they do. Just like with Lil Nas X, right? When you're black out here and they plan on using you, they will have you do one work of art that really appeals to black people. And then once black people love you with so much blindness, without questioning you, then they'll have you do something really, really dark. Same thing with Lil Nas X. It started off with, I'm going to go on the Old Town Road, right? Really sweet, really innocent. Black people fought for him. Then once he really got the success, he got the support, now I'm twerking on Satan. Now I'm giving fellatio to the devil. Okay, that's just how it goes. So I feel like, to me, Ryan Coogler, not trying to be offensive, but that's my personal opinion. I think Ryan Coogler is compromised because you cannot be a black creator. You cannot be a black artist. You cannot be a black director. You cannot be responsible for telling stories of black people and do it from a perspective of having integrity if you are attached to Hollywood, if you are receiving money from those big studios, because those big studios belong to these people, right? And even some Irish people too. Right? But their main interest is to have black people be represented in these really, really awful ways. Exactly. So they let you make one thing, Wakanda, he's pro-black. And then when you have this blinded trust in the man, now they're going to use the man for their true agenda. And I've come to realize too, when it comes to these white folks, especially white liberals, they make long-term investments. Right? So they don't mind investing all kinds of money for the first 5 years to get your blind trust, your blind support, your blind everything. Because over the next 20 years, they're about to screw you so damn hard. So this whole Black Panther thing, it could have all been a plan. Let's make a movie about black empowerment, and then eventually, once they trust you, they believe in you, they'll support whatever you want, they'll fight for whatever you promote, then we'll start using you to slowly start to indoctrinate them, slowly try to change the way they think. We are on a freaking plantation. You got to watch out. And that's why you also cannot be down with this blackity black mindset. Because once you give your blinded trust to any black person, they're going to use that person to put you to sleep. Got to be very careful. Exactly. You know what I mean? You gotta be very, very careful. You gotta be very, very careful. You see this? So it's very, very bizarre. But Marlene, what I saw from where I was sitting in my bed, I did not like it. I'm like, there's a better way of telling the story where these two Black American boys, they're not out here committing crimes. They don't need to commit crimes. There are plenty of people in history that did not commit crimes. There are people who sold oysters. I showed you the man who sold Thomas something. He sold the oysters. There are people who had newspapers. Madam Cedar Walker, she was selling hair products. There are a bunch of Black people out here who have started businesses and they never, ever, ever stole from anybody. Their capital money, they never stole. Okay, how about you go make a movie on the Kardashians and how they had to steal money from Brandy and her family to start their store, Dash, whatever it was called. Okay, how about that story? But what I'm getting sick and tired of always, every time you see a movie, a Black person has to go commit a crime in order to have the capital required to start a business. That is ridiculous, and it's extremely dangerous, and it's extremely it's full of prejudice, and it's full of stereotype, and it's full of bigotry, and it's full of racism. You don't have to tell a story this way, because these movies, they go all around the world and they're dubbed in so many languages. And for people who don't know much, don't know any better, and they come here and they believe that. You know, I was even talking to a friend too, huh? I was talking to a friend, right? I was talking to a friend and she's Nigerian. She was like, oh, but Marlene, like, isn't this how they had to do it to start their business? I'm like, no, not every Black American who started a business at that time had to go commit crime. That is crazy. But you see, there are people who believe that. So you got to be very careful. And this is why I say, when it comes to cultural image, you got to be very, very careful how you handle people's cultural image. Because these videos and these movies, they're dubbed in so many languages. They go all around the world. And then through movies, people think they're having a glimpse of your actual history. Oh, this is actually a documentary. No, this is fiction. It is fiction funded by, okay, in Hollywood. Okay, so no. But I'm like, Marlene, I have come to realize that if you truly care about telling truthful Black stories, you cannot do it from Hollywood. That place is not right. That place is demonic. You cannot do it. Okay? And also, you're not going to be able to tell any kind of Black story out here the way it needs to be told if you're taking money from those people. Like, Black people have to fund Black art. Black people have to put their money into Black art. So that way the story is told the way it needs to be told, not full of these goofy ass, racist ass tropes they have for Black people. I'm getting tired of this. It's not good. It really, really is not good. It is not good. Okay? So that's that. But to me, those were my grievances with the movie. But let me get back to Michael B. Jordan. So as I was saying, I'm like, would it be so far-fetched to believe that Michael B. Jordan played a part in sabotaging Jonathan Majors so that he could have his career at the top? It's very possible, you guys. We even see it with, in real life, we see it. We see it in business. We see it in the, in the criminal world. We see it like where two people start off together and like, okay, well, I think you might beat me, or I think you might be better than me. So I'm gonna go to the police and snitch and get you arrested. So that way your career cannot keep up with my career. Highly probable. Highly probable. Because they have trained us, especially in Hollywood out there, I'm sure, right? There's only been so many roles for Black people. There's only been so many roles. You know what I mean? Because once again, Black people want to wait for a script. They want to wait for a studio instead of building their own stuff. So, you know what I mean? But I'm like, this is crazy. So as long as you want the money to come from them, you want the roles to come from them, you want the scripts to come from them, you want the funding to come from them, they're always going to make sure that you only have one spot for a Black person or just two spots, and then all these Black people fight like hell to the point of murdering each other just to be able to be chosen by white people. Artificial scarcity. That's what they do. They create artificial scarcity on everything to cause you to behave like an animal. They want to see you hurt your own kind just so you can get in proximity to them. And like we truly, truly have to start thinking differently, because this is not sustainable. It is not sustainable. Anyways, let me get back over here.
It didn't just spring into existence when Russia invaded Ukraine or after October 7th, 2023. Jeffrey Sachs is no friend of the global South. He's not an anti-imperialist. He's not a humanitarian savior. Never was. Sachs is and always has been a technocratic servant of imperial domination, an enabler of elite capture, a functionary of global financialized capital. He always has been. He's a chameleon of narrative who adapts only as the aesthetic of control evolves. Sachs' current image as a champion of peace and multipolarity is not a rupture from his past, it's the logical evolution. The logical evolution of a figure strategically positioned to maintain systemic control over sovereign nations under new but less militaristic costumes. He's a mouthpiece for the A National OCGFC. I mean, let me give you some history here, because you may not know. Sachs rose to fame as a young economist from Harvard by designing and promoting what's referred to as shock therapy for developing countries. The rapid liberalization of markets, the removal of subsidies, mass privatization and deregulation, neoliberalism. These are not humanitarian reforms. This is textbook neoliberal interventions designed to break the back of sovereign state economies and to pave the way for foreign capital takeover, for foreign investors. Let's be clear. In 1985, Sachs' Plan Bolivia helped to crash inflation in Bolivia's control system. He doesn't advocate for self-determination. He advocates for elite integration. He calls for peace, but only under the terms of those who already dominate. You understand? The most dangerous imperialists are not the ones who drop bombs on cities. They're the ones who convince the oppressed that their chains are golden bracelets, and that's what Jeffrey Sachs does. He did more long-term damage to the global South with his clipboard than most generals could ever do with tanks and bombs. He entrenched foreign dependency. He entrenched economic servitude behind a facade of fiscal reform. The IMF repackaged imperialism as development, and now he sells it again as sustainability. He's not a break from empire. He's just part of the public. So there's really no point in dealing with you. It's not going to go well. And here I'm not talking about linguistic language, obviously. Connected to your kufr, traits and qualities and pathologies that are causally connected to your state of disbelief that creates these kinds of antagonistic reflexes in you against us. We don't feel that way towards you. I mean, Allah said, it's you who love them, but they do not love you. We are not towards you the way you are towards us, and we never have been. But we know the way you are towards us. We've lived the way you are towards us. Okay, we don't reciprocate that animosity, but we know that whether we reciprocate that animosity or not, you're going to be a certain kind of way with us. We know that. You know, it's like people who don't speak the same language. In fact, that's a good example. It's like people who don't speak the same language. You know how Americans will travel overseas and they'll get mad at the people in another country because they don't speak English. It's like that. Okay? We don't get mad at you for not speaking our language, but you get mad at us for not speaking your language, just like American tourists. So there's really no point in dealing with you. It's not going to go well. And here I'm not talking about linguistic language, obviously, but the language of character, the language of morality and belief. We know you don't speak our language in this regard, and that's fine. You have your language, that's fine. But you insist that we speak your language in this regard. So ultimately, we just don't really need to mingle with each other. It's not going to work out. So if you're a non-Muslim and you support, for example, you support Palestine, okay, good. Support it. Support Palestine. You should. Stand for what's right. Denounce injustice. But don't frame that as allyship with us. You're not our allies. You're just human beings who are, in this instance, like in this situation of Palestine, choosing not to side with evil. Okay, that's your moral obligation as a person of conscience. It doesn't make you one of us. It doesn't mean that now we have to bend our principles to keep your approval. You go talk to your own people. Deal with your own folk. That's what I'm saying. You don't have to come and link arms with us. It's your own people who are committing this genocide. You know, it's your own people who pretty much committed every genocide. So you go ahead and you talk to your people if you are genuinely against what they are doing. You have that team meeting, okay? You try to talk them out of being evil because you think it's the right thing to do. Don't make it like you're doing us a favor. Because I'll tell you what, I don't personally trust anyone who comes out as pro-Palestine and who's, you know, constantly trying to get all up under the Muslims. This isn't a cultural exchange program. Now we got to try and make you feel welcome and whatnot. Because, you know, unless you're on the path to converting to Islam, well, there's no need for you to be all up under, in Muslim spaces. There's no need. And if getting access to our spaces is your condition for supporting Palestine, well, then we know what you're really about. You're just using the issue of Palestine to try to pick the lock so that you can infiltrate our communities. And yes, the same goes for Muslims. The same goes for Muslims. Muslims who are always trying to get all up under the kuffar. I can't trust you either. We can work separately, no problem. We don't need you to represent us. We don't need you to explain us. We don't need you to humanize us. We don't need you to love us. We don't need you, period. And that's not an insult. But I know that you'll think it is, which just goes back to what I was saying about all of the qualities that are intrinsic in your kufr that make you need us to be beneath you. They need us to celebrate you, to cherish you, to overvalue you. You're radioactive. You can't help it, but you are. And anybody who gets close to you is going to get radiation poisoning. That's just the way it is. You know, you have to understand that about yourselves, and we Muslims have to understand that about you. You know, it's like the hadith of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam about a man who has a friend. One of the friends has a perfume shop, and another friend is a blacksmith. So when he goes to visit that first friend, he leaves that visitation smelling like perfume, and he carries that fragrance everywhere he goes. But when he visits the blacksmith, well, he leaves smelling like coal, smelling like smoke, and the stench follows him everywhere. I mean, this actually applies in real physical terms when we're talking about non-Muslims. I'm sorry to say, your hygiene isn't like our hygiene, let's be honest. Or you can hang around with a non-Muslim and find your clothes covered with cat hair, covered with dog hair. Their car smells like McDonald's. They might have alcohol on their breath, who knows what. You know, when COVID came along in 2019, 2020, people had to be taught how to wash their hands. In 2020, I mean, come on. But spiritually and psychologically and intellectually, it's the same effect. Just like the smoke from the blacksmith. Your mind gets clouded. You know, the smoke gets in your eyes. You can't see clearly. You get confused because of the confusion that pervades the lives of non-Muslims, non-believers. The moral confusion, the psychological confusion.
Well, you get his point, right? Because you see, when you go on TikTok, for example, you'll see, oh, Piers Morgan was not expecting this response. Oh, Piers Morgan is shocked to find that one of his guests, Piers Morgan, and he ain't shocked worth a damn. He brought her on just for that. Okay? He brought her on just for that. Is he?
Piers Morgan sound like the logical person in.
Okay, hold on. I thought that too. But first, you have to go back and look at the whole interview, especially the part where he says, I'm sorry, I didn't know she was going to say that. And then you have to go back to 2024 when she actually said the thing, among many other terrible things. I made a whole video about it.
Good job.
And then you put 1 + 1 together and you realize that he literally put those two people together in order to make it seem like he's less inflammatory by comparison.
Exactly.
Which, if you actually look at all of these pundits and anchors that have been dog whistling for decades, you realize that is exactly what they're all doing. Especially that one Black lady who thinks she's a white guy, Gabby something, whatever her name is. They're all backpedaling, and they're doing this because the real ones, the ones who will say it out loud and will stand on that, they are coming out of the woodworks, and it's scaring the hell out of them. See, it's all fine and good when you make the very calculated debates about all the other whataboutisms that would justify the racism. But when you come out and just say, I'm a racist, so what? You lose the argument, and they know that. That's why Piers Morgan intentionally put this lady that he knew was as horrible as she clearly is on there with all of these other people. And especially the other dude, I'm not going to say his name. I put a little sticker on front of his face. Go look at the videos. But he is one of the worst. And he knew that. So do not ever think that these people are coming around or the world has gone upside down because Piers Morgan is making sense. That just shows that they know right from wrong, and they have always known right from wrong, and that they have been actively choosing wrong for decades as long as it gets them paid.
Exactly.
Morgan sound like the logical person in.
Okay, hold on. I thought that too. But first,
and Myron, I thought Myron was Somali, but he's Sudanese. Okay, you see, this is what they want. For this, oh my gosh, Piers Morgan really stood up for Black people. Piers Morgan is doing this. Even Piers Morgan was confused. Piers Morgan confronts a racist, you see, because then he gets to wear this new cloak, this invisible, well, I can't be a racist because I called this racist out too. The child racism is insidious, okay? You might not like her form of racism, but you're racist too, okay? Hers is probably a little too blunt. Maybe your British, European pompous ass, you want your racism a bit more covert. But the vast majority of minorities who live in England will let you know the vast majority of white Brits are racist AF. Okay. And it's very insidious. It's very passive aggressive. It's full of microaggression. Like, me? There's no way. Ain't no possible way, mate. They're a goofy ass accent. Okay. This is what they do. So it's like, no. Piers Morgan is not a good person. He is not a good person. I think he's a racist. I think he's a bigot. I think he's an Islamophobe. I think he's an imperialist. I mean, he's British, so whatever. But my point is, no. Do not give any of these white people the benefit of the doubt. Like, oh my gosh, he is standing up. He's standing up for black people. No. He wanted his views. He brought this girl on because he wanted his views. I'm telling you, she was on Candace before, and her entire page is built off of rage baiting and doing all this foolishness. That's what her page is about. So why would his producers, or why would he book her on the show and be like, oh, I didn't know she was going to say that? She says it all the time. It is on her page. It's on her page. But you bring a really, like, I guess, blunt, brazen, despicable racist, and then you pretend to be the parent and to scold them of the racism that other people will say, oh my gosh, look, Piers is standing up for black people. Piers is making more sense. So that tomorrow, when he wants to go after Meghan Markle, you're not going to have too much smoke for him because he used this incident to prove to, I guess, to coerce you or bamboozle you to think that, oh, there's something good in him. No, there isn't. And like the brother said, the Muslim brother said, don't platform these people. Don't retweet their stuff. Do not be impressed by their stuff. Stop saying, oh my gosh, every small thing they do. Oh my gosh, you're invited to the cookout. Oh my gosh, you really get it. Oh my goodness. No, stop. Please stop. So I'm glad she got it. Okay. So my people, that is it for me today. I don't think I have anything else to say, but I will definitely say this, right? Please be very, very careful. What's the name? Okay. Please be very, very, very careful. I'm sure we'll hear more about this. And I'm sure we'll see more about this, right? But you just have to be really, really careful. You just have to be very, 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 very careful because there's a lot of money to be made. And also, I even feel like this thing also is a way to troll black people, to get a reaction out of black people. And so my thing is, ignore all these fools. They have been trying to troll black people for the longest. Even Ben Shapiro, he was like, oh, Trump should issue a pardon for, what's that man's name? Oh, what's the one? Chauvin, right? He was like, oh, Trump should issue a pardon for Derek Chauvin, right? They have been trolling. And, you know, Daily Wire is about to file for bankruptcy. So they need to troll. They need rage. So that way they can prop up their dying ass network. Okay. This is what they do. This is what social media is. So please be very mindful what you give your energy to. Okay. And when it comes to this N-word and white people saying it, you have to learn to just not give two shits. Because there is currency in your rage. And this is how they get rich. This is how they get famous. I've learned this with social media, period. If you don't want someone to blow up on foolishness, act like they don't even exist. Okay? And my other thing is also, we have to, even though, like, you know, Sean Carter is not my favorite, but I think a lot of us also, we need to learn to be a bit more like Jay-Z. I mean, of course, you know, not everything about Jay-Z is bad, even though he's not my favorite. But you see, Jay-Z don't respond to people. Jay-Z does not respond to people, right? And you might be like, oh my gosh, Marlene, this girl used the N, she used the N-word, da-da-da. Let me tell you something, okay? Who cares? But I'm like, you see, Kanye went on TikTok, he went on Twitter, he said what he said about Jay-Z's children. I mean, he's been talking about Jay-Z nonstop, right? Do you see Jay-Z respond to that fool? Do you see Jay-Z answer that man? Jay-Z does not respond to a whole lot of stuff. Right? Because he has a lot to lose. Like, and I'm sure also he's just too busy. And maybe he's also too rich. Okay. We have to learn to be a bit more like Jay-Z also. Everything does not deserve a response. There are a lot of mentally ill people in America. There are a lot of people who deserve to either be institutionalized or they should be in prison. Unfortunately, America, we allow the crazies to run amok. It's a lot of crazy people, y'all. It's a lot of crazy people in America. And they're not where they belong. They're not in a straitjacket how they belong. They're not institutionalized the way they should be. They're not in prison the way they should be. So, you know, it's quite an inconvenience for the rest of us, okay? But you have to learn that not everything deserves a response out of you. And even if you're going to respond, I really encourage you to not respond in the way that these goofy ass people want you to. You got to snatch that satisfaction away from them because they want you to get triggered. Oh my gosh, she used the N-word. Oh my gosh. You know, I even wonder, even to like, to some extent, even Jeffree Star, when the video came out, because I reacted too back then, but I even wonder, like, if Jeffree Star's too, like, people reacting to old videos of him saying the N-word, did not even play a part in him being so successful and having so many white people support him and support his brand. You understand? Right? Because I'm like, I feel like that's what it is. When you come out and you say that you're a village racist or things like that come out, there's so many crazy whites who want to support you because it's a way of them to troll black people and it's a way for them to say F you. And so with social media, you get older and you realize that on social media, if you don't want somebody to make money, you don't want somebody to get famous off of bad behavior, do not talk about them, do not share their posts, don't comment on their stuff, don't give it any rage. Right? And sometimes even laugh, even though you're upset on the inside, but when it comes to your comment on social media, for all these goofy ass white people looking at your comments, you need to make sure that you're laughing, that you're being dismissive, like, oh, what is this? What happened again? Oh, yeah, sure, whatever. Right? You don't want to allow any of these people to have any kind of fuel for their hatred. You have to starve these people. And I truly pray that, you know, moving forward, that a lot more black people learn to starve. You have to starve these goofy whites of your energy. You have to starve that. Okay? If they want you to go left, you go right. They want you to go right, you go left. When they want you to be enraged, you start to smile. When they expect you to smile, then you start cussing them out. Okay? We have to learn not to be predictable. Because the more predictable you are, the easier it is to kill you. Okay? The more predictable you are, the easier it is to manipulate you, right? And you don't want to be manipulated. So therefore, you have to become unpredictable. Don't let your emotions be predictable. Don't let your moves be predictable. Don't let your mindset be predictable. You got to become unpredictable. Because once they realize that they have no control over you and that goofy ass word no longer works on you, what else they have? Nothing. That's all they have. I'm telling you, I've done this thing, even here on YouTube, right? They come here, they write the N-word, and then they run for their lives, okay? Because that's all they have. And once they know, oh, this word doesn't affect her, she's not triggered, she's not going crazy, she's not stopping her life to cuss me out. No, because it does nothing to me. I repeat, it's not my birth certificate, so what do I care? Okay? I do not care. And I hope that you learn not to care. You hear a white person say that, you grab your phone, you call the police, and you say, yes, I want to press charges for a hate crime. That's it. Take their asses to court. Take them to court. Make them lose everything. Don't even lose it. Why are you losing it for? They're going to lose it all. You don't have to lose your cool. Don't you ever lose your cool. You call the police and you report a hate crime and you ask the police officer to write a report. Then you sue these people. And you send that to their employers. You got to know how to get these people. Everything these people mean to harm you is going to go right back at them. Don't give them your energy, but give them your intelligence, right? Were you expecting me to be violent? You expected me to be loud? You expected me to be hurt? I'm not even hurt because I expected that from you. I don't have high expectations for you, you know. I'm going to call the police and I'm going to ask to press charges for a hate crime. And once I have my police report, I'm going to send that to your employer. Play these games if you want to. This is how you're going to train white people to act right. This is how you're going to train these people, right? But just outrage, and just allowing these goofy ass people to become famous or to be able to collect all this GoFundMe money, you have to stop. You have to stop. If you don't react to their foolishness, they cannot make money off of you. If you don't react to their stupidity, they cannot become famous. But white people will artificially prop these people up because they know the sight of them trigger you. So you have to learn not to be triggered. You know, maybe tomorrow I'll put like a video of stoicism, whatever, if I can sit here tomorrow, right? But you know, I was really busy, but I made sure because I really want to talk about this because I'm like, I do not want you. Like, if you were triggered when you saw this, hopefully after this live, and moving forward, you learn not to be triggered. I want you to go through life like just learning to be so unbothered by people. Okay? You have to learn to, like, people are going to do all kinds of BS, right? It shouldn't even shock you at this point. We're too far in for you to be shocked by some of these behaviors. Like, you know what? That is so predictable, right? Because demonic people will be demons, right? So when you leave your house, you should be prepared for that. This is what they do, right? Now, what you're not going to do is allow a demon to get you like riled up and no, God is in control. God is seriously in control. And even if this thing is real, like I said, if this woman gets this money, she's not going to go far with that 600,000, because you never win when you play dirty. You're not. If we have seen lottery winners win 20, 50, 100 million, only for them to go broke, where is 600,000 going to get this woman? And obviously, if she's really doing this for real, she ain't too bright, right? She ain't too bright. So this money gonna make it. If she has an addiction, it gonna get worse. If she drinks, it gonna get worse. You know what I'm saying? What sometimes seems like a blessing in disguise is truly the devil giving you a way to hang yourself. So you have to learn to be patient. But don't ever be in a rush. Just because it seems like somebody that's doing evil is winning right now, that's just for right now. Wait until you watch the entire movie, right? And it takes weeks, it takes months, it takes years. But you're like, you know what? I remember when this person was doing evil, being cocky about it and thought they got away with it. Now look at their life, right? Everybody answers for their foolishness. The world is already set up the way it is. Nature is set up the way it is. Karma is set up the way that it is. And in due time, everybody will have to answer for their foolishness. And that's something that you always have to know. I might not be there to see it. I might never even hear about it, but I just know the way this world works. You reap what you sow. And if you sow wickedness, you're going to reap it right back. And it will destroy your life. Okay? And all these racist people giving her money too. Let them do it. Some people need to have curses against their own lives. So let them give the money. Let them do it. It's just money, y'all. Right? But you got God's favor. So why are you troubled? Why are you troubled? Don't you ever allow no goofy ass white person to trouble you during your day, during your sleep, at nighttime, when you eat your food. These people are not worth your time. They're so freaking immature. They're a bunch of goofy people. And on top of that, they're waiting to work jobs from the Chinese people. Okay? So that alone, they live in America, they live in a first world country, and they're waiting to work a Chinese man's job. And you want to fight people like that? You want to let people like that make you mad? Are you serious? They're so pathetic. Of all the things they could do, they want to work the job of the Chinese man. Okay? Let that sink in. Don't you ever allow no white person to make you feel any kind of way about yourself. They are not deserving of so much like what's it called? So much worship. They're insignificant people. They can go sit down somewhere. Okay? You never, ever, ever give these people that much light in your life. They're not worth it. They're truly not worth it. So now let me go back to my skincare, y'all. But I love y'all. Gotta go now, okay? Hopefully you enjoyed the video, and maybe I'll see y'all tomorrow. If I don't, enjoy the live and the replay, okay? Mark, I love you. We started off heated, but you know I love you. Love you so much, okay? Love you guys. Gotta go. Enjoy the rest of your evening, okay? Maybe I'll come outside tomorrow. I don't know, but I'll see. What's tomorrow? What's today? Thursday? Child, maybe I'll come on. What's today? Thursday, Friday? What's today? Today's Friday. Oh, damn. Okay. I love you, Shannon. Okay. Love y'all very much. And I'll see you maybe tomorrow. All right. Bisous. Bisous tomorrow. Love you. Gotta go. Bye-bye.